District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Before any trial has occurred, he announced the defendant's theory of the case is a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. Outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged.
Hello everyone. We all love us a bit of Yannetti, don't we? Salvador Dali. Let me unmute my friend here. Oops, sorry, Michelle.
That's all good. Happy New Year. Hello, everyone.
Happy New Year. Let me just check my volume is good. Your volume is good. We're good.
Awesome.
Scream is munch, right? Surrealism is what you were after.
Yeah.
We were having a little conversation before we hit the live button.
Don't tell them what I'm doing.
Eh?
Someone else will do it. Don't tell them what it's for.
Oh, shh.
You're doing a Kevy on me.
We were just trying to remember different artists' names, that's all. And we did a very bad job and need a Google. Okay, let me go through the chat and see who's here and say hello to everyone. Hello,
Yeah.
Valerie. How are you? From Calgary, Alberta. We got some quotes. We got some random quotes. I don't know if it's going to work, but I did set up a timer. We're going to test it. About the case. Amir, hello. Thank you. Happy 26 to you too as well. And everybody, Fab 2026. I am too. Thank you, Smarter Harry. Quizzy's in the house, in the room, wherever, with us. Swiss Miss is here as well. Hello. Hey, where's Princey? Why am I not seeing Princey?
Oh, no, is she in here? Oh, Karen's there. Hey, Karen.
There we go. How's it going, Princey? So, all right, I'm a little bit slow here, like catching up with who's in the chat. So let me go over to this one. Oh, look, there's a whole bunch of people. Hey, Karen.
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to get up YouTube so I can type in the chat, but I'm not.
Right, it's very slow in the interface, like. to actually make it to the screen on the interface side, but if you're
Love
actually
meds,
on the tube
Princey.
side, it's a lot faster. All right, so we have some games. Let me shut that window down so it doesn't accidentally kick itself off again. We have some games to play. I'm kind of going to wing it, make them up as we go. But I do have a poll ready to kick off, which will be probably the basis of most of our games today. It's just going to be making up polls and see how you guys vote. But I want to do a couple of things just because we're bored waiting for the new year to kick in, and we can. I want to do a reaction to a channel called the Com Center. I don't know if any of you guys watch the Com Center, but it's a retired cop or ex-cop. I don't know if he's retired. I think he's just ex-cop. Usually they're retired, don't they? And what's his partner? A 911 dispatcher, like an actual currently practicing, if you can call it that. Hang on a second. I have to make sure my doors are properly shut because the dog's doing stupid shit today, and I don't need him barking over the top of us.
Well, I'm trying. I can't do it anyway. Oh, lunatic! Now I just lost everything. Can you still hear me?
Oh, delete.
Oh, there. No. I just clicked on. I hate Apple. God, I hate Apple. But I just clicked on something and all my screens, they fold up and float off to the edge.
Bye. See y'all. All right.
Feel good.
Yeah, so I wanted to do a little bit of revisionism, go over and react to that, and because I'm so frustrated with the sidebars. Like, they're from trial 1, so you have to go back over all the frustrating shit that pissed us off during trial 1. So I was getting through, I'd get through 3 or 4 sidebars, and I'd just be like wanting to kick Auntie Bev in the freaking face.
Yeah.
I just got frustrated with it, but it's good actually entertainment watching. I gotta think who they are again. Who's covering it again? Mads and
Covering what? Sorry,
Emily C and Mads. So
yeah,
look up the Emily C channel, and you'll find at least half entertaining coverage on the sidebars. But it just brings back and also solidifies what we felt about Auntie Bev. Like, she was letting the defense do things but stopping the prosecution. Sorry, she was letting the prosecution do things but stopping the defense from doing those same things. So, and it was getting, I don't know how they handled it, but towards the mid and end of trial, it was getting petty. It was like Yannetti was trying to, what do you call it? Yannetti was trying to be mindful that the court reporter, Madame Court Reporter, was able to
don't say a name.
Right, was able to follow and keep the conversation being transcribed for appeal. And he said, I can't remember who it was to. He was like, "Yeah, just say that again, so I can be sure Nancy gets everything." And Bev at sidebar fucking lost it.
Yeah.
I've known her for 28 years. How dare you call her Nancy?
Yeah, I never call her by her first name.
Jesus Christ, lady.
And then she does.
High horse.
But she does in the end. Did you see that?
No, I did actually. I think I fell asleep while I was watching that.
Yeah, she does further a couple of days later or whatever. She ends up calling her by her name.
Right. It's exactly right, Valerie. We get to the friggin', transcripts, and we find out just how biased she actually was. Like, we all knew it from what we could see at the front end. Corey and Emily, thank you, Quizzy. We all knew it because, we're watching the front end of it. But when you see the sidebars and the petty shit she was raising in the sidebars,
Yeah.
it was, and not just petty, it was one-sided. It was like, yeah, Lally can do that, but you can't.
Yeah. And how's when she gets upset because he was showing the video and he stopped it. You 5 times. 5 times you did it. Well, I've got to
They
show
were
it.
already entered into evidence. That means that she already looked at them and she already approved them as evidence. So what was she going to do? Approve them as evidence and then turn around and say, no, you can't show that evidence? Yes, that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, she's terrible.
Multiple times. So Emily C, for everyone who hasn't been there to see the trial transcripts, I actually had said, hey, why don't we just play through the court footage and play it with the transcripts? But everyone was like, yeah, no, fuck that. No one wants to sit through Lally.
People are doing it, though. I actually saw Samantha, I Don't Belong Here. I saw her do one last night. I'm pretty sure I watched it. And she slotted them in.
Yeah, slotting them into the topics and the conversations is something I just haven't had time to work out how to do.
Oh, it'd be a lot of bloody work.
It's a lot of work. I just haven't had the time to sort of put towards it. So I do have some things, I think, moving with my house finally. I don't know. We're waiting for the banks to open and some things to finalise, but I could actually have some shit moving and some drawings prepared, and I'm on that last final step, So
Take it on a penalty card. Bella gave me a penalty card. What did I do?
It was good vibes, actually. It's a good vibes penalty.
Oh, okay.
So the bot's not actually triggering itself to come up with quotes, so obviously it doesn't take any notice of itself. Let me go and stop that timer, or else all you're going to see is quote all the time. Turn that off. If you want to go through...
All right, Valerie, I'll believe you. Pretty sure you red carded me, though. It's all right, be quiet.
If you want to see the quotes I've racked up in the Streamlabs bot, just type !quote and it will rattle them off. I think it's got a cooldown of 30 seconds or something, so don't all do it at once. But if you want to see the quotes that we have, I've racked up 3 categories in the quotes queue. We have Lally's greatest hits. I have 16 Lally's greatest hits, mostly about the snow. And then I have about the same number of Karen hater physics. How that shit is freaking working in their heads. And then I've got half a dozen FBI files. I'm still working on it. I'm just working on it bit by bit. So so that's how you get the bot to read out the quotes that we've got today. But what are we doing now?
Oh, right, so I didn't mean to embarrass you. I'm only joking. You can red card me. You should know by now I wouldn't give a shit what anyone did or said about me. It's fine.
It's all good, Valerie. It said at the end, it said good vibes at the end. It says,
yeah, I know it was an accident.
Red card penalty, good vibes. And it kind of goes with the theme, right? Yeah. Red card penalty to them and good vibes to us. It's all good, Valerie. So we have actually a choice of videos. So we can go for the low-hanging fruit. So the channel that I'm talking about is called the Com Center. We can go with the low-hanging fruit. And he actually interviewed Note My Objection. Do you guys familiar with who Note My Objection is? She's that silly freaking lawyer. Aiden's always going on about it. She's silly. She's the silliest.
I'm not too sure. I'm interested in this guy, whatever you, because I have no idea who he is.
Oh, well, that's why we're going to go through his
Yeah.
podcast. So what happened was they originally covered, this. Well, they were late Johnny come latelys into this particular case. Although they do cover a lot of cases, but they were very late into this case, and they started out like being on the fence as to whether or not Karen was being framed. And then they just got completely infiltrated. So there's two sides that happened that flipped them, basically. There was our side being nasty to them, which, I've experienced that myself because I didn't go with the grain as far as the Richard Allen Delphi case goes. So I've experienced that nasty side. There's none of this, you're allowed to have an opinion that differs to mine, and I won't be rude to you about it. There's a lot of people who don't practice that. They just go off and they're rude and they're abusive. So I understand a lot of that happened to them. But then because they were bucking that trend, they were saying, yeah, you don't have to be abusive and you don't have to behave that way and blah, blah, blah. They just completely flipped to the other side. And it seems to be repeatedly because of people being rude to them from our side. That's the reason that they're giving it. But then you've got to jump to all of these other mind-boggling, math-defying, physics-defying conclusions to be able to stick with that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't get how they're so die hard and can't see it. I seriously don't.
Right. You only need a modicum of fucking math skill to be able to see what the story is, right?
Yeah.
So since then, they've published multiple videos. They've got a video about the defense is doing a, what do you call it? Like a psyop on you. Like, we only believe the defense because they're doing a psyop on us. It's like, no, dude, it's because we can do maths and physics. Like, duh. And for those who can't do maths and physics, they're at least listening to those of us who can and understanding why we believe the maths and physics is the answer here. So, yeah, so I got to give everybody kudos who can't do maths and physics but are at least prepared to be open-minded enough to listen to how it's presented. What I can tell you is Judson Welcher did not apply maths and physics to his presentation. He might have applied it in the background, but he didn't show us his maths and physics. He told us, well, maths and physics says the tail light couldn't have broken when Karen's car reversed up and banged into John's car. Couldn't have happened. It's like, well, prove it. It's okay for you to say it, and for some reason you've come to this conclusion. Show us on the freaking screen how you came to this conclusion. Your words aren't good enough. We want to see your methodology, your math, your science, your equations, for example. So yeah, I've got to give kudos to those people who aren't great with maths and science, but were at least open-minded enough to listen to what maths and science actually is and how it applies in this case, and making a decision based on that, rather than just being psyoped, which is what I believe they're doing. They're doing their own little psyop, right? They know that they have lost in the court of public opinion. They have completely lost everybody because they veered from maths and science. They veered from my mouth. They also veered from evidentiary standards. So that, I think that's probably one of the main thing that bugs all of us, right, Michelle?
Yeah.
There's no.
That bugs me, but
Sorry?
they bug me. I hate you read their stuff and you just go, how can you even think that? It's just mental the way they flip it. It's just even just looking at his body though, even without the physics, without anything, looking at him, his face says it all to me.
Yeah. True. And I think a lot of people came to that first before they went to before they heard me out with the maths and physics. So, what was I going to say about that? Okay, so chain of custody is very concerning. The way an ex-cop talks about the defense lying when there's no chain of custody for any of the shit that they rely on. We need to see that. That's evidentiary standards. If you're a cop and you don't understand how chain of custody works, and I actually do have a snippet to prove that he actually does know how chain of custody works. Like, he absolutely knows how that works. A cop rang him. We might actually start there. Let me get that video. Let me pop this one up because I screenshotted it. Let's start with what he actually does know versus what he says when he's winging it, basically. So let me get this up on the screen. Now, I need to share the audio for this, so give me 1 sec. So I remember how to freaking do it. I think I need loop back on. Let me add let me add here source QuickTime. Hey, where the fuck is my QuickTime gone? Here we go, QuickTime player. That should work. Hello. No, something's not working there.
Bum.
Turn that off. Oh, it's picking you up. Say something again.
Hello.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh, I get it. Let me stick my mic in here.
Where? Anywhere near me.
All right, let me just test that this is going to work and not friggin' screw shit up on us. Can you hear that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Nothing.
All right, I'll put it on the screen. I just want to make sure you can hear it. Somewhere in here. Okay, let's loop back on. Share screen goes over here. Put us. No, that's not what I wanted. Window. Sorry, guys.
Oh, look at you pulling rank, making yourself big and then teeny.
All right. There we go. Now.
Yeah, this guy reckons he's an ex-cop or something, doesn't he?
So the one in the red shirt on the left, that's Drew.
Yeah.
And he's ex-cop. This one over here, that's I forgot his name already. I do that every time. I can't think of his name, but anyway, he's the 911 dispatcher. So, I think that's Corn Pope. Everyone's names are freaking
it's shit, isn't it?
weird on YouTube again. So
people say that apparently you can go in and fix it and put it back. Well, I tried it. It didn't work for me. I tried like changing the line Wolfe to
back to Michelle.
But didn't
I think that was part of the change to stop people using pretty text or whatever you call it, ASCII.
fonts.
The ASCII text, like the pretty text. The reason being is you can embed in the ASCII text malicious stuff, let's say.
Oh. Well, my name's in there. That's malicious enough.
Right. I think they were trying to stop it from being in the at username part.
Oh.
So that's why it shows up on your name on the screen here. It actually shows non-ASCII. Can you see what's written
Yeah,
on?
yeah, I can see how different it is.
I think that's what they were trying to do. If I had to guess as a software engineer, it would have been something like that.
Well, it sucks because you don't know who anyone is.
All right, let me just get to hang on. Let me hide that so you can see their shit. Somewhere here they start talking with another cop, and that cop starts talking about how chain of custody works within the department, like how they're trained to handle chain of custody. And you hear these two go, yeah. Except the problem that we've got is that none of that happened here.
Yeah.
So, and I know that for a fact because I'm looking at some of the files that were sent to me from sources like Natalie and Sean and stuff like that. And there's absolutely no metadata attached to them. We know that Colin was allowed to enter screenshots with no metadata. We know that Unetti even questioned Ali about the lack of metadata on her evidence. So it goes on and on. We know that there was no metadata with the ring cam footage, the Sally Port footage. It goes on and on and on, basically. So Helena Rafferty's no tampering lol sticky note, that is not fucking chain of custody. Okay, guys?
No.
She shouldn't have had to add a sticky note to that late introduced file mid-trial from the Sally Port. Even that was even that goes against rules of evidence. They should never be able to introduce a new piece of trial, a new piece of evidence at trial, and ambush the defense. If the defense had ambushed the prosecution, that'd have been the first ones crying about it. Yet Judge Bev let them get away with this ambush from Helena Rafferty. But anyway, let's listen to their seemingly balanced point of view about chain of custody, and then we'll get into the rest of my rant, which I think it starts here somewhere. Let me just scroll for it because I think I took a couple of calls.
It's complete sense, though. He may have known it. He may have told law enforcement, but it furthers what it does is it further pushes this conspiracy that.
All right, let's go back a little further than that, because there's a couple of claims that he makes here.
But it is the dead of winter in central Massachusetts. There is a blizzard bearing down on them. The wind is howling. The heater, the furnace is on. The fireplace is crackling. The TV's on.
So this little monologue is why they didn't hear the vehicle crash into someone outside the house.
Well,
is here.
How did I even fucking record ads? What'd you say, Michelle?
I said, if she was supposed to be looking out the window, she would have seen the crash.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Weird.
Sorry, go on.
And Thingo's brother, Julie Nagel's brother, they pulled up right behind them like seconds later. Like they would have seen the crash.
Right.
If not, because they put the time back, remember, because they said it was 1:45, but then they had to work it back. So at that time, they would have seen her take off and come back and smack him, hit him with the car. So anyway, that was my little go. Sorry.
Okay. That's all right. I completely agree. Like, I don't even think that when I'm looking at, stuff that I'm going to respond to, it's stuff that I can actually prove. When we're going to go oh, well, this would have been, it would have been a blizzard. It would have been this. It would have been that. That's all speculation. That's not shit you can prove. But I mean, obviously, we have our own opinions if we're going to speculate on those things as well. But so they do a lot of speculating, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But you can go back in time for the weather, which you did.
Oh,
You did the
right.
survey. remember?
We know that the blizzard didn't start until, didn't actually kick in until sometime around when Karen was leaving John's house, and then it was at its peak around 7 to 9 in the morning or
Yeah,
something.
it was around 9 o'clock or something. It was the worst.
I'm a very weird one. I have been one of the people who thought Karen Reid was guilty were brainwashed and stupid. But a few days back, I actually flipped, to my dismay. Why are you dismayed about it? It's okay to have a different opinion, and I'm going to keep backing that. There's no drama with having an actual different opinion, because I really felt part of this community. Well, Rubinate, I think I know who you are normally, but let's just call you Rubinate because that's what you got. That might be purposeful. But anyway, I didn't necessarily include myself as part of this community. I felt I was an onlooker, and then I was reporting on this community, what this community was up to. I was reporting on Tom CPU's footage outside the courthouse, what was going on there. I was reporting on what was going on with Aiden. I was reporting on the actual protesters and their footage, and what was going on in court. I felt like I was an outsider looking in and showing you guys what's going on over there. They made out that I was somehow part of the community. And I never was. I never claimed to be. I never wanted to be. But somehow they had to make me part of this community so that they could excommunicate me from this community. Work out how that works. So because I never felt that I was part of the community, I was always like, fine, excommunicate me. I don't fucking care, because I was never part of it anyway. I was always just somebody reporting on what was going on.
Yeah, you're just doing your own thing.
Exactly. So yeah. Colors.
Hey, colours.
Yeah, so I agree with Valerie. Like, it's difficult now that I know what I know. I mean, I could have been easily swayed one way or another. In fact, I can actually pinpoint a time during trial 1.0 where I was like, wait a minute, have I been barking up the wrong tree the whole time? There was one point. And do you remember when they bought Karen's vehicle on the dash cam? So I can't remember which cop it was, but he pulled in the driveway at One Meadows behind Karen's car.
Oh, Charlie Ray, how can you forget him?
That one. Because I'm terrible with names. You guys know what I'm like. I need everyone to tell me the name. I know the thing I'm talking about, but it comes to names and names of places. Sorry, totally Asperger's. But anyway, Charlie Ray pulled into the driveway behind Karen's vehicle at One Meadows, and you see the tail light's not broken there, or the tail light looks broken there. So my first reaction was, holy shit, this could change everything. But then after it was shown on the screen at trial, I went and matched a picture of a Lexus on top, overlaid a Lexus on top of it. And I was like, yeah, nah, that taillight's intact. It's got snow sitting on it. It just appears to look damaged because there's white snow on it, which blends with the background. So, but once I overlaid the Lexus on it, because what you can see in the reconstructed taillight is the whole freaking lens is missing. It pokes out the side of the car about 4 inches out of the side of the car. That's how the Lexus taillight looks. But when you look at the reconstructed taillight, the entire 4 inches is missing. So how is the snow sitting on top of a 4-inch ledge that's not there?
Yeah.
So, but that was a point where you could have swayed me the other way. I could have gone, holy shit, I've been barking up the wrong tree the whole time. That was one of those points.
Really?
Until I overlaid the Lexus image with the 4 inches sticking out, like a proper Lexus. Until I overlaid that over the taillight area, then I realized, yeah, nah, just because there's, how does snow sit midair on something that's not there? Not fucking happening. So, gravity defying freaking snow.
Who's to say, anyway, that, all right, you see that she tapped his car on the way out, but who's to say someone didn't smash into her car while it was parked on the street?
Well, that's right.
A waterfall or something.
Could have happened anywhere, but
It's just that, though. Like, it's not like
it was
heap
just
of panel
fluke.
damage and
It was just fluke that whoever scrubbed John's video left that there to show that she hit his car.
Yes.
So I don't believe that the videos that were deleted from his Ring camera were deleted by her because of that video.
Yeah.
If that video was incriminating at all, she would have deleted that too.
Yeah, exactly. It was an accident that they didn't delete it, actually. They didn't.
Right.
I don't
They
think
looked
they
at it and
noticed
went,
it.
yeah, that doesn't show anything that we need to worry about. We won't delete that one.
No.
Things that would have shown that, stuff that well, actually they deleted the one where she was pulling in to John's driveway, because the Ring cam we saw was her pulling out. But they deleted the one of her pulling in, and they made a big deal about that when they questioned Peggy. She was like, whoa, Karen and a follower upstairs. It's like, why would they delete that one? It didn't even show the taillight. Remember, she's bonnet facing in. We don't see the back of the car. So we're only going to see the
How
front
long
of the car.
were they upstairs for? Like, they weren't up there for hours. They were there for, I don't know, what, 20 minutes, half an hour or something? That's not long enough to, number one, think, oh, shit, I've got to erase the tape.
Well, actually,
But to actually do it, it would take ages.
It would have been the same footage that was in that Ring cam footage where she pulled out the next morning, because his camera, it would have been the same MP4 video, because that Ring camera, basically what they do is he's got a motion sensor, so when motion happens, it picks up where it left off recording and adds a bit more recording.
Yeah.
And then it cuts out when the motion sensor stops again. And then when you have that next bit of footage, it'll pick up where it left off. And then when the file is so big, it'll create a new file. And I think it's like at midnight or something. I think it actually might be, I've never had a Ring camera, so I'm just going by what other people who have Ring cameras are telling me, that you can set it when it's going to create new files. So it's by default at midnight each night, it will create a new file, and that will be the next 24 hours of footage until midnight the next night.
Yeah, I suppose. But usually, like, because I've had security image that I've gone through and that, and usually it's got its own little timestamp and its own little thing. So, but you'd still have, like, it would go for as long as that movement was happening as well. You know what I mean?
Correct. And it won't create a new file until midnight. New day, new file, new 12 hours. So when you go to Ring and look at all your files for the last 30 days, it's organized by days. It's organized by that date. So you can open that file for that date and look at that video for that date.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you type in the date and the time, around about the time, and it'll bring it up. And then, but then you still got to pick through it. You still got to,
you still got to watch 12 hours of footage to find the one you're after.
Exactly. There's no way that in, I'll say, a half an hour that she was upstairs grabbing her stuff, that she could have edited the videos to how it was, to pick out what, oh shit, I can't show that. Oh look, no way. She didn't even have access anyway, even according to the niece. The niece said that she didn't want it, and they didn't want to have access. He offered it to her. She said no.
Yeah.
And that didn't come from Karen. That came from the niece.
Right. So let's go back and listen to these guys talking about chain of custody. So
Yeah. All right.
Experience.
Incoming call from Massachusetts.
Awesome.
Here we go.
Caleb.
Massachusetts, you're on the line?
Oh, yes. Hang on.
Is this Brian Higgins?
Is this Chloe?
Yeah, right.
It's okay if it is
So
Brian
I
Higgins.
wanted to call in about the comment made about Yannetti withholding information about a murder to the police.
Yes.
What's the theory on that?
My theory is that if you go to an attorney and you have direct knowledge of a homicide, and there is no attorney-client privilege when it comes to a homicide. The attorney under rules of ethics, let alone under probably Commonwealth statute, would dictate he would have to pick up the phone and notify law enforcement. There's no two ways about that.
Okay, so you're saying that.
So what they're talking about is in the Boston Magazine article, BC Law article, when Yannetti was talking about the case to students, he said that he was notified, he was given a tip that what happened to John O'Keefe happened in the house. And then that was what kicked it all off for Yannetti, that instead of a defense that Karen Reed may have accidentally hit him, but she's still liable in that situation. But he jumped from that to now something else could have happened to him. And then they started getting discovery where it was like you couldn't establish what actually happened because the chain of custody was all screwed up. He talks about that in that BC Law magazine article where he's talking to the students.
No.
He also says at some stage that he did notify law enforcement about the tip. So, but Drew is trying to say that Yannetti did something illegal or corrupt or that wasn't in line with ethics because he didn't report it. He actually started out denying that this actually was ever said. It couldn't have been said because he didn't go to them with it. And just like, well, it was said and he did go to them with it. So, but anyway, that's what they're talking about here. But this is the cop guy from Massachusetts that they're talking to. And he brings up a couple of things that are worth listening.
Didn't happen. Nobody went to Yannetti's office and told him that he needed to look at the people inside the house.
I'm saying if it happened and he knew for a fact it happened, then he should have notified law enforcement.
But here's the thing. Here's the hole in their story. David Yannetti is a defense attorney, and his first responsibility is to his client, not the state. He's not obligated to go tell the state anything. I know he did in this case, but he's not obligated to tell the state anything about what he finds out during his investigation. He's obligated to give them discovery about what their investigation uncovered. He's obligated to, this is all way before, discovery was due or anything like that. This was like the second day after she was arrested, I think, somewhere in that time frame that this tip came in. But he's not obligated to tell the state anything. He doesn't have to contact the Commonwealth and tell them anything. But I do know that he told the police that he got that tip. So here we go. Just carrying on.
Okay, well, I'll let you know what I know, and I'm,
Perfect.
pretty versed on the case. I'm pretty sure that is a fact that happened.
Okay.
I don't remember the name of the guy that went into the office.
It wasn't
Stopped talking
Scanlon?
to their private investigator. No, it was a friend of Brian Albert's, and
It was found to be Scanlon. It's just he gave a false name when he put the tip in. And I just have to say here, if you think that somebody murdered somebody and you're providing a tip about the murderer, are you just going to put it out there who you are and how you come across that tip and then tell defense or whoever you're giving that tip to who you are, so that and then testify in court so it could all be traced back to you, so the murderers can now come after you?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. Especially when they're cops.
especially when they're cops, right?
Mm.
It's fucking no way I would give the tip, but there's no way I'd be giving my actual name and address and phone
Yeah.
number.
Because you're going to end up on a milk carton.
Exactly. Excuse me, I just burped while I was saying that. My coffee's settling with bubbles.
Talked about the taillight pieces. I don't reckon any of the taillight pieces were found on the lawn. I don't think they just took them there and took pictures of them, but
Right.
none of them were actually found. Like, especially the ones weeks after. Like, neighbours, people walking dogs would have seen it if someone driving past in their car saw it. You know, how come the people in the house, none of them rang up and say, "Oh shit, look, snow's melting. I can see red coming through."
Yeah. Fair enough. Look, stay on topic. We'll come to the We'll come no, not you. I'm talking to the chat.
Bloody chat.
Yeah, I'm talking to the chat, not you. To the chat, we'll come to the taillight pieces, all right? There's some obvious things with the taillight pieces that we can bring up. But this was more about what can we prove. The taillight pieces is more speculation. It's not something I can speculate on because I don't have access to the defense exhibits or to the defense's discovery. I don't have access to what the FBI turned up. So these are all just speculations. So if you're going to say, I completely did a 360 because I speculated differently, that's not really working with evidence. That's speculation. So today I want to kind of stick to the things that you can prove with evidence, right? Like not getting off track with speculation and stuff like that. But we'll come back to the taillight because there are some things that the evidence like contradicts itself with the taillight. So but let's stick to the subject at hand. We'll come back to the taillight.
He clammed up after he went in to give the secret tip to them. He clammed up, gave no more information. Yannetti did try to pass it along to the police. Yannetti went as far as passing it along to the FBI. So he didn't just allow his client to be held on, So that's what that woman was talking about. But I'm also not a free Karen Reed nut. I don't know if she did or didn't do it. I would have voted not guilty because there's too many questions.
Yeah, right.
But yeah.
No, I appreciate the perspective. I didn't know, like I'm saying, if that's the theory that he knew about this homicide and he didn't report it to law enforcement, then he's in some kind of ethical and...
That's not the theory, but you were just told the theory. Why do you have to keep repeating the other theory that sold you on this?
Or criminal violation, what you're saying makes complete sense, though. He may have known it. He may have told law enforcement, but it furthers, what it does is it further pushes this conspiracy that cops, and they didn't even want to know about it. They just wanted to keep pointing at Karen Reed. So there's a double-edged sword there, but what you're saying makes complete sense. And actually, since you have that perspective or have the flavor of that area, oh man, I had a question I've been dying to ask somebody that lived up there, but I can't remember it now. It just slipped while I was talking.
Did Tom Brady ruin football with that whole tuck rule thing? Like he did.
You're a pat. Oh, look at that.
Sorry, I'll fix it.
Thank you very much. That was on the recap. Just like if you're watching a cop, you're going to get a cop's perspective. It's not necessarily their bias. It's just their experience. So
yeah,
man,
that is bias, dickhead. Is that not bias, Michelle? If you're watching a cop, you're going to get the cop's perspective. That's exactly what fucking bias is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Hey, canine dude, how's it going? Have a good 2026 yourself. All right. So the chat's like, I forgot to enable a shorter sort of delay between us and the chat. So they're still haven't heard us say we'll come back to the taillight. So we will come back to the tail light, I promise. Keep going.
Cyberweek is here. Get a premium.
See, I do it every time. I still fucking caught the ads.
The courtroom, like
Oh yeah.
ethically, things like that, but I think like, he really, put on a good case for Karen. I think if Karen did hit him, I think that she is in complete, I don't think she knows, and I think she's in complete denial about it. I do not believe that she knows for a fact that she hit him. I think that she bought hook, line, sinker into the information that they got, because it was like, I don't think it was
Dudes, come on. We saw his freaking face. You cannot be in a vehicle strike, a pedestrian vehicle strike, and have 0 injuries below the neck, except for a couple of scratches on your arm. There's not even any bruising around those scratches. If that taillight hit his arm and broke on his arm and caused those scratches, where's the bruising? It's just use your freaking eyeballs. But again, speculation.
Yeah, but even the scratch pattern's wrong for that. They would
Right,
have been horizontally across the arm, not vertically like dog bites and claws.
Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo.
day after like the woman wrote the post. It was about, I think, a week after. It was right after Yannetti was retained as her lawyer. His office got a call from, I wish I could find the name. You guys could probably Google it. A guy who was friends with the Higgins, and he made an anonymous call, tried saying, not saying his name, I think, and said, you need to look at the people in the house. There was more to this than that. And then once they got their private investigator on and they found out who the guy was, tracked the number, did whatever, then he clammed up and he stopped speaking about it,
Listen, I pray there's no corruption involved in this, obviously. I hope that truth eventually comes out, though. If that part is true and we missed all that and she had nothing to do with nothing, I hope that it comes out. My gut feeling is like just watching her dad's interview on Boston 25, like right before the first trial, when he said, when he gave that big quote that we played in the last episode where he was like, she knows she hit something. She said, Dad, I hit something. I was backing up. I don't know what it was. But then he claimed that he was saying, no, she's talking about the GMC or the
4 a.m. ring
Traverse,
cam.
the Chevy Traverse. John
his car and her, when she backed out of his garage.
So you got to remember, they'd all been drinking. It wasn't just Karen who was drinking. John was drinking. They were all drinking. In fact, we have evidence by their own mouths that they were all drinking all fucking day because he and Brian had been to a wake. So we knew they had been drinking far more heavily than Karen or John. Although John admitted also in his own texts that he'd only sobered up at 4 p.m. and was going back out to get drunk again. So when you put that into perspective, she questioned, could I have hit him? I get that. I would have questioned it too. Could I have done this? Especially if other people are there putting that into your head while you're reeling because you just found his body and just found out he's been, he's not responding, so he could be actually dead. So that, to me, that doesn't really, that's just normal human behavior. But again, it's speculation. We're still talking about speculating on things that we can't prove. So, sorry, Michelle.
No, I don't think I said anything, did I?
I seen your bubble go, and I thought maybe I talked over the top of you.
Oh, no. I've been muting and unmuting because my granddie was coming in and I had a cough.
Right.
And I think the fan was doing it too, so I switched the fan off because I could see movement and I'm going, I'm not even moving, I'm just sitting here.
Yeah. To carry on with what they're discussing there, there's also the story that, and you can buy into it or not, but there's also a story going around that one of the girls who was at the party was actually threatened by these people. So we know that they were doing that. We know that anyone who spoke up or had anything to say that they couldn't control, they did actually threaten them. So we know that by rumor, we know that happened. It doesn't mean actually did happen. Again, it's speculation. Anyone could put that rumor out there, and we don't know the source of it. We don't see the proof of it anyway. You get what I'm saying? How do I get my avatar to move when I talk? I don't.
It's automatic. It just does it. Colors.
Yeah, it's Restream, not StreamYard. So that might be, if you're not using Restream, you might not get that same feature. Anyway, let's continue on.
Right, which was proven to not be where the taillight was cracked. However, the defense has a different theory on that. So, I mean, and, you know, like...
That wasn't proven because, well, Judd Welcher said, yeah, the laser scan tells us blah, 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 blah. He didn't show us. He didn't show us. What he did show us was the Lexus taillight sticking out 5 inches where it probably did hit John's car. But he didn't actually show us his... he didn't show us his formula. So F for force, F equals ma squared. That's how he could have proved that his scans and his math aligns with the taillight couldn't have been broken by reversing it into, or cracked by reversing it into John's vehicle. He didn't show us that. He said it, but he didn't have anything to back it up. And that's the difference between people saying shit and actually showing us the evidence. I don't buy shit on blah blah said. So even, you know, someone going after that girl who was at the party and saying what they said to her, I don't buy it because I don't see any evidence of it. So I know it's out there. It might be true. It might not be true. I want shit I can prove. We can't prove that what Welcher came to in his deduction has anything to do with reality because he didn't show us how he came to that deduction. Which is my issue with this whole bouncing things back and forth between each other. It's ridiculous. So unless you can actually see the evidence itself, then you're still speculating.
All of that gets clouded and convoluted. I really don't think that the Commonwealth went too far in charging her, and the defense, I think, went a little too far in this affects you.
So the Commonwealth didn't go too far in upcharging her to murder 2 when no new evidence came along. It was clearly all based on the exact same evidence. They upcharged her on murder 2, but they didn't go too far. It was the defense who went too far to defend their client. This just recapping. I'm not saying I agree with him, but that's what he's basically saying.
Directly, because it delegitimizes police everywhere up there. Like, everyone looks at cops with a side eye now, and maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 50 or 100 probably needed that side eye, but the rest are out there busting their ass trying to protect people, and they don't necessarily deserve the same treatment that they're getting because Michael Proctor said the C word in a couple texts. And
well, that's a great amount of minimization going on there, but I will give him this. In this particular dialogue, he's pointing out what we're pointing out. One bad cop doesn't make them all bad, right? We're not anti-cop. We're not upset about this case because we're anti-cops. This isn't about all cops are bad. In fact, if you listen to LV cops, they actually say out loud, we hate bad cops. You never hear him say that. You never hear him say, I'm on the side of good cops. But you hear LV cops say that. Bad cops are the ones that we're pointing out here. But he goes on another completely different rant about psyops and fucking other shit. But I'm getting there. I just wanted to show you him being reasonable first. This is Drew from the Comms Center channel. Colors. So, anyway, yeah, we'll come back to it we'll come back to what you're talking about. It's just right now I sort of had like I had a flow, and we will come back to what you're talking about. If you're patient, we'll come back to it, okay? So yeah, I want to try and get to the bit where the guy that they're talking to says he's a cop and what chain of evidence looks like. So give me 1 sec to find it.
I realized the gravity of that.
Is there have been problems. Massachusetts is, it's a bunch of, there's like a few big metropolitan areas, starting on the East Coast, Boston, you move to Worcester, then to Springfield. But other than that, it's basically small towns. I grew up in a small town.
What I
just to fill in the gap there without us having to listen to it, he's saying that Massachusetts got a history of bad cops. We know this because of the scandal with the CDL licensing scam. We also know the overtime scam. We know it. Okay, this is. I'm pretty sure that at least two Massachusetts cops, in recent history, have been actually convicted of murder. So one was in 2023, I think. Another one was sort of a little bit earlier than that.
still push back on though is I don't know, and this is where I got attacked in the Sandra Birchmore episode. I don't think that the thin blue line covers murder. I think the thin blue line may cover a speeding ticket or.
Here's my theory for if she didn't hit him, right? If there was a scenario where she did hit him, okay, and something else happened, and I'm not necessarily saying it's the Albert. We have coyotes out here. We have we have all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? Animals, and the woman who was it?
Scotty Bello?
I can't remember her name, but she. No, not Scotty Bello. She was the person for the state, but the coroner that was for Rhode Island. I can't remember her name. The defense called her.
Yeah, La Posada.
She was La Posada. Yeah, La Posada claimed that they were not post-mortem. I grew up and I watched the.
All right, he's going to launch into a big monologue about why nobody could tell if it's post-mortem. There is actually a science behind post-mortem. He's going to tell you that back in the 90s, they couldn't tell post-mortem injuries. But we are now in 2025. They can now tell post-mortem injuries. So, but he's going to talk about the West Memphis 3, which is back in the 90s, I believe. And there was a lot of science that we didn't have back then. So that's a false equivalency in the world of logical fallacy. That is called a false equivalency. We do have that science now. We can prove that now. So, but yeah, moving on. Let's try and find the bit that I thought was important.
You do that, what's his name? Metallica and all that big. However, talking less than 1% of the time. And why would this be one of those situations? Because it was a fellow officer that went down. Even last night on 2020, Proctor admitted that did touch him. He's the same age as the guy in the same profession. He sees an officer down. And sometimes there are some officers who will want to sweeten the pot, not on an innocent person, on a person they think is guilty. So I think it's within the realm of possibility that he did get access to that tail light, and he may have left some extra pieces on the ground or found some to make the case better. I don't know. You know what I mean?
John, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Okay, he's going to argue black and blue that couldn't have happened. But again, this is speculating. The whole point of going through this is, A, to show you guys they are willing to be reasonable when they're on a phone call with someone, but not willing to be reasonable when it goes on to actual evidence, the actual stuff where we can prove it by maths or physics or equations or indisputable evidence, basically. Yes, Rubenet, it is possible. Let me get to through this first bit, and we'll get you up to talk about what things impacted you. So let's continue with this bit here.
My opinion.
Go Cowboys.
and it's and it's like, I'm not arguing with you. I would,
But I'm going to
I would
argue.
argue the point, though, that as a cop in my shoes, or as a supervisor of detectives,
In
as
my
I
bias,
we would make sure that every T was crossed and every I was dotted in a case like that. Because first of all, homicide detectives are a different breed, and they see the worst of the worst, but they also have to deal with families. Like, that's probably the worst part of the job. Like, it's gut wrenching sometimes to have to deal with these families. And I think that they get the vigor to fight for the family, but I don't think
he's really just describing more bias. When you meet the family, your bias swings more towards the family than away from the family. And I have to admit, I feel really bad for the O'Keefes. Probably not for the same reasons that the cops involved in the investigation did, and probably not for the same reasons that Drew is going to state. I feel really bad for the family because I feel like the investigators let them down, led them up the garden path. How do you feel about that, Michelle, with the family?
Yeah, same. Yeah, they got hoodwinked by the McAlberts. Jen dove straight in there with her bullshit, and they got ripped off because the investigation was such crap. And now, because so much evidence has been lost and destroyed and not even done,
Yep.
they're ripped off severely. And I feel they have to keep going with their thing because they can't go back.
They can't go back. They're sold on it.
They just have
They're sold on what they were told.
Yeah.
They're sold on no science whatsoever. They're sold on no chain of custody whatsoever. But I don't actually blame them, because there's a lot of people out there who don't understand the rules of evidence. Only reason I understood it is because I had to study a whole law section in my degree. Because believe it or not, there is a whole string of law that is associated with commercial law that you have to study if you're doing, software engineering or anything like that. You need to be able to know how to read the law. There's a whole unit anyway. That's the only reason I had to study it, and I had to understand what's hearsay and what's actual evidence. The rules of evidence are pretty much the same across the board. We don't have different rules of evidence in Australia to England or America. It's all pretty much the same. When it comes to digital evidence, which is my field where I had to study it at uni, you have to have a proper chain of custody, because digital evidence is too easy to fabricate. So this is what my channel is completely dedicated to: how easy it is to fabricate digital evidence.
Yeah, and to manipulate the stuff that you do have.
Right. I've shown you guys that you can put a website up on your screen, and you can go to this little sidebar, pardon the pun, you can go to this little sidebar where you could actually read the code that's putting that page on your screen at your end, change that code and change what the screen is saying, and then take a screenshot of it and say, look, this is what this website says, when it doesn't actually say that at all. It doesn't change it on the server where the website's stored. It just changes it at your end where you're taking the screenshot. So it's just stuff like that. Like, it's just too easy to manipulate digital evidence. And so the world has come to a standard, whether you're talking commercial law, criminal law, civil law, it doesn't matter. The world has decided and agreed on standards for digital evidence so that you can actually track where these edits are being made and where this stuff comes into play, and you can prove this particular evidence came from this particular source because it's all there in the data.
Yeah, and I don't think that a lot of their stuff had the original. They weren't original files. They weren't original with original metadata and things like that.
Right. We'll get into all of that shortly, because I've got actually more than just metadata missing, but there's more on that. I did invite BNC Trouble to join our stream today so that I can fire some questions off at him that I have about the vehicle data, because this is one of Drew's main arguments is the data proves it. It's like, well, here's what the data proves. If you actually can do math, here's what the data proves. But there's a couple of things in there I wanted to ask BNC Trouble about, and we'll get to it, but it's basically about the throttle where you put your foot in the car, when you, the accelerator where you depress that in the car versus the throttle under the bonnet actually responding and opening up. There's a problem with their data with that correlation. I just wanted to ask someone who has a mechanical mind, and even K9 might be one of those people, might actually be able to fill us in when we get to it, about how that is supposed to work. So we'll get to the data. But I really just wanted to, just recap how these guys are very reasonable in considering possibilities when they're on a phone call with someone, conversing with them, but then they revert back to these completely contradicting what they're saying here. So,
me personally, I don't think that they would fudge the evidence in the honor of a police officer or in the honor of Peggy O'Keefe, who's grieving now her third,
well, you
close
wouldn't.
relationship in the past 5 years to die. That's just my opinion. I mean, like, I can 1000% see where you're coming from, but I just think that in a case like that, we have checks and balances set up within. Listen, that's where I work.
Yeah, dude, the checks and balances is called rules of evidence. Like, duh.
Maybe it's not like that at Mass State Police, but we had
No. Well, I mean, honestly, the Mass State Police is one of the best state polices in our country.
I always thought they had a good reputation, but this kind of changed it. I mean,
it's kind of funny because they're walking out of this case looking like they're the worst run organization. I have two friends. My ex-girlfriend, her cousin just got on the state police. They're an excellent organization. They win awards. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And they left room for a lawyer to come in and ask questions.
You're
and
right.
As far as from Karen Reed and her defense's point of view, when you get a call out of the blue, you know what I mean, that somebody did something in the house and then someone clams up and then the FBI gets involved and you have the lead investigator is lying about connections. Like on 2020 last night, he said, through my sister, I had a distant relationship with yada, yada, yada. The guy, the kid was in the wedding. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
a week, 10 days before John O'Keefe was killed, he was going to have, I can't remember her name, but the Albert wife at the same house. He was going to have her babysit his kids. That's not, you don't trust someone with your kids that, he's trying to downplay as distantly knowing. Like, yeah, was it a close friend of his? No, it was his sister's friend, but he knew her well. You know what I mean? And he tried downplaying that. And I think things like that, I think he caught unfair grief, but I feel like he put a lot of this stuff on himself.
He did.
He did not act.
No question. I mean, there's no question about that. Like he wore it. Like he felt it. Look at him. I mean, does he look?
He wore it. He took responsibility for it. No, he didn't. Let me just go on. We don't need to carry on with proctor stupidity.
Most of the time, you know what I mean? But we're just kind of like there to hold people.
Over X amount, it not only gets sealed, but it gets put in a mailbox type box that.
Okay, now they're talking about how the chain of custody works with evidence, basically.
Can't get into once you put it in there, and the actual evidence custodians come in, the exhibit custodians come in and they collect their exhibit Z, and they take it with them. Like it's all secure, and I think in this case, I think what one of the things that was called into question was the hoodie that was supposedly just left for anybody to set their coffee on or whatever. There are drying tables
You mean the hoodie that spent 3 weeks in the back of Michael Proctor's car and never made it into evidence until 3 weeks later? That hoodie?
All
Yeah.
kinds of, like in a crime scene area of a police department. It's a secure area. You need to badge your way in. You need to do all this other stuff. And they don't put wet evidence into evidence. It just doesn't happen that way. So for it to sit out and dry, I can see it happening, although I'm sure that you have a chain of custody log. I don't know where the ball dropped in that chain of custody thing with them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know too much detail about this specific case because I haven't been able to watch consistently for the past couple months. But you're absolutely right. Like each officer in a
Hang on, Darren. Have we lost sound, or is it just me?
we send
Whoops, what's wrong?
a task on the
You lost the sound.
record
Yeah,
RMS.
now. There wasn't any sound for a minute. I don't know if it was just for me.
No, it looks like it
PE003
was.
from my temporary locker into the main locker, and then as this is all tracked and it's all timestamped on the computers and everything,
Sure.
and all these rooms are recorded. So if someone says, I specifically heard the one caller say, like, I think this officer could have taken this out of the locker and played with it. It's like, okay, well,
He actually didn't put it in the locker. So what this guy is doing is describing. Sorry, I accidentally didn't realize that you were hearing it through my microphone. So you might have missed a little bit of what he said. He said he's a cop. He said when they put stuff into evidence, whoever goes to the evidence locker is recorded on the on my computer that they went to the evidence locker. They also got cameras in there, so you'll see on camera who went to the digital locker to collect that evidence or do whatever for that evidence. There should be that entire chain of custody. So he's sorry, guys, I didn't mean to do that. I thought I had shared the QuickTime audio through the loop back, but obviously it didn't work. It's coming through my microphone, but at least you can hear it. We won't fuck around with it. You can hear it. We're good. As long as I don't mute. But anyway, so he's basically saying this is how chain of custody works where I work. And you'll hear Drew agree with him. Yeah, that's how it works where I work. But that's not what we heard them testify to. Every time chain of custody come up pre-trial, they had no chain of custody. Where was the digital evidence stored? It could be on someone's computer, or it could be, Colin Crawford could have some of it, and this other guy could have some of it, and someone had it stored somewhere else, and we don't actually know where it is. And even the judge herself said, what do you want them to do? Invent chain of custody where there is none?
Well,
That was her cue to exclude evidence. If there's no chain of custody, she's supposed to exclude it. That's her role. She didn't do that.
no,
basically put
the
it
whole
back-
case would have gone out the window if she did that.
Right. The whole case would have been dismissed without the evidence that they claim is the strongest evidence. So she failed Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe as well because she allowed bogus evidence into trial. So I'm going to get to how it's bogus shortly, but we shall move on.
would be captured on video, and there could be an internal investigation from an independent organization if a complaint was made or whatever, right? Like that can be looked into, and that's highly scrutinized. So, and then I would also argue, besides the exhibit part of it, I think the police are the worst critics of themselves. And I've seen way more examples of other officers for promotional opportunities throw good officers under the bus to make themselves look better to get a promotion. So I could tell you that there is no blind brotherhood trust thing. That may have been a thing in the 80s and 70s, but that's not a thing.
How many
in
people
the
have you
21st
undermined
century.
for the sake of your own career?
Yeah, and be very careful. They're going to
Oh, yeah.
just for having that thought. You're probably going to end up being fired. Just
So what they're now saying is there is no thin blue line. There is no blue wall of silence. It doesn't exist in modern America. That's what they're claiming. It does exist, and I'll tell you why it existed in this case. Because the people in this case know people in power who can literally murder you and get away with it. We're not talking about, you know, a promotion. Like, I could throw this dude under the bus by saying he murdered someone because I know X, Y, Z. We're talking about murderers, all right? You're not going to do it because they're murderers. They're going to get away with it. They're proving that they can get away with murder because of their connections. So I don't necessarily agree with the consensus here, but it's their opinion. So
think that thought.
That's right. Yeah. Good thing I'm an anonymous caller. So,
but he also started this conversation with, we know that Massachusetts has had multiple scandals in the most recent past, and 50 officers have actually been fired because they didn't turn each other in, because they all jumped on board with the overtime and CDL scandal. They all had something to gain out of it. So we know that just recently happened. Sorry, I thought Michelle was saying something again.
With the whole
No, I'm just moving, making noise.
We have drying racks for DNA. You know what I mean? It protects the DNA from any sorts of contamination. We have different seizure bags that we keep in our duty bags for what our training is. If it's potential DNA and it's wet, it goes in a bag where it can't get moldy because it may sit there for a little bit before the analyst can get to it to run some tests.
So Tan,
if it's
let me ask you
not wet or
Tan,
yeah.
if you're on the stand and a defense attorney says, wait a minute, you have a DNA locker. When was the last time you signed a log for that? What would your answer be? Like, I never signed a
DNA log?
Yeah, you'd be like, I never signed a log. And they're like, you never signed a log? And you don't get the opportunity to say, no, it's all done electronically. We don't keep logs like that. That's Buchanan famously said,
it's done electronically so that you are keeping logs. Isn't that the point of doing it electronically? You friggin'... Okay, I'm not going to resort to... I was going to call him a moron, but that is actually ad hominem. Just because I disagree with him doesn't mean I should be calling him names. So let's hold off with the ad hominem.
You want me to call him names so you're not doing it?
Okay, you do that. But this is the problem that I have when it comes to having a debate, is that people do resort to ad hominem, and it is really easy to fall into that pattern. I just completely displayed right there. It's easy to fall into that pattern, but he is contradicting himself. He says it's done electronically, and that's because we can't rely on humans to remember to do the fucking logging in shit, right? That's why it's done electronically. Whoever unlocks that code, it gets recorded. You have to type in your employee number or your badge number or whatever to unlock the evidence locker. That gets recorded, right? So the minute you put in your little PIN code to open the locker, bam, it's on the computer. Where are those logs? That's what the defense was asking. Where are those logs? Show us that computer recording where all those records are obviously kept. Where is it? Why haven't we got it? But you can focus down onto one single thing. Well, he doesn't have it. All right. Okay, that's one thing. But what about he doesn't have any chain of custody for that particular piece of evidence, but he doesn't have chain of custody for any fucking evidence? Like, from the top to the bottom, every single exhibit has zero chain of custody. So you can focus on one thing and say, that one there, we'll excuse that. But when you're talking about literally everything they entered into evidence has no chain of custody, now you're talking about a pattern.
Yeah. And a cover-up pattern.
Correct.
We don't have a log for the logs. We just like
No,
You
you
don't have a
print it
master
out from the
log.
computer.
I see.
like he
Yeah,
knew
I see,
he
yeah.
knew what he meant, but and so did Alan Jackson. But Alan Jackson, when he starts peppering you, Tanner, with like, so you didn't sign a log, there's no receipt that you signed, and he just keeps going.
He wasn't going on about personal signatures on things. He was going on about the very computer system that you're talking about. Why was that not handed over in discovery? It is your responsibility as the investigating officer to hand this over in discovery. You give it to the Commonwealth or the state gives it to defense in discovery. That's your responsibility.
Yeah, they should have even had all their swipes into the rooms. And
Right, their swipes into the evidence locker. They
their
should have
log-ons when they logged onto computers to do stuff.
Right. The handwritten shit on those bags should have actually been computer printed tags, not handwritten. I mean, the first clue that Michael Proctor was trying to do shady shit was that he wasn't printing out those evidence tags from the computer. He was handwriting on the bags and being as elusive as he could be to say what that evidence was, where it was found, who handled it, when they handled it, when it was put into the evidence locker, when it was taken out of the evidence locker. That's supposed to all be there. We saw that with the crime lab. Once the crime lab got it, we saw exactly how it's supposed to be done. The crime lab did exactly that. They printed off the computer database, who had access to it, who touched it, who didn't touch it, who was doing what with what pieces of evidence. We saw that with the crime lab. So
they even had their what do you call it, communications or whatever with Lowley in regards to some evidence that he reckoned that he didn't get it, or they didn't do it or something, and they were chasing him, telling him, do you want us to do this, or do you want it back, or something. I can't remember which one it was.
You're talking about the CSI mob, the crime scene lab. Yeah. They had to chase Lally up the whole freaking time.
And then it had on there, no response from him.
Right. Exactly. So the crime lab couldn't testify to what handling happened to the evidence before they got it. They could only tell you what happened when they got it, because they followed procedure, and they did actually have their computer printouts to stick on their evidence thingies, and hand over to the defense. And so I find this really disturbing coming from a cop saying, well, if I didn't sign something, then I'm not handing over discovery. It's like, no, that's your responsibility. If you go and testify, it is your responsibility. It's worse than a Reno 911 comedy show. Exactly, K9. Exactly. And these guys are excusing it because this is what they would do. We're seeing the type of cop Drew was in minimizing all this stuff the way he is.
Like, no, because you're testifying truthfully. You didn't sign anything.
Yeah.
There's an electronic receipt, though. There's probably a barcode on the piece of evidence that's with a gun, some kind of clicker. That's what we use, the system that we use. Like, there's so many checks and balances. But
where are they then?
Yeah.
Where are they then? If there's all these checks and balances, where are they? Why are they not given to the defense? Why does the defense not have them? You do understand. Sorry.
No, go on.
You do understand that the only reason the defense is asking for them is because you weren't fucking giving them over to them. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say, like how things should, what he just said, like barcodes. Everything's barcoded these days, and they scan it. But going back to their archaic bloody court thing where they're speaking into the bloody cup.
Right.
You can see what, like, I think they do it on purpose to be behind, like not wearing body cams and shit like that. They're doing it on purpose, so they
Yeah.
don't have that.
Oh my God, Valerie, this is exactly how I got to this point where I'm doing a review of their opinions, because he actually hit my ex post up with a whole bunch of shit. He come at me like I was one of the FKRs, and I was like, well, you got that wrong for starters, because I got excommunicated. I'm not one of the FKRs, and I actually do work on what I can verify. I don't work on speculation. But he part of his argument, I'll show you how that went down in a minute. But this is the reason we're here, because I said the same thing. Who puts evidence in solo cups and uses a leaf blower that blows away evidence? And he was like, "Oh, the leaf blower was a brilliant idea." I was like, "Yeah, nah, dude, sorry." But anyway, we'll come back to that. Okay, hi Kim, thanks for joining us. We'll just get to the end of this bit and then we can move on to the rest of it. So
It's very possible that they made mistakes too. Like it happens. Like it really does happen. I don't care what the gravity of the case is. These are human beings that are making, investigative decisions, and they're going to make mistakes.
see, the prosecution and the defense, in all cases I've ever watched, they try to get ahead of that. Like, instead of trying to cover it up and pretend like everyone's perfect, they will actually put it out there. This is a bad fact, and this is how we're going to address that bad fact. They're human. They did this wrong. They did that wrong. You got to get ahead of those bad facts. That's not just a defense mechanism. That's also a prosecution mechanism. Get ahead of the bad facts. That's why they put in trial 1.0 Proctor on the stand. They were like, okay, this is a bad fact. We have to get ahead of it. So Lally put him on the stand, and he said, it was terribly childish of me. I'm sorry. So that was the prosecution getting ahead of that bad fact. So each side has their own bad facts. They just got to get ahead of it and address it. They can't just cover it up and pretend it didn't happen. That's right, Canine. That's exactly what both these cops just agreed. There's cameras in the evidence room. They both just agreed on that. So if they're missing the computer printout, then just show the freaking camera evidence. Here's where we took it in. Here's where we took it out.
Right, Tanner,
Yeah,
we've got like
right.
we've got like 5 callers.
All right, so that's basically these two being more than reasonable with a caller who isn't necessarily in either camp. The caller was a cop, so obviously he's in the camp of good cops. We got to support good cops. We're in that camp. He's not in the camp that Karen Reed's guilty. He just thinks there's not enough evidence to convict her. So, and I absolutely agree with that. There was not enough backed evidence to convict her. There was a lot of evidence, but none of it was backed with actual chain of custody and the normal rules of evidence. So let's move to that one next. Now that we've done all of that, we can actually compare and contrast how, when they're not talking with someone who's not necessarily from either camp, when they're just saying this is our opinion and this is how we made our opinions, and they start contradicting a lot of what they just said here. So, but before we get to that, let's go to the thing that they're going to rely on, which is going to be the data. Let me work out how to get the data up on the screen for you. I guess I have to do that. And I forget how to close that. Hang on. Like that. Let's make sure it's going to be seen by everybody at a good size. Let's try that. Share screen. So this is one of the things that they fall back on. They say throughout their commentary, they say constantly, this is the data that convicts her. In their opinion, this is what convicts her. Can all see that? So down the bottom here, this is Trooper Paul's reverse incident trigger event that they relied on to say that Karen Reid did hit John O'Keefe. And then up above it, this is just my text version of it. So I can search things, I can add things up, I can compare stuff, I can ask the AI to take inputs, because down it's really blurry, like trying to figure out what some of these things were that Trooper Paul put on the screen for the jury. You couldn't actually see a lot of the values. I had to, it's a lot of work to transcribe this blurry shit here that he presented in court into actual text so I can analyze it. So that's what you're looking at here. Trooper Paul's version, my version of his, so that I could actually look at some stuff. So what I want to ask Be in Trouble about is, this is my understanding of modern vehicles. So this row here, the throttle opening, this happens as a response of you depressing the accelerator. This row here, which is the pink row here, is you pressing the accelerator. So if you do not depress the accelerator until here, how is the throttle opening itself? That's question one for Be in Trouble. Or Nick, if K9, if he's available, can quite happily jump up. Are you available, K9? We can get you up to answer this question, but my understanding of it is it's a 1-to-1 ratio, or it could be a little bit less. It could be like 0.8 accelerator results in 1 whole % of throttle movement. So inside the engine, there's a little like flap that lets fuel through. When you press your accelerator, it opens that flap a little to let the fuel through. So the more you press your accelerator, the more you're opening the throttle. That's my understanding of how it works. And I got an older car. I still have a Toyota Techstream in my car. I just got a previous version to what Karen had in her car. So mine's nowhere near as informational and technical. I don't have anywhere near the amount of sensors on my car. I don't have airbags. I don't have a whole bunch of things that modern Toyota Lexus actually does have. So so just bear that in mind, that's my understanding of how that works. In my car, when I drive it, I get no trigger events, because the way I drive it, my accelerator opening and my throttle opening over a histogram, over a historic period of use. Dog stuff. Okay, fair enough. K9 can't help us, but we have reached out to Be in Trouble, just see if he's available today to answer some of these questions. But anyway, in my experience with my car, when I drive it, there's no trigger events that cause this column here, which is this pink column that we're looking at, the trigger event. See how it says T right there? That's the trigger. But when my son gets in the car and he drives it differently and he uses the throttle differently, that causes the trigger event because he's driving it differently. So after he's driven the car and I get back into it, it's really weird. It's like sluggish. I'm like, have to double my accelerator depress to get up the hill, shit like that. But if I unplug the battery and reset the system, it's back to learning in its little histogram. It's back to learning my pattern again, and it feels like normal, if that makes sense. But I have noticed this with my car. It's an older system, but that's just one example of how you can actually feel it in action when you're driving a vehicle. Are you trying to say something, Michelle?
No.
Okay. Again, bubbling, and when you
I don't know. I even turned the fan off, so I don't know why
that's all right.
It's picking up.
Just making sure I'm not talking over you or interrupting.
No, you're going to hear me if I talk. I'll be yelling at you. No. I'll put my hand up.
So what we actually see here, and I'm just going to focus on the trigger event, when the accelerator is open at 36.5%, the throttle is only open at 3%, and that's nowhere near a 1-to-1 ratio. We need to see this 1 to at least, like, even if it's a 0.8 to 1 ratio, it's still going to be in the 30% range down here, and it's not. It's 3. So that's what I was actually confused about. And then I sort of looked at these rows here. So the brake pressure, the oil pressure. Oh, sorry, that's brake oil pressure. Sorry, hang on. The engine's rev per minute versus accelerator and throttle. So they should correspond with each other. So if you start the car, you've got the automatic choke kicks in, you might get up to 1300 revolutions per minute. That's the engine rotating. You might sit at idle somewhere between 6 and 800, right? So that's idle. But here we have 36.5% accelerator depression, only 3% throttle, but we have no change in the revs per minute. And then you look here where we go to 63%, like the throttle is almost three quarters depressed now. We don't have that corresponding throttle opening, but we do have around an idle speed or just above idle speed RPM happening. We get up here to around the 74% throttle opening. This is the incident, not the triggered event. Don't ask me what he's saying the triggered event is. In my guess, this is where the computer decided, all right, something weird's happening here. This isn't the usual driver. But you see over here, 5 seconds later, 4 seconds later, you see this is what he's saying is the triggered event, which is not true. But anyway, 3/4 throttle accelerated depression inside the cabin, but you still only got 26% throttle opening. That doesn't seem right to me. If she's got the accelerator 3/4 depressed, we should see really high engine revs, probably around 5 or 7, I guess. I don't know because I don't own a Lexus, but I know in my car, if I've got 3/4 depression on this, I'm talking way above 3,500 RPM. But I also have a big V6, so but that a throttle opening doesn't match. So because I couldn't reconcile what was going on there, I decided to study on the longitudinal and latitudinal g-forces, because that tells you whether an impact happens. So what you would want to see is at the point where you say the impact happens, you want to see those g-forces suddenly reduce because she's hit a 220-pound body. But because it's a side clip motion, you also need to see a massive negative lateral g-force momentum as well. We don't see that here. We see a very slight change, which absolutely could be in conjunction with tapping the brakes. It could be in conjunction with taking your foot off the throttle a little. It could be a whole bunch of things. But if you look here, if that throttle opening is 32 and then the throttle opening drops to 26, then that's going to account for that tiny amount of longitudinal g-force change, reducing the speed. That's not a sudden impact. A sudden impact is going to be 5 or 6 G difference with a 200-pound body side swipe, if that makes sense. But it's going to be more evident in the lateral, that is the side motion of the car, because they're claiming it was clipped. And we don't see that in that figure either. So these are things that I feel where the data actually fails to prove the points that anybody's trying to make. And the reason that Welcher didn't look at those two values, the g-forces, is because it disproves the theory that they were trying to put across. That's my understanding of it. But like I said, I'd love to have someone who's a motorhead jump up and explain to us. Color says her husband's a mechanic. He said the whole thing didn't add up. He said the yaw was wild too and didn't match. Right. Is he saying wild as in didn't match wild? Or is he saying wildly all over the place? So yaw and pitch is the longitudinal and lateral G forces that I was just talking about. So so that's what I feel is incorrect. But here's the kicker. Trooper Paul told us with his own mouth that this is tech stream data we're looking at. There's no chain of custody. There's no file that says this was taken from, and I'll put it up on the screen just to prove this to you. There is no chain of custody. He's just expecting us to say, oh, Trooper Paul says it's so it must be so. Let me share this screen just to prove it to you. Replace that with, I think it's that. Yep. This is what he entered into evidence. So what's missing from this page? Where's the CDR, the Bosch, the tool recording? Where's all of that on this page? It's not here. There's nothing telling us that this was taken from the text stream. This is actually Trooper Paul's own spreadsheet, because the text stream don't highlight this red line up the top and add, explainers and shit. The text stream just gives you what it recorded. And you can see that throughout. Okay, here's another exhibit he showed where he focuses in on those particular columns where he thinks that impact happened, which the G-forces don't support. There's absolutely no tool identification here as to OBD. It's supposed to say OBD2 port report or text stream, Toyota text stream. It's supposed to have something on it, but it's got none of that. So we know these are just his spreadsheets. This one here is, I think, just a different layout. This is the same data, just laid out differently so that he could calculate the speed. Now, when you look at this one and you calculate miles per hour over time, the entire distance traveled in reverse does not add up to 63 feet. It ends up being this value here, 97 feet in reverse, not 64 or 63. I can't remember the exact number that Lally said in the first
changes.
Yeah. So you're only looking at, what the reverse values. Let's go back up here. Well, probably need to go back to mine, but the reverse values being shift position, this orange row here. So these where it says 2, that's reverse. So if you take all of those distance over time or speed over time, you should get distance traveled. So that's just a basic equation. This is not fucking rocket science. That's how you come up with how much distance was traveled in reverse. But when you go to Trooper Paul's reverse, I think this is his reverse chart, you end up with 97 feet was traveled. So she had to pull forward, and this is the entire property frontage. When I looked up the lot for 34 Fairview Road in the Canton databases, the entire road frontage of 34 Fairview Road is around the 90 to 100 feet range. So how did she travel the entire front of the property, and John still ended up over here at the start of the property line?
Yeah, he would have got thrown back the other way. Or
Right.
even if they reckon she clipped him, he still would have been pushed back to the side, not front to the side. Like it's like he went over the top of the bloody car.
Right. And that's what the physics shows with the ARCA guys. They showed us their formulas. They showed us the values they plugged into their formulas and how they came to their conclusions. They didn't just say it. They showed us the experiments that they did on the screen. They played through the video. They attached the sensors. Oh, while we're on the topic of sensors, does anybody out there watch Mythbusters and are familiar with their dummy buster? Do you watch that?
Yeah.
Right. So every time they use Buster in a new experiment to debunk or support whatever the myth busting is they're doing for that show, they put new sensors on him. So he gets busted up chronic. They put new limbs on him, new things all over the place. But every time they're doing a test with Buster, they put new force sensors on his head so you can see what sort of head damage, what sort of forces are being applied to the head. And then you see the sensors on the sides of his body. And it depends on what the experiment is that they're doing as to where they put the sensors. If they're going to measure head trauma, they'll put sensors on his head. If they're going to drop him from a height, he might have sensors on his head, but also the sides of his bodies. If they're looking at, long bone tendency to fracture, they'll put sensors on his legs or his arms. So you can see when the actual engineers did their tests to plug those figures into existing equations like F equals ma squared, for example, to work out the forces. You saw how they did that. You saw not just the video footage, the sensors, the slow motion, frame by frame, the values that they used to plug into the equations. You saw their methodology. You saw the equations that they used, like how they came to those conclusions, and you saw the video footage. But we didn't see that with Welcher. All we saw him do is paint some paint on his arm and show you that the arm could line up with the tail light. And that's fair enough. Okay, the arm could line up with the tail light, but if the car is moving backwards, you would see horizontal striations. Or if you want to claim John skidded across the bitumen, asphalt for Americans. John was hit and skidded across the asphalt and bounced up onto the curb. Then you're still going to see horizontal striations. You're not going to see vertical. So it still doesn't fit with that theory, whether you're talking blue man theory, which is something that K9 brought up earlier. I said I'd get to the blue man theory and why it doesn't fit, because those striations on his arm, those scratches, would have been horizontal. The car's moving backwards, it hits his arm, everything's still moving in that same direction when it hits the body. It doesn't suddenly change to vertical direction because it hit his body. So, and it didn't match the other stuff the car was doing, correct? So, yes, they did a lot of it in Brizzy because one of the engineering teams behind it was actually from Brisbane. That's, yeah. But anyway, so yeah, basically, you saw the methodology, you saw the math, you saw how it worked, you saw the frame by frame, you saw the theory, you saw the methodology behind their conclusions. When it came to Welcher, we didn't see that. He just said stuff, the Lexus, it's a possibility the Lexus could have flown off into space. How did you even come to that conclusion? That's not even in the realm of possibility, but show us your mathematical or your physics that could prove that's a possibility. How about that? He's talking the difference between probability and possibility. So there is a difference when it comes to maths. So, but anyway, these are the things that I noticed. When you're going to talk about chain of custody, we need to see where Trooper Paul got this data from. He said it came from TechStream, but TechStream doesn't fudge the data this way. What we need to see is a throttle opening that matches the accelerator depression, things like that. And we don't see that here. And because we don't see that here, we do need that evidence to say that this is exactly where the data came from, and this is why we can tell it came from there, because some of these actual columns do match up. They do look like they actually came from that system. They don't look like they're trying to fudge the accelerator opening, because that's the thing that Lally wanted to focus on. Let me just switch my screen over so that you're seeing.
Wouldn't there also be like an identifier to the actual like the actual tech data, like the machine it come from? Like, wouldn't there be an identifying number for Karen's car for this
Yeah. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
about there, what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
So this value here, this 74, that's what Lally wanted you to focus on. They never thought for 1 second someone's going to go, yeah, but that value for the throttle opening doesn't match. There's no match. Even if you were going to say it's a 0.08 to 1 ratio correlation when the accelerator's depressed, your depression is a little less than the throttle opening. Like this, sometimes that slight amount of variation depending on the vehicle, but you can't see that here. What you see here is a completely free ranging throttle opening for no particular reason that doesn't come anywhere close to the accelerator depression. This doesn't make any sense to me. But let me show you what Michelle was just talking about. Thank you. I don't know why that happened, but thank you.
You're welcome.
This is what Michelle's talking about, okay? So let's go to the top of this document. All right, this is entered into evidence. We know they use the Bosch tool, and this is the crash data retrieval report using the Bosch tool. So the two different places they pull data from is under the dashboard. You have your OBD2 port, and I don't actually know where the Bosch. I actually think the Bosch connects to the same port, but it's reading a different stream. I think that's how it works, just from off the top of my head. I covered all of this in quite some detail. I don't remember the specifics unless I pull that video up, because I was learning as I went while I was discovering this stuff. But here's what you would see. You would see, the Bosch tool.
Yeah,
This is showing that it's a report using the Bosch tool. We don't see that in Trooper Paul's data. We have the VIN number for that engine. That's how we identify cars in the car world. We have who was using the CDR tool at the time. It says it was Trooper Paul who did the CDR report. We have their case file number, what it's attached to. We have the date. It says the 2nd of the 1st. It says the crash date. The EDR date, imaging date, says the 1st of February. These are backwards. We're in Australia. It says the 29th of January, the crash date. How do they even know that when there was absolutely no data to tell us that? We'll come to that in a second. When the file name that that was recorded is called a .cdrx. That's the CDR recorder actual report. That's what they should have handed over to defense, that CDRX file. They didn't. They gave them this PDF instead. Saved on the 1st of February 2022. But guess what? That's not when they printed it out.
Oh, yeah. May
10th, 2023. Interesting, right? So if the printout matches this CDRX, it should have this CDRX date on it. Crash data retrieval using 21.3, version 21.3 of the Bosch tool software. The image software license to Massachusetts State Police. Now we have reported with CDR version, image with CDR version 21.3, reported with CDR version 23.1. What's that about?
Yeah, typo.
It doesn't match. No, well, I think they use different versions because they did it at different times. So you're looking at 21, 22, 23. So you're talking 2 versions later by the time they did the CDR version, which would probably match this date. If you wanted to look up Bosch records, you probably find that they updated it around May, and it might match that tool version number. So there's some weird shit going on there. This wasn't taken the day that they got the vehicle. It should have been taken the day that they got the vehicle. This should have all been downloaded straight away if they were going to use it in evidence. But we just see that's not the case here. So the Lexus rego number, the seatbelt, no sign of operator usage or non-usage. So they're saying Karen never used her seatbelt ever.
Well, it's saying that it's not noted.
Well, I'm going to show you why it's not in there. No airbags deployed. So this particular CDR report comes from the airbag system. This tech stream, no, sorry, there's two different streams. The CDR report comes from the sensor system, and the tech stream comes from the airbag system behind the steering wheel. That's where that ECU is that Trooper Paul said he pulled his data from. So looking at, it does tell us a lot of information that I have used to like give you summarizations here about the ECU and what's being recorded from where, how that's actually being reported from the CAN bus system, etc., etc. But anyway, how to read the chart and so on. But this is the important part. See here, that's how we know that this is coming from the actual software. None of that is on Trooper Paul spreadsheets. This stuff here in the footnote, none of that is on Trooper Paul spreadsheets. The header identifiers, none of that's on Trooper Paul spreadsheets. So this is the point of having a chain of custody, so that we know where you pulled that data from, and you prove it by showing us a printout of the original data that your spreadsheets come from. That's what you do, not just when you're showing it to the jury, but you're supposed to be, this is part of your discovery process. If you're going to use some of that data to show a demonstration or a demonstrative or a chalk to the jury, you need to have the chain of custody for the original data, essentially. You know, this is missing throughout the entire digital evidence that was used throughout the entire trial. So here we see the ECU like code number, like its registration number, the EDR report generation, complete file recorded. Yes, we recorded the complete file, but the freeze signal was off and the signal factor was none. There's a reason those were off and none. This affects on what's generated in the report, essentially. So we have covered this in extensive detail in another video. So I'm just going to skip over it. If you want to know that, go look up my Lexus data videos. You'll see, I do a complete description on what each of those things means. The event recorded, nothing. The crash data recorded, no event, no trigger, no reverse crash event, no ABS system activated, nothing. So here's the proof that it recorded nothing. So these first rows of PID, those are just the these values here. Okay, that's what that's telling us. These values here, the rego number, the ignition cycle, the key cycle number, how many times it's been downloaded, etc. So that's what these values here are telling us. These values here, see these, all these 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, zeros, that's not normal. That's not normal for Lexus data. That tells you that someone completely deleted or zeroed out all data. It's all zeros. So that's not telling us that the CDR didn't record anything. That's telling us that the CDR was tampered with. From key cycle 1135. That's what this tells us. At key cycle 1135, no data existed at all. So that's the things that I argue when people say to me, oh, you're just making stuff up because that's what the defense said. No, that's what the evidence actually tells us. The evidence actually tells us that shit's not right here. So, yeah, there's no proof that what Trooper Paul showed as tech stream data is actually tech stream data, that it hasn't been tampered with, that the throttle values were not changed in his spreadsheet. That's what that tells us. Michelle, you've entered in a second time. Oops. Yep. And then she crashed herself. She'll be back. Wait for it. So yeah, he had a hard time reading their chart. Right. It's taken me weeks of study. Weeks of study. She's back.
Yeah, I hate Apple. Sorry. I swiped and all my windows flew off and I couldn't work out where to find it again.
Shit's flying over everywhere.
Oh, bloody Apple.
It's possible that shit can fly everywhere off your screen.
Yes.
So Color says yes, he found them. The chart was hard to read too. And the chart doesn't add up to the values that they're trying to say that it adds up to. Reverse motion, the reverse gears distance over time calculation does not come to 60 anything feet. Like, I noticed even Brennan still stayed in that range. It still didn't even add up to Brennan's quoted value. Whatever he said she had to reverse. So essentially, for John's body to have been hit and flown 10 to 20 feet, she would have had to have pulled into the neighbor's area, out the front of the neighbor's place, right up to their other borderline, and then reverse that distance that they're saying to have hit John on 34 Fairview's fence border and thrown him to the flagpole. So it doesn't fit with their scenario, essentially. But if anybody had shown, that distance of travel, which I'm pretty sure that the ARCA guys demonstrated that distance of travel, how far he had to pull that vehicle up to get it 224 miles per hour to do that side glance, it was a lot more than 60 feet, right? If deleted the original file and reset it at BAE level, who for the Commonwealth has the ability? Well, the point being, it had to have been the Commonwealth, because by key cycle 1135, it was in their possession. Even Trooper Paul said it was in their possession. When you hear AJ questioning them about the key cycles, go back one key cycle from Trooper Paul doing the testing. That was when it was pulled in the Sally port. Go back one cycle from when it was pulled into the Sally port. That was when it was put onto the tow truck. Go back one cycle from when it was put onto the tow truck. Sorry, that was when it was taken off the tow truck. Go back one cycle from there, it was put onto the tow truck. Those key cycles are no longer in Karen Reid's custody. They are now in the custody, the vehicle is now in the custody of the police. None of those key cycles are applicable to her driving it. That was the point that AJ was trying to make. But of course, we've got people out there like Drew who can't do the math. They can't count backwards. They can't even just say, yeah, we see on CCTV that Karen Reid last parked the vehicle in the Reid's driveway. We now see on CCTV the tow truck reversing it out of the snow and putting it onto the back of the tow truck. That's a key cycle, right? It doesn't matter if you use a turn type key, which is what Trooper Paul tried to argue. Even though we look at Lexus 2022, it's a press key, not actually stick a key in the ignition and turn it, and it goes to accessories and blah, blah, blah. It's not that style of ignition. That's what I have in my car, but that was phased out, like, I think it was 2000s. Early 2000s, they went to key press and key fobs. So even if you take Trooper Paul's word for it and having it switch to accessories and back off again could actually log a key cycle. Even if you want to argue that, let's pretend none of that happened. Let's pretend there's no key cycles. We're still back at that key cycle was not when it was in Karen's possession. If you want to add key cycles for an accessories switch back and forth like Trooper Paul tried to do, you're only adding it, pushing it further away from when it was in Karen Reid's custody. So it doesn't matter which way you go about it. You would have to pretend some of that CCTV footage actually doesn't exist, showing the vehicle being loaded on and off the truck, to put it anywhere near that key cycle was when Karen had possession of the car. Doesn't fucking work, okay? It's simple maths. You're either adding key cycles or you're removing key cycles, plus or minus. Basic fucking maths. None of it fits into the basic maths arena. So I understood where AJ was coming from with that, because I can do math. Anybody out there couldn't add or minus? Simple math there. 2 hours late. That's all right. Lieutenant Pez Dispenser, thank you for showing up anyway. Turtle Boy tried to recreate the backup event. Yes, he did, Valerie, but I wanted to stick with what we could actually prove, showing math and science. That was again, a speculative, correlative, not really, but like we could see with our own eyes. But one of the demonstrations that we did, where we matched what each of us could see with our own eyes, we didn't all come to the same conclusions. So that's not something we can back up with maths or science or physics. So, but I agree with you. We saw it with our own eyes. The backup event was actually impossible without the fucking snow. So, but what I was trying to do today was just stick to what we know is mathematically verifiable. Because the claim is, oh, you guys are off on a propaganda fucking circus with the PR. No, this is what math and science actually does prove. And if you can't do math and science, you would need to at least be open to listening to people who can do math and science to explain to you how that math and science adds up to not what the prosecution was claiming. So there's also, F equals ma squared. Do you guys know what that is, right? That's force equals mass times, I think it's acceleration squared. We didn't see Welcher use that. I'm sure that in somewhere in his theory or methodology, he may have applied it, but we didn't see him do that. We saw the ARCA guys do it. That's how we know the ARCA guys are right, because we saw them do it. We saw them with the sensors on the dummy, recording the measurements from the dummy, putting them into the F equals ma squared equation and giving us the results. That's not what Welcher did, and he would have served himself better if he'd have shown us that type of information. He might have been on par with that with his testimony with ARCA had he shown it. And I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying he didn't show it. So that's why ARCA was more convincing, because they showed it. Those dudes from ARCA got it up pretty fast. That was crazy. They did. They got the speed up. I didn't think they were gonna. Honest, I didn't think they were gonna. But they had the advantage of an open car park. Turtle Boy was trying to recreate that experiment on a curb at 34 Fairview. That's one thing that makes it, visually, if we're just going to be comparing this and speculating, visually in the snow, she would have had to have clipped that curb and caused a lot more of an accident, like to her vehicle doing weird shit, fishtailing at least, or something, because it was snowing, right? The snow had just started sticking. Most of the testimony was the snow had just started sticking. So it wasn't actually in the middle of a blizzard yet. And all the CCTV showed us that. When you look at them leaving the bar, out the back of the bar, you could still see the asphalt from the car park at the bar. So it had only just started snowing at 12:10. When you see Karen's vehicle traveling past the library, the snow had only just started settling on the trees and the footpath in that footage. So trying to say, oh, it was a full-on blizzard by 12:30. No, that's not what the CCTV shows us. So,
Well, it's not even that when they're back at One Meadows, when she hits the car, leaves, and comes back with Jen and that. It's not even full-on snowing.
Canine AI could replicate it, but we have these other softwares that you're supposed to pay millions of dollars for that do it for you, and that's where the AI is built into those softwares. General free AI and general application AIs, they're going to tell you, go use this and get the AI in that software to switch on and give you that. But what you're talking about now is CAD software. So if you can do it in CAD type software, you can do it with an AI in CAD type software. But CAD actually stores all of the relevant calculations that you need to apply force, wind load, all the different things that you need to recreate it. CAD actually has it all built in. So we've had CAD since I was at uni. When I was studying software engineering, we had CAD with all these forces and things in the software, and we were asked to build a tree lopper. So you've got the force of the tree being cut off at the base, and then gravity, and all that's all built into the software. So that's, I think, what you're talking about there. We don't necessarily need AI to do it. We've already got CAD softwares that do it. So in creating it in video format, that's why CAD does 3D. So you can model it, run your 3D experiment, apply the forces, different forces during your experiment. It'll produce a 3D video. So, hey, Di, thanks for joining us. Doesn't matter if you're late. We're good. You can always hit the replay. You're forgetting the Lexus to the moon. No, I didn't forget it. I said that. Quantum physics, right. So the actual quantum physics here is Karen Reed. Well, it's Schrodinger quantum Karen was both simultaneously at 34 Fairview Road whilst also logging onto Wi-Fi at One Meadows. So there you go. Just to tie in your quantum physics and Schrodinger's Karen Reed's quantum leaps. But yeah, anyway. So there, that when people argue that, the data, I'm arguing what fucking data, because there's none there. If you want to argue that Trooper Paul's data is the right data, then show me how that came from the text stream, because that's just a spreadsheet. That doesn't show me any evidence that this came from the text stream. I don't think the defense even got any evidence that this came from the text stream. They argued and argued and argued pre-trial, trying to get the original text stream data, all the original files. They sent someone to the office to download the files off of their systems, and they still couldn't even fucking do that. So if you're going to argue this is real evidence, then where's the proof it was real evidence? Show me that this is real evidence, because it doesn't add up. The only quantum physics, hey Kylie, the only quantum physics is the phasing of Welcher's brain cells. That's so funny. So if you all want to listen to some of the quotes I got based on the antis, if you want to read quotes I got based on the antis theories, just type ! quote, and the bot will give you some of those quotes. It's coming from a comedy angle, like, take it for what it is, okay? It's satire. But yeah. So that's basically it. Now we're going to move just to Michelle, are you tired and ready to go to bed yet?
No, ma'am. I'm not working till tomorrow night.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you guys a choice of what we move on to from here, because it doesn't matter which video we go to. Drew contradicts himself and presents some of these anti-physics sort of conclusions in lots of videos. So I'm going to give you guys the choices. One of the ones I got racked up with a little bit of poll is he does a AI settles Welcher versus Wolfe. Did the Lexus really hit John O'Keefe? I've got that one racked up. We only need to listen to him prattle on for like 10 or 20 minutes so that we can run a poll on who you guys think AI decided was the stronger argument. I like Schrodinger's Karen. Cool. So you can choose that one because you know that I've done all the AI experiments too, but he did one as well. So there's that one. And then also the low-hanging fruit, which is note my objection, puts all her arguments forward about why the defense are liars and cheats and blah, blah, blah. We can do that one as well, but I don't have any games or anything set up with that one. I can just do an ad lib poll or whatever, so we can make that fun if you want to go through that video. So let me know, which one do you want to do? You want to do the AI? Do you want to do a reaction to the AI video, or do you want to do a reaction to note my objection?
Well, I'm going with Welcher.
You're going with Welcher. You're going with the AI settles it. What about the viewers? What do they want to go with? Does the AI settle it or not? Or let's listen to low-hanging fruit, easily debunked, note my objection. If your only support is AI, your position is obscenely invalid. Exactly, Kylie. Exactly. But that's why I picked that as one of the options that we can debunk, because he doesn't even interpret what AI is telling him correctly either. So you can see his bias working overtime in just determining. I actually agreed. Let's do the AI. I actually agreed with the way he asked AI the questions because he wasn't trying to drag his bias into it. I just didn't agree with what he said AI was telling him. Twisted Tea. No, I can't do that. Twisted Tragedy, sorry. I can't do that channel.
Oh,
Not
no.
because I believe it, but to hear the other side. Weird how others think and seeing the same things. Yeah, and you know what? It's even in our own community, Kanon, because I put out the video of the screen grab of Proctor in the Sally Port behind Karen Reed's car with what I thought looked like he was holding a broom or a snow shovel. But then other people looked at the same video and they're on the same page as me with this whole case. This is shady shit. But they didn't see a broom in his hand. They saw a crowbar or something being held above his head. So that's why I don't go with those kind of conclusions. I do put the videos out there just so that you all can see we're all coming to different conclusions, because we're not basing it on evidence. We're basing it on what our brain and our eyes will allow us to see. So I do those experiments so you guys can see in real time. We don't necessarily come to the same conclusions. We don't necessarily see the same things. We don't necessarily look at the court screen that's being shown to us and see the same things in that same screenshot or that same footage. So that's why I do those experiments. You're supposed to understand this is where interpretation comes into things. When we come to maths and evidence, this is no longer about interpretation. It's what you can prove using math, statistics, evidence. That's evidence. Oh God, no. She's too much. Exactly, Di. I don't know how K9 does it. But he has dogs to distract him too. Like he's got the dog sitting there. So if he gets all stressed out because what they're saying is driving him nuts, he can always pat his dog or have his dog on his lap, licking his face, going, "It's okay, dude, calm down." So that might be how he gets through it. I'm just speculating there. But let's move to, I think we want to see the AI. AI settles it. So let's share this tab. Let's make me and Shell a little smaller because this is going to be This is going to be difficult to see what the AI has written on the screen if I don't. Michelle, are you good to chat with the crew for a bit while I take a quick leak? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I had to unmute. Yeah, well, can I chat about? I'm not clever.
I don't know. Just read the comments for a second and hold the conversation up for a second.
Do goodly.
I just need to pee. I need to pee.
Yeah, go away.
I'll be right back. I promise.
Well, you all know I'm the dum-dum of the crew here. I'm just the backup dancer. So if you want to throw something up there, I can try and comment. Hey, colours. Can we watch that, or is that in your history? Are you talking about what's on the screen? I think she's going to play it in a minute. Just, yeah, I can't play it because it's on her site. So that's what we were discussing, where he does his little AI rundown thing. So did everyone have a nice New Year's? I had to work the next day, so I didn't do anything. I just went to bed early, and then the park down the road decided they were having fireworks at midnight. So I got woken up. Oh, Kylie. Well, I just started following. I've been watching true crime stuff for years, for yonks, but not on. I didn't know YouTube existed really, and then I started watching. Somehow I got onto Emily Baker, and I have no idea how I did. And then I saw people commenting, and I wouldn't dream of commenting. I never had any idea of how to do any of that. And then I finally sussed my way around, and then she introduced me to Turtle Boy, and then everyone else just come from that. And now I find that I just watch nearly any and all. And then Aussie stuff popped up somewhere along the line, and I really liked the way she broke down all the technical stuff. And so here I am, stuck with Aussie. But I'm pretty boring. I do nothing. I'm just, as I said, I'm just a backup dancer.
She's a good backup dancer, but they're onto it. When I need a link, they're onto it. Her and Kerry are onto it, straight up. And the other thing is that no ask is too big. If I'm in a hurry and I need it pronto, whoever comes up with it first, bam, I've got it. These two are onto it. So
yeah, I like doing the researchy stuff. So you can always flip me stuff and I can try and get it for you. But as opposed to talking intelligently, you can all tell that's not me.
I don't know. You hold your own. You just got a different way of saying it, I guess, than I do. But
I'm the layman terms.
Right. And sometimes you need that too. If you want your audience to key with what it is that you're saying, sometimes the tech talk is over their heads. Sometimes you do need that lay explanation as to why you understand what it is that I said in technical terms. So
and a lay question to get to get to the end, what you're thinking, sort of a thing as well. Because a lot of times, you're way up there in your thinking, and then I go, huh? I have no idea what you just said. You break it down.
Yep. So we all do understand that about the chain of custody that Yannetti and Jackson and who's the other guy that we love? I can't think of his name now. He's got such a technical brain. Alessi.
Oh, Alessi.
The things that they would.
Sorry, I just interrupted.
Sorry.
I thought they were kicking off a show. What happened with
They are. They are.
No, they're taking.
You know how it goes. Court dates get changed on them, and they fucking have to, delay shit and.
do court cases.
That's
and do all
right.
that
So
stuff.
they're trying to start it, but they keep getting waylaid because, you know, they got real lives as well. So, but do you all understand now why Alessi and Jackson and Yannetti kept going on about the chain of custody? Because they didn't get any proof that this is the source for that data. You can say it all you like, Trooper Paul. You have not proved that this data you're showing us came from that text stream. That's the problem here. There's a disconnect between what you're showing us and the source. We're not reporters. When we go into court and present evidence, we're not reporters. We don't protect our sources and pretend like we don't have to show our sources. No, that's totally the opposite in court. You do have to show your sources. So Colleen Crawford, when she sent that email to Proctor saying, yeah, I did that video, and he's like, thank you very much. What did she do the video? Where's the documentation? She's supposed to document. She's supposed to provide the original video that she doctored and then document what she changed in the video. How did she clarify it? What filters did she add or whatever? She's supposed to have a documentation of what she did so that the defense can take the original video, apply the same filters and whatever it is that she documented and come out with the same result. That's what's supposed to happen here. That's what digital evidence is supposed to look like. That's how you verify digital evidence. Beside hash values, that's one way. Metadata is another way. But also documenting your process so that it can be repeated by both parties. So the prosecution says, we clarified footage for the for the jury. The defense should be able to recreate that same clarification that turns up Hulk green car seats. That should be pretty evident and able to be reproduced because she documented it. Now, that is the point of digital evidence. It's slightly different to other types of evidence. If you provide the original footage, that's prima facie evidence. That means on its face value, it is fact. That is not opinion. That is not using maths and science to get to that opinion. It's in Australia, if you are caught on a speed camera and it's got your car and your number plate, that is prima facie evidence, all right, that you committed this crime, unless you can prove that you weren't driving the car at the time. Otherwise, it is prima facie evidence. It's pretty hard to overcome in evidentiary standards. But if you don't provide the original metadata, the original photo camera's metadata, camera's metadata in the photo, embedded in the photo, if you don't provide that to the court, it's going to get dismissed because the judge can't tell that this is original data, that this is originally from that camera. It's called bring in the receipts. Exactly, Kat. Bring us the receipts. So that's why I focus on the things that I do focus on, because I can prove them mathematically, statistically.
Data read.
Right, with proven methodology, so that what I say on the screen, you can even go get that file and repeat what I just told you, that methodology, and come out with the same result. That's the point of me sticking to that type of evidence when I'm doing my studying, and because I'm in the digital technology field, it makes it's easier for me to understand. So I do my best to try and break it down into English, and I always run it by the super mods first, either Michelle or Kevy. Can you understand what I'm saying here? Let me explain it this way. And eventually when they do understand what I'm saying, then that's what I'm going to tell you guys, the way that they understood it.
She dumbs it down for us. Well, me, I can't talk for Kevy. Kevy's more cluey with some techie stuff than I am.
Well, I wouldn't call it dumbing down. I would just call it plain English versus technobabble.
Laymanizing.
Laymanizing, that's a good word. So I do have a poll set up for this video. The poll is, I've only got round 1 for the time being, and it refers to 2837 in this video. But to get to 2837, we just got to listen to him prattle on a bit about what he asked the AI and what he's saying at that point when I'll run the poll. And I mean, I already know the result of the poll because nobody believes anything Welcher said because he didn't prove anything. He didn't show us his methodology. He said a lot of stuff. He said a lot of stuff you could probably get on board with. But he didn't prove it. He didn't show us his methodology. He didn't show us his formulas, his video. He says he did a laser test on the 2 vehicles to prove they couldn't have collided and broken the taillight, but he doesn't show us. Saying it is one thing. Showing us your methodology and proving it is another completely different thing. But anyway, let's have a listen to how he puts all of this, all right?
Hi, I guess I'm back. So that's where all this came from. And all I wanted to do was kind of get in on the AI kind of analysis of these 2 experts, because in my opinion, though everyone thinks I'm biased, which is fine, they both had phenomenal testimony, and they both withstood the scrutiny of the opposing cross-examination, in my opinion. So we're talking about the Karen Reed trial. We're talking about, first, the testimony of Judson Welcher. Then we're going to talk about the testimony of...
You can hear it? Can you hear it, Michelle? Can the audience hear?
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Kat Randall, thank you for the gifted membership. Colors Flight, you got a bony ass. There you go. So everyone can hear it?
Dr. Wolfe, but what I did was, and I'll show you my process here.
I'm going to have to mute
right through it
because I got rain about to happen. It's going to drown him out.
What I did was, as a surprise, I just popped on here live.
99% of our solar customers get batteries too, and that was before the battery rebates. Here's why. Solar panels only work when the sun's shining. Without a battery, you're still buying power from the grid at night and during outages. That's why over 3,000 Aussies have trusted Plico to deliver complete solar and battery solutions since 2009.
And I want to show you what this analysis told me. So I asked ChatGPT the other day to summarize ARCA's findings from the first Karen Reed trial based on their sworn testimony. I included the words sworn testimony because I don't want any like Reddit opinions. I don't want any biased, bloggers or anything anything like that. I just kind of wanted the truth. So I went off of what testimony was given in the first trial specifically for ARCA. Okay. And this is what it gave me. It says that ARCA's engineers said on the stand that O'Keefe's injuries were head and body trauma and not consistent with being struck by an SUV reversing at 24 miles an hour. A real 24-mile-an-hour pedestrian impact would usually leave skull, leg, or spinal fractures and widespread bruising, and only superficial abrasions were present.
Let me unmute myself. Let me just say, the way he posed a question to the AI, he said to the AI, summarize ARCA's conclusions, right? But what he doesn't understand is the AI can only read what's on the internet. So the AI went out there and got mainstream media reports about what ARCA report was saying on the stand. It didn't have the transcript. When I ask AI to make a conclusion about this testimony, I go to the video, I copy the testimony in the text of the video. I'll show you how you do it. Over here, you go You go to the bottom of the testimony, and then you hit here, see show transcript. Hit that button, and the transcript will pop up here. Then you go to the section where that person's actually doing their part of the testimony in the video, and then you copy it and you paste it in, and then you say to AI, what's he saying? So what he did here is he asked the AI to draw on the internet's resources, which is basically all the anti-Karen Read mainstream media, who didn't actually report what people were actually saying on the stand. They gave their version of what they thought they could hear coming out of that testimony. When I query AI, I take the transcript, copy it, paste it to the AI, and say, what are they saying? So that's the difference here. So he's probably not going to get the answer that he wanted, or he might, depending on which data sources it drew from. So if I look at this bigger, it says boston.com and wcv.com, wcvb.com, wcvb, and I can't not see it, wcvb, Boston. So those are the sources that the AI is using to draw these conclusions, and they were anti-Karen Read. They were pro-cops and anti-Karen Read. So now the AI is already tainted because he didn't paste the transcript of the actual testimony into his query when he asked the AI to make this summary. So anyway, let's listen to it a little further.
And it mattered because it undercut the Commonwealth's theory that Karen Read backed this large SUV up and backed into John O'Keefe, and it caused his death. So it kind of undercut that. So the next thing ChatGPT said that about the taillight breakage. Now, remember, this is ARCA from the first trial that it's evaluating, and it said the damage to the Lexus's rear tail lamp was inconsistent with a human head or an arm. That was pretty significant because it suggests that the lens could have been broken independently before the event took place. It's quite possible that happened. As far as crash data and vehicle physics were concerned, there was no.
He skipped over the next bit. In ballistic tests using a pneumatic gun. Come on, dude. You want the audience involved or not? You can't skip over the ballistic. You can't skip over Crash Daddy and his cannon. Like, hello.
No event that was stored in the SUV's black box, and airbags never deployed, and that was significant to them at the time. And they're pretty much saying that there was no meaningful impact if the airbags didn't go off, then there must not have been an impact, which became tricky because later on they said, no, she broke her taillight when she was backing out of the garage and hit the GMC or hit the Chevy Traverse at a low speed and blah.
Yeah, and guess what? We know it did move because we performed the actual experiment using video techniques that they use in blast testing and stuff like that to show us shockwaves. We know that John's Traverse moved. We know she hit his Traverse. You cannot, no matter how you go about this, you cannot convince us that Traverse did not move. It did move, and we proved it using frame differencing, which is how they measure shock blasts. Basically, they put a video, they record the explosion, and they show you the air moving away from that explosion. It distorts the what we can see in the background when the air moves in the foreground. And we use that technology. We use technology. We didn't just ask the AI. Rescue Randy. That was what he was called. That he says that in here somewhere. Like, what was the dummy called? He eats ham sandwiches and Commonwealth for breakfast. It was Rescue Randy. Randy had a family. Pray for them. Arca's chicken gun. Woo! I love the nickname change. You couldn't go past the Arca's chick gun. They just skipped over it like that didn't happen. No, it happened, and it made all the women wet their seats. So
Blah, blah.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
thank you.
But no airbags deployed then either. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but that's kind of what Dr. Welker's saying. Like these low impact crashes, they can send somebody spinning, but they're not necessarily going to trigger all of the airbags and everything else. So the next thing that ChatGPT says is ARCA said that the biomechanics of the alleged strike for O'Keefe's, for his skull to meet the tail lamp without other serious injuries, he would have to stand in an almost impossible posture. Remember, this is from the first trial. And it really highlighted the mechanical improbabilities in the prosecution scenario. And then their overall causation opinion, this is ARCA in the first trial, they couldn't pinpoint how he was fatally injured, but they testified that the evidence isn't enough to blame the Lexus. So it never excluded the Lexus. It never excluded Karen Reed, who was driving the Lexus. The only thing that ARCA ever said in the first trial was, we don't have enough to say that it was the Lexus, which, you know, John and I talked about on the last show. It's that affirmative defense or affirmative offense, I guess, in this situation. So these are some additional details they brought up in the first trial. There was missing or limited evidence because Dr. Wolfe noted that items like O'Keefe's shoe and his hat, they were never factored into the state police's investigation. Remember Trooper Paul's reconstruction, which was what they used to reconstruct the reconstruction, basically. But they said that their absence didn't change the conclusions, even though they would have been in what we now know as a debris field. You know, like in these in these trials, people start talking all this jargon. I've noticed a lot of it in the comments. Like people are saying things. Even Karen Reed is like, case in chief. You know, like like she's been through. I'm a lawyer now. And people are talking about debris fields. Like I think I went to high school with Debris Fields. He was a wide receiver on our team. So there's all these new things that are coming out. People are using terms like "open the door." That opens the door. That opens the door. That's definitely a legal term. It's been around forever and ever and ever. But so at any rate, they said they were missing, or there was limited evidence. They had questions about the DNA or the trace evidence because Wolfe wasn't sure, or he wasn't aware of hair or DNA matches that were later reported on the vehicle, and it underscored the narrow technical scope of his work.
All right. So what he does get into in a little bit is the narrowed technical work that they each studied. And the AI explains the narrow field that Welcher looked at versus the narrow field that ARCA looked at. But he takes it to a whole different place than what AI actually says, which is, I just found that interesting. And this is how bias works. You generally will take what it is that you wanted to hear, and that's what you'll run with. So it's really good exercise in bias. For me personally, I test everything. I say, all right, what if this is my bias? What if this is me being biased because I believe X, Y, Z? So then I take that thing and I test it. And this is how I came to the conclusion that one of the files that I was examining out there previously, which I'm about to do a video on in the coming days, wasn't a good test. It wasn't a good first of all, it confirmed my bias. There's weird shit going on. But second of all, because I needed to test my own bias, put it to the test, run it through the ringer, pull it apart, work out where the holes are in my methodology, I worked out that there's actually multiple files out there of this same thing, and I couldn't be sure any one of them was the actual original file. So this is why when you're in the science field, you need to test your theory. This is what I would actually encourage cops to do, so that they are testing their own bias. Are you biased because you feel sorry for the family, because you have to deal with the family, you feel badly, you know what they're going through? But here's your conclusion. Now test your conclusion. Is there a methodology? Can you pinpoint what your methodology is? Can you test that methodology? Can you run it through a rigorous repetition, like reproduce it over and over? Until you've done those things, you actually can't be sure that you're not just pulling something out because of bias. And that's what I do when I'm bringing you information. I am testing my own bias before I give you the information that I found. Always testing my bias. Don't ever assume just because you think something could be true that it's actually true. It might not be true. You need to test it. You need to have a methodology. Sometimes that is hard. Just coming down to a methodology. How do I reproduce this test over and over and over? Do I get the same results when I reproduce this test over and over and over? So we all need to do that when we're hypothesizing about what we're thinking is evidence.
So had he known about it, his conclusions may have changed, but we got a second shot because there was a second trial. And there was a whole compensation flack because as much as everybody is making a big deal now over ARCA's invoice, which only 40,000 of which was paid, it doesn't matter. Like they're being paid $400,000, yes, but look at any trial. That's what a good quality expert witness is going to cost. I don't know what the Commonwealth normally.
This is how he's minimizing that the FBI actually hired ARCA. All right, the FBI paid $500,000 to ARCA to do testing for the FBI. The 50 grand that the defense paid to them was just to have them testify about their own tests, what they tested and how they tested it. They didn't rerun all of these tests specifically for the defense. They just reporting on the tests that they ran for FBI. That was in trial 1, but they did do significantly more testing. I think they actually they couldn't say this, but I think they actually redid their testing in a way that they could actually testify to it in trial 2, because the FBI still won't let them release their findings from the previous tests that they did for the FBI. But now he's minimizing the fact that the defense only paid ARCA for the new testing. Well, actually, the controversy over paying them was just for their testimony in trial 1. After trial 1 concluded, that's when they paid them. After they paid them and trial 2 was coming up, they disclosed it, that they paid ARCA after trial 1 concluded. They paid ARCA 50 grand and disclosed that to the prosecution. The prosecution then took that disclosure and said, you didn't tell us that you paid them. But that's what that actual motion was, or that's what that discovery was, that they were using to say that they didn't disclose. It was their disclosure that they were using. So he just minimizes that completely as some kind of side controversy. But you remember Beverly raked Jackson over the coals, and she caused what's happening now with Jackson being on the team for the Section 1983 suit. That's Beverly's doing. She's the one who put Jackson's career on the line over some bullshit the prosecution made up. So that's why Jackson's now invested. He probably might not have been, he might have just let Karen hire whatever lawyers she's got for the 1983 suit, but that was the turning point for Jackson. This very predicament that they were put in by the prosecution.
Gibbs for engineering firms like that, I can guarantee you that defense firms are using they're using ARCA, they're using Aperture LLC, and they're probably paying them $500,000 in some cases. Like that doctor, the brain surgeon that showed up and testified that one day, is, you know, very nice, wonderful, humble man, obviously very smart, and he testified about the head injuries and all that. And there's no doubt that, you know, some of the estimates were that he was paid $10,000 to $20,000 to fly from Miami to Canton, or it's not Dighton. I can't think of the name of where up there.
Yeah, we know how it works.
Defense attorneys tend to want you to look at things like that. Now, wealth, and I'll give you full disclosure.
Wait. Only defense attorneys bring that to the jury's attention? No. The prosecution used the same tactics, because guess what? That's lawyering. It doesn't matter if you're on the prosecution or the defense team. That's just lawyering. If you can't attack the argument, you attack the credibility, which is in general terms called ad hominem. Because you're a bad person, then your testimony doesn't count. Hank used that with which he does acknowledge, Dr. Lapisoda, right? He's used her in prosecutions before, but for this time, he decided, no, I'm going to discredit her this time. So both sides use it. This isn't just a defense tactic.
I don't know that they have met the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt yet, but I'll bet you dollars to donuts, plenty of people said that in the first trial.
Get up to 70% off an awesome range of TVs, appliances, furniture, and more.
And it ended up in a hung jury because the jurors are not hearing and seeing all the noise and all the interference.
How about the jurors aren't seeing all the evidence because Judge Bev kept a lot of it out? How about that? The jurors not supposed to see the noise, the public speculation and all that shit. That's the whole reason they were chosen to be jury, because they haven't seen that shit. The jury's supposed to see the evidence, which Judge Bev kept a lot of it out. So how about that?
They're hearing all the noise and seeing all the interference of what's going on in the courtroom at the time, but that's about it. They're not. And thank you. Somebody told me it was in Dedham, Massachusetts. So they're not hearing all of the stuff we're hearing. So they're not subjected to it. I don't know. I hear that it's a young jury, a predominantly young jury, like in their 30s. A majority of them are in their 30s. So are they using ChatGPT or Google and just kind of not talking about it when they come back in? I've heard from reports of people in the courtroom that this jury is very attentive.
For those who are joining the chat late, this is Drew from the Com Center podcast. You see his channel down here. That's all you need to look at if you want to go check out the videos. I'm not jumping down the ad hominem route, okay? You guys are entitled to your opinions. Mizzy says he sounds like a dirtbag, and Colors Flight says if you pull up YouTube in the Brave browser, it won't play the ads. No, I'm happy to play the ads, Colors. I play the ads because it gives revenue to people whose videos I am watching. So regardless whether I think they're a dirtbag or an idiot. But this guy is a little bit of an idiot. Like, all right, let me pause here and go back to, let me just pause here. This is the right time, isn't it, Michelle, to show him the conversation I had with him? Let me find it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me share this tab. We'll just do a quick diversion over here. All right. So I made this post. Can you see my Twitter feed? I got a blank on my screen in Restream, so I can't see what you're looking at.
It's a little bit small for me because I'm blind, but
let me just switch screens and try and get this on the screen so I can see what you're seeing. It's still fucking blank on my side. All right, so this is what I posted. I posted, the other side is so mad they lost at trial and don't consider how they lost at trial. The investigation itself let all sides down. That is how they lost. Not because Karen, but because Proctor and the DA failed at their duties. I'm not saying it was a bad investigation or they failed at investigating. I'm saying they failed as people doing their jobs. Okay? So, and I put that out there because I had some other conversations going on with other people about all this stuff, right? They're having a patty because they think they're entitled to a new trial, basically. So, but anyway, so I got a few of our side saying it's not a failed investigation, blah 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 blah. I didn't say it was a failed investigation. But this is where ComCenter comes into it. Where are we? See, this person here, they're arguing with me all the time. Like, they're totally pro-antis. Where is the ComCenter's comment? Give me 1 second, I'll find it for you. Oh, I blocked them. It's funny.
I can't see any of his comments.
Yeah, I blocked them, so they're not showing in my thread anymore. Here we go. Let's go to this part of the conversation. See if we can see it now. View. He said, the other side, as you put it, is mad because this lady killed John O'Keefe, a human being, and she blamed everyone else instead of taking responsibility. The bad investigation you speak of, which I didn't, is only bad because the defense told you it was. It occurs in every murder trial in the US. It doesn't mean it's true. You just chose to take it as fact. So I replied, let's assume my comment states bad investigation, which it doesn't. It says that the DA and Proctor failed their duties. Who puts blood samples in solo cups, uses leaf blowers to uncover evidence, and never looks at the house where the body is found? I'd be mad as hell if it was my loved one. He writes, I have to go to that conversation. Something about whose word are you taking for it? The defense, because I've got him blocked, it's hard to find his comments. So, and I said, I'm taking the word of others in your profession, like LV Cops TV, for example, and the town auditors. Nobody thinks leaf blowers was appropriate. It blows away critical evidence. Plus, I have actual data shown throughout trial to back up my conclusions. And then he puts down LV Cops. He trashes LV Cops in there. They actually liked my comment and sent me something. Hang on. Because you don't understand the significance of that. I wrote 100 search warrants and edited or approved hundreds more. You'd never be able to search that house with a search warrant. No judge would sign it. The solo cup evidence neither damage nor support the case. You are taking the defense's word that those are egregious errors. They may not necessarily be errors at all. The leaf blower was actually brilliant. I have thousands of investigations under my belt. You have the defendant's view on what is bad, and you're applying it to your own family. So that's where I replied, well, actually, I was listening to LV Cops, who have about, 70 years experience between them? Probably thousands more proper investigations, because this dude wasn't a detective. He'd only just started, I think, his detective course when he retired. So I don't think he actually made it to detective. Whereas LV cops are actually detectives. Hang on, there's more to this conversation. Let me just go back. And he's like, so what makes them experienced, or something along those lines? And I went, no, they just covered the case on their channel and explained why a leaf blower was a dumb idea. Assume, this is where I ask him, like, step outside of your feels for a second. Assume it wasn't Karen for the sake of the argument, and another person dropped a cigarette butt there, or some other light object, i.e. evidence. What do you suppose would happen if you're using a leaf blower? Obviously, it would get fucking blown away, right?
Yeah, Colours. It's a guy in the video, Drew.
Yes, it's the guy in the video. And then he writes, it blows actual snow. No, dude, it blows a leaf. It's called a leaf blower. The same snow you can't melt because it could melt plastic or burn oils that form fingerprints.
Sorry.
Fingerprints. How the fuck are you finding fingerprints in snow, dude? You have no clue what you're talking about. You've never been at a crime scene. You're using another cop's clout to make your argument. Is he telling you I'm incorrect? And I wrote, no. The LV cops just covered the case on their channel and explained why a leaf blower was a dumb idea. So, and then I asked him to, like, you know, consider this scenario. And he just reverted straight back to, I'm going to insult you for being FKR. I said, I don't need to be a forensic investigator to watch what my own leaf blower does. It's pretty fucking logical conclusion that it's gonna blow shit away, mate. Even the auditors came to the same conclusion. And I prefaced my comment with, assume it was some other scenario, i.e. remove yourself from the fields, dude. That's how normal discussion / debate works, isn't it? So that the whole reason I engaged is because I thought he would come on and have a conversation with me. But he kept reverting back to accusing me of being FKR. And I kept reminding him, no, I was actually excommunicated from FKR. I'm not FKR. I actually have evidence to back up what I'm saying. And it's not evidence that was presented at trial. So you can't even accuse me of just taking the defense's word for it, because I actually found this evidence. It was not brought up in trial. He is a top crime scene investigator. Who are you talking about?
Ed Wallace, I think.
Ed Wallace, right. I was going to say, this dude isn't. It blows away hair as well. Right. Exactly. There's a whole bunch of reasons you don't use a fucking leaf blower. And it's not just because I can see that when I blow leaves out here on my fucking own deck, what the fuck happens to evidence? It's because other cops are saying, no, that's not how we do it. Also, if you think you have, he said, I'm going to show you this one because this was funny. The uninformed bashing done by the defense. So he says, hang on, we have to go through this one step at a time. So you listen to one perspective, and it happens to be the side that is repeating the talking points of the defense. They were also initially looking for John's duty weapon. This didn't become solved by the cigarette butt mystery case until the defense made the claim that the people in the house were involved, an allegation that still hasn't been close to being substantiated. Well, dude, that's not true, because what we saw was evidence that John's phone went towards the house. So how can you say that that's unsubstantiated? That come from your side's arguments. Your side's evidence showed us John's phone going towards the house and even pinging inside the house. You simply don't understand how crime searches work, and you're taking the word of pro-defendants and the actual murder defendant and her attorneys. It's not an objective or informed evaluation. And I said, look, I've talked with emergency responders, nurses, other retired law enforcement on my show, and I was excommunicated from FKR very early on. So assuming I come from the same place isn't fair. And he says, you're right, that isn't fair of me, and I shouldn't have assumed that. And I thought at this point we were going to get somewhere. I hate that this has become us versus them for John's sake. But the uninformed bashing done by the defence that is being perpetuated is undermining the work of diligent investigators in this case and others. What fucking diligent investigators? There were none in this case.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you lost. This comes back to my original post. You lost because there wasn't any diligent investigation. Anyway, I wrote, look, I understand you may be emotional about the way Karen has been defended, but that's the defense's job. Having a defense and a fair trial is what sets us aside from North Korea, is it not? And then he goes off on, oh, you just patronizing me now. Dude, like, seriously. Hang on, let's see if I can get the patronizing comment up. There's something he wrote here that I replied to. I fucking hate the way Twitter does this shit. And he wrote something like, the jury should be nullified, or the case should be nullified, and we should get a new trial.
Bullshit.
If you guys want it your way, then that's what we should have. I think that's what he was getting to. And I was like, no, I think you got that backwards. Jury nullification is where the jury acquits despite believing the defendant guilty because they disagree with the law itself that had her charged, that she's charged under. Not guilty verdict is where the jury found prosecution failed to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. And double jeopardy prevents retrial. So I was just sort of setting him straight on that comment. Oh, fuck. Oh, look, now it turns up. This is what I was replying to. It's not everyone else's job to perpetuate these debatable facts that defense asserts that undermine the safety of the citizens of Canton and Massachusetts and in the US who have lost confidence just so she wouldn't have to take responsibility. How about they lost confidence because you're all treating them like shit? How about that? Those cops didn't do their duty. They took someone from the public who we represent, unlike you, and completely trashed them without proper evidence handling. So how about that? How about that plays into why the citizens in Canton and elsewhere have lost confidence? Because bad cops, right? He said the jury spoke. No one called her innocent. She was not guilty. If she didn't get a fair trial, the verdict should be nullified and we should start all over again, right? And I was like, no, you got that backwards, dude. That's not how that works. And I said, this is a genuine straw man argument, by the way, in logical fallacy land. And I actually had high hopes of a genuine debate, but this isn't that. So he just kept reverting back to accusing me of not having done my homework. So for anybody out here who watches my channel, guess what? Everyone knows I do my homework and I produce the receipts and I test my theories just in case I am showing bias. Anyway, this is why I shut it down. I decided I won't have a genuine debate with him because I don't think he knows how to debate genuinely. That's why I opened the show with showing you him having a genuine debate where he's not just saying, oh, you're just this and you're just that. He was literally engaging someone on a mature level and having a mature conversation that didn't necessarily support all his own points. So he argued well in what we showed previously. He gave constructive criticism to the person he was speaking with. He made his arguments without calling them names. He respected the person. But he couldn't do that in this conversation, which makes me think there might be two different characters, or made me think then this might be two different characters, because, you know, there's two of them on his channel. Thought maybe this is the other guy replying to my posts and saying this stuff. Maybe this isn't him because of what I'd seen in that previous video I showed you. So I decided to dig a little more, because I sort of stopped watching him after he interviewed Note My Objection. But yeah, so I looked a little further and I found another video where he just like, he's totally the fucking other side of reality, and I realized it's the same guy. So he has no idea. I can't believe. No, I can't. But here's the thing: there are a lot of cops who are currently cops who actually think that Michael Proctor got the raw end of the deal here, not that Michael Proctor did this shit to himself. So yeah, there's a lot of cops who are actually practicing cops who think that that's all okay and that Michael Proctor's the victim. Those are the types of cops we don't like here. We like good cops. Look at LV cops. We all love LV cops. They're all currently practicing cops in Las Vegas, right? We all like them. We all support them. We love their channel. We love everything they cover. They don't support bad cops.
I don't think they're cops anymore, though. LV. I don't think they're cops anymore. Aren't they more like in security? I don't think they are actually cops now.
Oh, I could have that wrong. I thought they are cops now. Or is one now a cop and the other one's not?
Well, I don't know what Steve does, whether he still is, but I've got a feeling that they're all actually retired, because Gonzo's looking after his parents. And I'm pretty sure that I think he works at what's his name? Brian. He works at some hotel. He's like security.
Look how cat fell fallacy.
What was that?
That's not how you spell fallacy, but I get the joke.
Oh.
It was a guy on X who used to be a cop. Yes, that's who it is. Correct. Drew. His name's Drew. They retired. Okay. There you go. LV cops are now retired. All right.
Okay.
There you go. Thanks for clearing that up.
That's all right.
But the point remains, we like them because they don't support bad cops. They're happy to call out bad cops. They're happy to call out the very thing that makes us distrust the cops. Bad fucking cops. That's what causes it. Bad cops who say and make excuses for bad cops. How about that? But anyway, I've had these rants. You guys have seen, you know, I did a react video to Mike King's video where he was accusing everyone of this same thing that Drew's accusing us of. And I set him straight saying, no, because in the West here, like as opposed to North Korea, but over here in the West, we have transparency for a reason. There's a reason that the government has to be transparent in the judicial system, specifically to prevent lack of confidence in the judicial system. Justice has to be seen to be done. Not just done, it has to also be seen by the public to be done. That's the point of transparency. It creates confidence in the judiciary and the cops. The thin blue line is not so thin, exactly, K9. Good cops, worst thing is, right, the good cops say that, don't they? The worst thing about it is bad cops. Justice for everybody equally, right? Otherwise, it's an injustice. So he doesn't seem to get that concept for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure why. So, but anyway, that's why I switched from inviting him to come on my show and have a reasoned debate, because you saw he's able to, because you saw in the first video I was playing that he's on the call with the guy having a reasoned debate, but he's not able to have it if he thinks you're one of the FKRs. He's all of a sudden glazes over and his bias kicks in. So I was like, well, you know what? Until he first has to acknowledge that I'm not one of them, and that the claims that I make on my channel is based on fact. It is based on receipts. It is based on testing my own bias and theories. So, and unless he's capable of doing that, I don't want him on my channel turning it into a screaming match like we've seen a lot of lately. So, yes, we love LV cops because they took their oath seriously and to heart, and they call out bad cops. They have no issues they've got several shows now calling out bad cops. So, where are we? Let me go back to right. Yes, because I want to run a poll on this when we get to his interpretation of what he thinks AI is saying, because he's showing his bias by even reading what AI is actually saying to him. So let's continue.
They're note takers, which is great. That's who you want on your jury, whether you're the Commonwealth or the defense. You want people that are paying attention and invested in this process. We don't want to send an innocent woman to prison. We want to send a guilty woman to prison, or if she's not guilty, she goes free.
Well, that's exactly what happened, dude. And I will just point out here that he's on the side that's harassing Paula, what's her name? Prado, thank you. Paula Prado, the juror who spoke up first. He's on the side of harassing her. He thinks that she's responsible for the jury going off on the wrong track. He thinks that she is responsible, that she shouldn't have been on that jury. For us, we saw the defense taking absolute measures to stop Arnie Bev from cooking the jury again, and the whole jury being completely partial this time. We had faith this time because the defense took it seriously, compared to trial one, where the defense just breezed through it all, checked all the boxes like you do when you're having a trial, and then suddenly discovering one of the witnesses who's supposed to go and testify, or potentially could testify, is in charge of the fucking jury and reporting shit to the judge. So, so yeah, that was why we had the issue in trial one, because Fanning, who was listed as a potential witness for the prosecution in their witness list that they produced in discovery, I'm not making that up, he was on their prosecution witness list, was appointed to an administrative duty by Judge Bev, not as a judge, but as her administrative capacity in that building, not as a judge. She has no right as a judge to do this. This is just what she did administratively because she's an administrator of that particular courthouse. So she's not covered by immunity, judicial immunity, because she didn't do that as a judge. She did that in her administrative capacity. That's what we were worried about, that she took something Fanning said, who was a potential witness in this case and should never have been in charge of the jury, should never have been reporting shit about the jury to the judge. She took that on face value and dismissed a juror. That's what we had an issue with in trial one. Not that it was fixed or that someone had planted someone in the jury that was compromised. That's not what we had an issue with. We had an issue with the judge stepping outside of her judicial capacity and putting a witness in charge of the jury. That's what we had an issue with. Completely different things, completely different legal arguments. So let me just clarify that. Now, their problem with Paula is what they're accusing us of in trial one. Their problem with Paula Prado is that they think she is compromised and that she went in there specifically to turn the jury against a guilty verdict. That's what he thinks. And so all of that racial harassment that Paula Prado has copped, he's on their side. He's actually cheering on that stuff that's going on against the juror. Now, if you are worried about confidence in the system that you think you're worried about, then why are you going after a juror? Why are you saying stuff like we should nullify the jury and have a fair trial? Why are you saying that shit? Because that doesn't give us confidence in the judiciary or the cops. That just supports an argument that you're making to support some other argument that you're making, which conflicts with your initial argument being the confidence in the judiciary system. Right? Right. That's exactly right. Both the lawyers actually agreed. That's why the defense they only brought it up as a dismissal motion. They didn't take it anywhere afterwards. They could have had Judge Bev removed on the basis of what she did there, and they probably would have got it. But they didn't do that because they agreed, just how they did in the second trial. Everyone agreed this is our jury. They helped pick the jury. They agreed with that. The only thing that they weren't counting on is that a judge would stick Fanning in the fucking henhouse. That's the only thing that was the issue.
Yeah, and notice the way with all the sidebars that have come out, she's redacted all that talk of that.
Yep. Of course she has to redact that. She can't have the fucking public knowing what she did there. The insides and the outs. She only wants out there what the defense put in their motion, so that everybody will judge it by, oh, only the defense said that. No, she said a lot of shit herself that put her right fucking in it. Her job as an administrator is to read the fucking witness list. If Fanning's on the witness list, then he cannot be in charge of anything administratively at that building. Not at all. Actively investigating the witness intimidation case and the tampering with the jury. Exactly, Kayla. So, yeah, there was a lot of issues that we had, but none of them were what they're saying about Paula Prado. So, I mean, I'm not saying that everybody had the same issue in the first trial. I'm saying what our issues were in my little community here. I think some people I think Total Boy actually did have an issue with one of the jurors who came out afterwards, who was just so pro-prosecution. And, oh, we're all going to die because the public fucking knows who we are. That one. Uh-oh, we just lost Michelle again. Canine. Hey, Ozzy, are you taking into consideration any of Auntie Bev's afternoon beverage? Oh, my God. Dude, I wrote a song about it. Of course I am. The claw is the law, remember? Mizzy says, no matter what Bev did, I think nothing could have gotten her removed as the judge in the 2 trials, let alone the first. She had a job to do and she gave it her all. I don't know. I think that Fanning incident was actually something that could have removed her from that trial, had they gone the right way about it. But I think Karen said herself after all of this, after trial 1 ended in a hung jury, I think Karen herself said, bring it, bitches. She didn't want a new judge. She wanted to take it on full face fucking battle. So she didn't want to do any of that. So if I was Alan Jackson and I was, an attempt to disbar me as a lawyer altogether was made by the judge, whoa, I would have been going a whole fucking different way about this. But I understood why they didn't. I understand Karen's reasoning, but I also understand they didn't want to put Yannetti in it because he's still got to practice in, the same county. So I get it. I don't necessarily think that's the way I would have gone about it, but I get it. So, but anyway, let's continue with Drew's monologue.
So that's the role of the jury, and that's where they're at. So Arca's testimony did not tell the jury who killed John O'Keefe. It simply dismantled the prosecution's car strike narrative by showing, 1, that the injuries don't fit a typical SUV pedestrian collision, and 2, that the vehicle damage doesn't match hitting a person. Now, I can tell you, I was very impressed with Dr. Wolfe's.
I don't like this.
Remember, I'm still talking about the first trial, but as in general, I can tell you, I'm pretty impressed with Dr. Welfe. I think he's highly intelligent. I think that, like the dude can do math, which is impressive to me.
Well,
but
glad
he's
you acknowledge
definitely
that.
way more personable than is Judson Welcher. And that matters. That matters in trials like this. I think by reading the tea leaves of what everybody's saying online, they immediately dismissed Judson Welcher. People are making fun of the blue paint in the comments here, but it's because.
Tell us why, Drew, the blue paint is scientifically sound. Tell us why. Tell us how that fits into the equations and the math and, the CAD force equals mass times acceleration squared. Please do explain to me how the blue paint fits into that.
And of course, those are the same people that were making fun of the fact that Judson Welcher wore a hat and jeans and a shirt like John O'Keefe, because they were kind of taught that, oh yeah, that's, that's not ethical and all this other stuff. But as it turns out,
Australia's battery boom is here, and for a limited time,
it.
you can get a premium Fox ESS
We'll give him
solar
another
battery
ad.
system from.
There you go, dude.
ARCA did the exact same thing with their crash test dummy. What was it? Crash Matthew or whatever it was called. They even put the same Nike sneakers on them with the black and the white sole. Okay. Everyone stopped talking about that at that point. It's just like.
All right. So because the sneakers were similar on the crash test dummy, then that is the same as Blue Man Group asking the judge, can I wear John's hat while I am in trial testifying to the jury, please? And replicating his exact clothes so he could put paint on his arm that has nothing to do with the fucking clothes. That's the same thing, apparently. But okay, Drew. He just said the defense didn't tell us who killed John. He's reading the AI synopsis that he asked the AI to produce for him. So that's not necessarily. And this is on trial 1.0. This is on trial 2.0. The synopsis is giving us Welcher versus Wolfe, because Welcher wasn't in trial 1. So in trial 1, yes, the defense did say who killed John. The people in the house did. But in trial 2, they didn't go down that avenue. They didn't even try to go there. They just went with, we've got to stick with reasonable doubt. Which they did far better by not going down that avenue. But he's just saying what the AI is concluding. So just so you know. And I do have a poll question. Let's put the poll in there. Hang on, I forget how to do it. Let's put the poll question in there. Start the poll. All right, so you do, if you want to vote for the poll, let me just see that the bot's telling us the poll. A poll has opened for round 1. He's going to ask the AI who had the stronger conclusion. Now, I want you to vote 0 if you think the AI thought, hang on, let me just check which one I assigned to 0. Vote 0 if you thought it was, Welcher, and vote 1 if you thought it was Wolfe. If you think the AI came to the conclusion that Welcher had the stronger conclusion, type exclamation mark, vote 0. If you thought it was Wolfe, type exclamation mark, vote 1. Do you follow? It's not their job to prove the case. Exactly. That's exactly right. Quantum Welcher physics. Exactly. Okay, so type like this, vote 0 if you think AI supports Welcher, and exclamation mark, vote 1 if you think the AI supports Wolf. There you go, guys. Put a space between your vote and your numeral. My internet shit itself. No worries, Shell. Take your time, buddy. All right. You're going to put a space between your word vote, exclamation mark vote, 0 if you think AI supports Welcher, and exclamation mark vote, space, 1 if you think it supports Wolf. Hey, Taco Rocks, thanks for joining us. I'm glad you love our channel. I know it gets upsetting every time. It gets upsetting every time we go over it, right? But I'd rather be upset at the antis. Kayla, this is how you do it, guys. Kayla's the first vote in. She votes 1. She thinks that AI will support Wolf, Dr. Wolf. Well done, Kayla. And see, when you get it right, the bot says, Kayla voted on 1. And the bot will reply as soon as you get it right. So Kayla did it correct. Exclamation mark, vote. So you can tell the bot you're voting. And then a space and the number. There you go. Taco Rocks got it. Well done, Taco Rocks. Well done, Shell. That's how you do it. And then the bot says, I registered your vote. I got you all voting. K9, try again. Follow the pattern. We'll get there. K9, you got it. There you go. You got it and you registered. There you go. That's how you do it, guys. So while we're watching the rest of this, go ahead and put your votes in.
I get sick of the high school homecoming attitude. I've used that term a million times in the comments. And by the way, all comments and all opinions are welcome in our world. They are subject to scrutiny. And sometimes I'm not as kind as I should be. I admit it. It's a fault.
As are your comments and opinions. You are also subject to scrutiny. But I do agree with you. I do agree with your, high school homecoming shit. Like, just because you're the coolest dude in the room doesn't make you right. Right?
I'm not doing it to make you angry. I'm doing it because I come from a place of experience. And when you attack my credibility, you're going to get you're going to get cracked back on. I promise you. So, at any rate,
0 for Welcher. And
this is what they found out in the first trial. So what I did was the other day, I said, hey, ChatGPT, I asked it to summarize Judson. The exact prompt was summarize Judson Welcher's findings from the Karen Reed trial based on his testimony. And I'm not going to go through this right now because I've got it in an update. I can go through it right now. Who cares? So as far as
your update. He gives us all of his bias.
At Replit, we believe everyone should be able to create software without limits and without knowing how to code.
From us.
Pinpoint the exact time when John's phone stopped moving. As some machines deliver all this other stuff, they can pinpoint you to within whatever that guy testified to. What they can't really do well is tell your elevation yet. I'm sure that there's going to be a way that they figure out how to do that.
Who told you that? Because from what I understand, it actually can do it well because that's why they got fucking health apps built on it. That technology is well and truly underway. That's why we have health apps, because now we can rely on it. Make the font size bigger. Oh, Julia, I wish we could, but I mean, I can take us off the screen. I can take us off the screen, which makes it a bit bigger. But he actually made it small on his screen, and he also did low quality streams. So he's probably using the free version of his streaming app. So he actually did reduce the quality. But yeah, it's saving your brain. Think of it as a favor. No, I can't change how he produced the video. But hopefully taking me off the screen makes it a little bigger. So it does help to watch it on a computer as well. So because if you're watching this on a little tiny phone screen, then it's going to be way smaller. If you're on a computer screen or you're watching it on the big screen, that might be better. Like get it up on your big screen, watch it up on the big screen. In engineer mode, it can decipher where on the screen you're touching. I don't think it even needs to be in engineer mode. I'm pretty sure it deciphers where you're touching on the screen. Otherwise, when you touch an icon, it would open a different app. So, pretty sure it can. So, that helps. Good. Okay. So let's keep going. Yeah.
Probably with satellites and everything else. So
satellites. Wait.
He made a 3D model of fear.
Okay, wait. He just said that mobile apps will get better at elevations, at determining elevations with better satellites. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Better satellites has nothing to do with elevation. Unless we're talking about distance from the satellite measurements, that could probably help detect elevations. But no, I just, no, that's not how it's done. Elevation is done with a, what's the sensor called? Help me out, Clayton. I know you know the name of it. The fucking sensor for elevation is called, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What's, I don't know why it's not in my head right now. Barometer, thank you. Air pressure. It measures air pressure. So it's a barometric measurement that you get flights of stairs. It can be in or out of accuracy by I think it's like a foot or two. That's the accuracy for it. So yeah, they're getting pretty precise these days. Exactly. Certain apps have you logged in at different locations. Yeah, that's to do with a different thing again. That is to do with so Whiffen actually talked about this. He kind of briefed on it, but he was trying not to be too specific. That's to do with satellite precision. So when your phone pings the satellite and you on the Earth, because the Earth's spinning, both are moving. So you get drift. This is called GPS drift. But what happens is when you're stationary, your phone becomes, the longer you're stationary for, your phone becomes more accurate. If you're walking or driving or moving, then it's less accurate. But the longer you are stationary for, the longer you stay put for, the more accurate that it is. But it's only inaccurate by you guys saying feet. So it's only inaccurate by a couple of feet. It's not a whole fucking yard inaccurate generally, right? So if your app puts you in your neighbor's yard and you're just sitting still inside your house, that's because your roof is interfering with your reception. So that's part of GPS drift. You've got a steel roof between you and the satellite. That's going to probably interfere and create GPS drift. But if you look at, for example, operating drones, for example, drones actually have like a homing positioning, so you can bring your drone back before the battery dies. It'll actually find its own home position. It does that by GPS, but you can land that fucking drone dead on your mat, right? It might not be dead target center, but it will land on your mat. So that shows you how many feet the GPS drift can affect a drone, for example, in repositioning itself back to home before its battery dies. That's where you might see that sort of the higher level sensors working in drone technology, for example. But your phone still has pretty good location data, and it becomes more accurate the longer you stay still, basically. Wolf is in the house. All right. Oh, where are you? Sorry. There you go. You're back.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was busy.
What happened then? It kicked us out of everywhere.
Yeah, it did. Good to have you back.
Thank you for bringing me back. I was listening, though. I had my phone going in my ear.
Cool. All right. So you're up to date with what we're...
Up to speed, man.
Up to speed. All right. So yeah, let's go. Continue on. So I just had to interrupt him with that, because you can see his bias coming through when he makes comments like that. That's the precision of phones today is how they're fucking convicting people in other cases.
Review road, the drive path. He synchronized the phone and the EDR charts. And this matters because it places Reed's SUV and the victim in the same spot at the same time. And this is what the Commonwealth is saying. You know, this is where they're saying that the collision happened. A lot of people are blaming Hank Brennan for bringing these charges because they don't like him and they don't like his brash personality. And they use this fact that
Hank Brennan didn't bring the charges, dude. The DA brought the charges. That's the DA's job. I'm sure you know this because you're a cop with billions of years of experience, as you keep telling us. But it was actually the DA who brought the charges. Geofencing, exactly what I just said, K9. Geofencing is exactly what I just said. It's your GPS. So your geo-positioning is what happens when when your phone pings the satellite and the satellite pings your phone back. That's called geo-positioning. That's what the G in GPS stands for. That's what the GP in GPS stands for. Global positioning satellite. That's what that geofencing is. And isn't it interesting how anywhere there could have been GPS that supported Karen's testimony or Karen's position on where she was at any given time, all of it, poof, it vanished. Isn't that weird? Right? Even those chips, they pulled off the infotainment system. Burgess turned around. Oh, they missed one. Well, what was that one that they missed? It was an SD card with all the geo-fucking fencing information in it. And what was not on that card? All the geo-fencing location information. The shit that would have actually supported Karen Reed's position that she was not there when John O'Keefe died. So... but that's what that is. The GPS data from the phones, the car, Karen's own phone, John's phone, all that GPS data, poof, vanished itself. How the fuck does that happen? Because none of that was in Karen's custody. She didn't have John's phone. She didn't have possession of her phone from the day she was arrested. She didn't have possession of the vehicle GPS data. They had all of that. How does that poof itself? Anything that was exculpatory, poof, vanished. So, anything to add to that, Michelle?
Sorry. No, I was reading the chat. No,
that's right. It all goes to the phone.
I turn my locations off, and I use a VPN.
And this is where Judge Bev had let everybody down, because if she'd allowed the defense to get the data from the phone company, then we would have had the source information. We would have had evidence of the source data. that everyone's going, oh, the data proves it. No, it doesn't. Not without the source, it doesn't. And Judge Bev wouldn't let them have the source. So how can you say in one breath, what do you want them to do? Invent the fucking chain of custody? And then in the other breath, no, you can't have the source data which proves chain of custody.
Yeah, she's a joke. It's disgraceful, actually. It's very bad. Very, very bad.
Anyway.
But she didn't hide it, though.
I know. Well, she did try to hide it behind sidebars, but, you know.
Yeah, but then she just blatantly didn't hide her bias. Like, you can just, it's just spewing out. Like, even the antis have to admit that. Like, it was so blatant. It wasn't funny.
Would a cell phone jammer impact geolocation? There's a lot of different ways you can impact your geolocation. As Colours pointed out before, if you've got a certain models or types of phones, you can actually turn off all your geolocation altogether. I can turn it off on my Samsung phone, and I can turn it off on my laptop, my Apple MacBook Pro. So there's different ways that you can impact your geolocation data. I just don't think that Karen had the foreknowledge that she would be arrested and have to go and delete all of her geolocation, all of John's geolocation, and somehow infiltrate Jen McCabe's phone and delete her fucking geolocation, and somehow delete all the geolocation from her SD card in her SUV. She did all of this in 24 hours? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, not even 24 hours, was it? She was at the hospital and...
Well, right, you can minus like 12 hours of fucking around in between, exactly. Plus, she deleted all of John's ring cam footage, and she deleted, like, if you keep adding up all the fucking accusations that she was supposed to have done, you end up with, like, 5 people's worth of work in 24 hours. Who was it that had that? Oh, that was the fucking prosecution side that had all of that fucking expertise, not her side. That's why she had to do that job. She had one job to do, and she did a hell of a job, didn't she? Exactly. All right, so let's listen to this guy crap on some more so we can get to
represented Whitey Bulger, like somehow he's still crooked, so now he works at the Commonwealth or whatever. He's the prosecutor. I don't know what he was appointed to be the special prosecutor, and he's speaking on behalf of the Commonwealth. Take that for what it is. I mean, you could turn that into a conspiracy. I'm sure the defense wants you to believe that it's a conspiracy, but you hate him because he's doing such a good job.
We hated him because he was fucking lying through his teeth. Let me give you an example. In trial 1.0, Lally opening statement said the vehicle accident happened at, or the vehicle strike happened at 12:41 a.m. In the middle of the fucking trial, he had witness after witness after witness, including Trooper Paul, who said it 5 fucking times. The collision happened at 12:41. As soon as Green got up there and said, well, Karen logged into the Wi-Fi at 12:31, so how could it be 12:41? By closing arguments, he's all of a sudden saying, well, the accident happened at 12:30.
Yeah.
So changing fucking the argument mid-trial, that's what bugged me about Lally. If you open with this argument and then you switch it by the end of the trial, that's an ethical violation. He is committed to continuing with whatever he opened with. He has to, because he just told the jury this is the time that it happened. Then he switches it up by closing arguments, and Brennan did the same thing. We don't like Brennan because he fucking lied. He turned around and said, oh, Lally was wrong when we presented all of this in the last trial. Lally must have been wrong because now the accident happened at 12:20 fucking 4 or 5. I can't remember the exact time that he said. I'm pretty sure in his opening statements he fucked it up. and said the wrong time, but we kind of knew what he meant. But the point where Brennan fucking lost everyone is he argued pre-trial, all the way through pre-trial, that he isn't going to give them their chain of custody. That's where Brennan fucked it up for everybody. And every time chain of custody came up, he went on the attack and tried to fucking belittle the offense. Like, he went after their credibility. Not, hey, we just don't have the fucking data that you want. He attacked their credibility every fucking time.
Yeah,
That's where Brennan
trying to discredit them instead of showing what he had, what their
right, hand the fucking discovery over. What was your main pet hate about Brennan?
You asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I just hated him. I just couldn't stand his voice. I couldn't stand the way he looked. His opening bloody statement was pathetic. It was the worst story I've ever heard.
I think a lot of women got rubbed up the wrong way because it was kind of like this early 1800s attitude. Brennan came across with this male chauvinistic 1800s. The woman's got to be crazy because she yelled at him.
Yeah.
Back in the 1800s, they'd knock your temples in. The women didn't get a say. They would just knock their temples in. Oh, she's crazy, and fucking knock her temples in and turn her into a mute, deaf, dumb, mute vegetable, basically, because they didn't like women having emotions.
But that story was just ridiculous. And he put Nuttall in there, and then Nuttall straight up, you could see he was lying. Couldn't remember, or suddenly could remember back.
Brennan held back the cash from the data too. The cache. Oh, cache. The cache, exactly. Yep. And then mid-trial, this is where he pretty much, anyone who was giving him the benefit of the doubt prior to this is where he lost everyone. After the crime scene mob have testified and said, we put the holes in John's shirt to take blood samples, he then held that shirt up in front of the fucking jury and said, this is how John skipped. These holes are from John skipping across the asphalt.
Yeah.
He lost everyone right there. He lied to the jury, and Judge Bev let it go. That should have been a dismissal. I was as peeved about it as Alessi was. I was as outraged about that as anybody else was. That's where Brennan was his own worst enemy, right there. He made the jury hate him. He made the public hate him. He did the wrong thing, and he still hasn't owned up to it or owned it.
No, he's disappeared from sight, hasn't he? I haven't seen him anywhere
like all the GPS data and everything else that went poof that night.
Who's going? Missy Holmes is going, I think.
Okay, Missy, thanks. Have fun. Thanks for joining us. So,
but even Diva, like her bullshit. Oh, 3 years ago, I think there were cameras, but there were monitors. Like, I can tell you every building I worked in over the past, 15, nearly 20 years, I can tell you where the cameras are and the monitors are, how the security rooms were set up.
You could probably go back longer than 3 years, right?
95% of the places I worked in, I could tell you where the screens were and how they were set up and what I could see and blah, blah. Shit's full of shit. What a lot of crap.
Exactly.
Now, if she's only gone 3 years, I can tell you from when I very first started, when I did security at the ports.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at. You can probably go back to your first job and still say where the monitors and screens were. The other thing she fucked up with too is she said, I've only seen what the media put out there. The problem was the media hadn't put anything out there when she told that to the FBI.
Yeah,
that lie died in its very fucking hole that it should have died in, because when the FBI questioned her, the media hadn't published any videos on the Sally Port. Sally Port video only came out after trial 1. None of us have seen any Sally Port footage. Colours. I don't remember what happened yesterday. Well, that's a fair point. But you know what? It depends on what you're talking about. For things that you looked at all day, every day for, 7 days a week, because that's where you worked, you probably are going to remember them. But things that, like, what did I eat yesterday? I have no fucking idea. Like, I got a terrible memory with things that are trivial. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Even though I do remember
them. What day it is half the time because I work shift. So I have to go, what day it is? What date is it?
I know I do the same thing. So,
and because if I work night shift, it crosses from one date to the other. And then when I come back to work the next night, it's the same date as I left off. And I'm going, what the fuck? It should be a different date. But it's not.
Right. I agree, Taco Rocks. He had to cheat even through pre-trial. He was already cheating through pre-trial. Here's another example. In pre-trial, under Karen's docket, he tried to hold a hearing without Karen present.
Oh, and that was shocking.
That was shocking. And then when she turned up under her fucking docket for her hearing, he turned around and said she had no standing.
Yeah, she shouldn't even be in it. What are they doing? Yeah. That was funny. He fucked up.
That's why people didn't like Brennan before he hit the fucking floor in trial 2. It had nothing to do with what the defense told us. We were watching him with our own fucking eyes pull all this shit. We watched him treat Dr. Russell like shit. How many experts have had to go through multiple voir dires? How many times did they voir dire her?
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was awful. That doesn't happen in any trial. You voir dire them once, they passed or they failed, right? They passed in as a witness or they failed as a witness, they're out. You don't get fucking 15 stabs at the fucking apple.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been allowed to do that for the second.
No, that was Judge Bever allowed it too.
And she was the one who okayed them in the first one. So how can she go, oh, well, we've got to have another voir dire for the second one, not going against you, your own bloody ruling?
That's right, Ms. That's right, Mizzy. The Sally Port didn't come out until during trial 1, not back when the fucking feds asked Deva what she saw, when she told the feds what she saw. So thanks for the super chat, Cat Randall. I don't know why I was reading that backwards. The trial was more than about Karen Reid. It is also to test our ability to talk logic and reason. Who passed the tests? Asking for a friend, no shade. Indeed, who passed? Because a lot of these people did not pass. They needed AI to tell them shit.
Or you want...
We'll continue with his next assertion about us on this side. And I'm just going to qualify this with, there are actually people on our side who probably do fit into these categories, but he had to cherry pick to find them, right?
Want to pin, or you want to pick apart everything he's doing because you don't want him to have any kind of advantage. You just dislike the guy. It's fine. That's kind of his job too. Like, the defense's job is to, like, hey, look over here, don't look over here. In the process,
that's both of their jobs.
Yeah,
Drew.
Yeah.
They're both supposed to do that. That's the job of the prosecutor and the defense. They're supposed to do that. Let me just check the chat. No, all right, we're good. Let's go.
Prosecution's job is just to keep you focused on the evidence. But what I wanted to say about that was,
really, the prosecution's job is not look over here. Like, look at Dr. Laposada, look over here. The prosecution didn't do any of that. It's their fucking job, mate. It doesn't matter if you're prosecuting or you're defending.
it was a grand jury that came through with these charges. I got somebody attacked me in the comments for being rude to them because I said that she said that nobody nobody said she's being tried for DUI. Okay, whatever. I listed the charges for her, and I said, "This is what you're calling me rude over. Like it's the truth. Like I'm sorry the truth hurts your feelings, but this."
that's called a straw man argument. You introduce some other thing that seems stronger than answering the fucking argument that was actually made. What the fuck has the DUI got to do with the fucking topic that you originally started on? It's nothing to do with it. You just diverted to it. It's called a red herring, and you placed it there as an answer to that argument, which is a straw man. So this dude's really good at it. Like, most people get one logical fallacy into their argument. He manages to smash them in there altogether. Drew, our country thoughts and feelings have no bearing on anything. The attorneys are talking to the jury, not us. Exactly. Colours. I am so damn tired of the naysayers. Me too, Denise. Karen was acquitted because she's innocent. Exactly. Well, she was acquitted because the prosecution didn't prove their case. But Drew is so shitty, he thinks they did prove their case. He thinks that Paula Prado is the reason that she got acquitted, not because the prosecution didn't prove their case.
This is the truth. This is what she's being charged with. I don't agree with all of that. But again, this is the grand jury speaking also. The grand jury's indictment came back with this charge, then they added or they upgraded the murder charge. So the Commonwealth is
do with anything?
trying it. That's the way it goes. The people have spoken in the grand jury, and now they brought it inside the courtroom. There was sufficient evidence to a grand jury, not to just a bunch of people crowded in.
Do you see the two different positions he's arguing with himself here? A grand jury is not the same level of indictment as a jury. That's why you go to a jury. Like he's arguing with himself here and contradicting himself here. A grand jury is only there for probable cause. That's a different level than beyond reasonable doubt. Completely different level. He's arguing and contradicting himself in the same sentence. Like this dude has this gaslighting shit down pat.
And can I ask? I don't know much about the grand jury side of things.
Right.
Is that just the cops bringing their case to them, and that, like the DA and that bringing the case, and then all their witnesses, and then no one from the defense side though was there for their side? Is that right?
Correct.
Wow.
Hold on.
It's sort of like Kelsey, how he got that order on her or whatever.
Right. Well, that one was different because that was ex parte, and she should have been involved in that one. But it wasn't a grand jury. That was just probate or family court, ex parte family court. He shouldn't have been able to get that. But yeah, in the grand jury, when they put, so that starts with the police put together their case and they present it to the DA, and the DA says yay or nay, we can get this through a grand jury. So then, because the DA said, yes, we can get this through a grand jury, they present that evidence to the grand jury for probable cause. The jury says, well, there probably is cause to take this to trial. So now that there's probable cause, we now launch into, we make the charges formal, we indict her. That's what the grand jury does. They indict her. Then the DA writes up charges, which charges the jury indicted on. And then you have the court case. So it's all its own it's all its own little process before you even get to where the defense gets to have their say. It's all its own little prosecution process.
Yeah, Taco, that's correct. They all lied.
Right. So if you got to trick the jury by lying to the jury, then you didn't really get a solid indictment. What you got was the jury believed the lies. That's what you got. So multiple witnesses admitted to lying to the jury. You can't say Karen Reed lied to the jury because she was not in there. being asked anything about her side. So all your witnesses lied to the grand jury.
Michael Morrissey's office, they brought it in front of a grand jury. And that happens with police officers all the time. They bring it in front of, look at the case of Salvatore Aldrade in New Jersey. A year and a half, 18 months after he was completely cleared for his in the line of duty shooting, where somebody pointed a gun at him. It was later determined the guy was suicidal and high on methamphetamine. He was completely cleared. A new attorney general comes in New Jersey, puts it in front of the grand jury the way they want it pushed. And lo and behold, Salvatore Aldrade is still awaiting murder charges, manslaughter charges, I think.
Oh, rest my face.
For those of you who tell me all the time, you don't think it can happen? I know it happens. It happens to police officers all the time. I'm very aware that it happens. I think, anyway. So.
What's that?
As far as the injury pattern.
What state is he from? You know what? He did say, because I've been watching this channel for a while. Like I said, they flipped. They started out impartial and then they fully flipped. But they did say which states they are from. I just can't remember. I'm sorry. But yeah, can't answer that question for you. I apologize.
Versus Lexus geometry was concerned. This is what Dr. Welcher said. His right forearm, John O'Keefe, God rest his soul, his right forearm abrasions and small facial cut are consistent with a clip or a side swipe by the right rear corner of a 2021 Lexus RX 350, followed by a fall onto frozen ground. That's what he is claiming.
If he is claiming that, then he should have been able to use the longitudinal and the lateral G-forces to prove that. But he didn't. He just said it. He didn't show us anything as to how he came to that conclusion. He just said, this is what I found. He didn't show us. Those lateral and longitudinal G-forces, so forwards and backwards, momentum is your longitudinal, and then sideways, where he's been sideswiped, a 200-pound man hitting the side of a Lexus, should show sudden lateral for a G-force as well. But no, that's not what Welcher showed us. He just said it.
He showed, as evidenced by side-by-side photos of wounds and the Lexus edges, the force vector diagrams, the bio.
So he put visual evidence and said, look at this. He didn't actually use any maths. He didn't show us any data that supports his hypothesis. He just put some pictures side by side and said, see, just like I put a picture in front of you where Proctor could have been holding a crowbar up, or he could have been holding just a snow shovel. What did I just call it? You get what I'm saying, though.
Sorry.
A show snubble?
Show snubble. Show us your snubble, mate.
I used to laugh at my mum all the time when I was a kid because she would mix words up like that all the time when we were kids. And we used to laugh at her so hard, like, wow, how did you mess that up? But now I'm getting to that age that she was at that time. It's actually too easy once you're at this age. It's hilarious.
That's the one.
Anyway, yeah, he didn't show us anything. He just said, here's two pictures, make up your own mind. He didn't actually show us maths, science, or physics to support his argument.
Mechanical comparisons to similar crashes with no long bone fractures, and the famed Blue Man Group paint test. So that really does kind of counter the defense's claim that his injuries couldn't come from a low-speed vehicle strike. Remember, that's their assertion. There's no way this came from a low-speed vehicle strike. Dr. Welcher.
I thought their assertion was that his injuries could not have come from anything under 23 kilometers per hour because the dummy and the vehicle damage didn't match. The forces and all that sort of shit. This much force is applied when a 6,000-pound car is traveling backwards at 24 miles per hour. I thought that's what they were asserting. So you can see the bias in his interpretation of what he thinks Arca was asserting, but he's not really explaining correctly what Arca was asserting.
Welcher's mission, if you will, though some people just say he was paid to do it, but he proved through science that it's possible. Now, the first thing any of you should say, but the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof in the case is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not the burden of proof in each individual element that leads to the burden of proof. So, trials use circumstantial evidence all the time. And when taken in totality, it leads to the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. The data is the data, as Karen Reed would say. Show me a car backing into a dummy at 23 miles an hour and tell me that it would cause that kind of damage.
Dude, they showed it to you. They showed that a vehicle backing up at 26 miles an hour completely destroyed the fucking tailgate. Like, seriously, it had to have hit center mass, as Clayton just pointed out. That was the point of that last test. This is what annoys me. People saw that last test and went, oh, look, it hit the dummy, and the dummy went flying down the road, and Hank Brennan went, yeah, look, here's all the fucking holes in the jumper. Look, you just took the actual experiment, test 3, because it suits your bias, and you saw the dummy fly across the lawn. That supported your bias, and so you took that test when in actual fact it was the test that disproved your theory.
It didn't fly the way they reckon he ended up. The dummy still flew backwards. It didn't fly to the right and up. It went backwards.
Correct.
Backwards.
It actually threw the dummy straight to the ground and it slid along the asphalt. But as you pointed out earlier, I'm not sure if it was in our live stream or in our conversation previously, but you pointed out that if you're sliding across the asphalt like that dummy did, what direction are the scratches or the road rash?
Yeah, exactly. They're vertical, not horizontal.
Right. So it changes the entire nature of the injuries. So they took the results of test 3, which actually disproves the prosecution's theory, and went, see, look, see? And even Brennan himself did it. But that wasn't the point of that exercise. That last test was to prove that if you hit the dummy center mass, not a clip, but center mass, then it might fly across the fucking paddock. But you're claiming a side clip. I tell you what I would like to have seen is Arca's tech stream data for all of the side clips. That would have been interesting. Because I bet you would see the longitudinal and latitude G-forces at play during those tests. And then it would have been lateral for all the side swipes. There would have been massive lateral differences. But that one center mass test, that last center mass test, should have come up with more longitudinal spikes in G-forces. So forwards and backwards kind of G-force because it was center mass hit. Whereas the side swipes would have been lateral, side to side G-forces. I would like to have seen their data on that. And I'm going to have to watch their testimony again because they probably did show us the data on that.
Or they would have it. They may not have.
They might not have put it in an exhibit. Yeah.
They had so much good stuff.
Like when that shit hits, when all those exhibits hit the internet and I can get my hands on them, because I think they're all still sealed. When I can get my hands on those, man, we're going to have a field day because I can put math to testing those theories as well, rather than just telling you like Judson Welcher did.
Yeah.
So this is all coming up. I mean, what I can prove now with the data that we have is that there was no G-force side to side or backwards and forwards that would indicate a side swipe with a 220-pound man, or a center mass collision with a 220-pound man. So, you know, I can prove that now without the extra data.
The paint transfer test. It was he used a matching Lexus, which he purchased, and will sell.
Hey, where's the money from that?
And
yeah, who bought that Lexus?
Yeah.
The taxpayers did. At least bloody Arca bought their own Lexus out of their own money. There's something he's going to say here which I would like to point out is completely wrong. It's another fact he got wrong about rules of evidence, but let me just continue till he says it.
All of the proceeds are knocked off the bill to the Commonwealth. So if they lost any money in depreciation of the vehicle, the Commonwealth's going to eat that. Say it loses $5,000 in depreciation. Although it's the mock-up of Karen Reed's Lexus, that's not going for market value. I have news for you. That's not going for Blue Book. So if it goes beyond Blue Book, they'll reduce the bill to the Commonwealth by that amount. They're not going to turn a profit on that. They'll turn a profit, but they'll essentially reduce.
Why does anyone fucking care? Why are you sitting here making all these arguments to defend Aperture when nobody fucking cares what they do with the vehicle? Did anybody care? Does anybody here fucking care what they do with the vehicle afterwards? Bev has addressed why something smells fishy in the old Sally Port. Right. Did Arca ever say whether the SUV they used registered a collision when it struck the person? I'm guessing it did, and Karen's didn't. Well, we covered what Karen's did, but again, this is something I'd like to see the data from that crash test vehicle so that I can make some more solid conclusions, because I'm just supposing or doing what this guy's doing is speculating without having seen it. But I really would like to see it. But we did see that Karen's vehicle recorded nothing. Absolutely zilch. Right. I've forgotten what I was on. He's making all these excuses about Judson Welcher with the vehicle. But what he's going to say is that, you know, he could have used a cheaper vehicle. I can't remember the argument that he makes. But what he misses is that in the rules of evidence, if you're going to do testing on a vehicle in accident reconstruction, the vehicle has to match the same size, shape, model, year model, everything to the case, the vehicle in the case. That's what the rules of evidence say. It has to match. It has to be a 22 model. It has to be a Lexus. It has to be a Toyota. And it has to have the exact same telematic system installed, all the sensors, airbag system, the whole lot has to match. Otherwise, you are not doing a reconstruction of that specific car. So the rules of evidence are very strict with whether or not you have, what sort of car you can use to do these tests with. So I think he actually dismisses this at some stage here.
Reduce the bill. He even swore on the stand that's what he was going to do. Take it for what it's worth. But the court played video and stills of the 3 live tests, and they showed measurement overlays, and it visually fit. And it was meant to help jurors picture how this contact could occur without high speed or with obvious fractures. It could occur. You had a doctor last week who said that, no, I've been an ER doctor forever and ever, and they don't look like that. But she never said there's no way that that could happen, because she can't say that. This guy with engineering certainty, with a high degree of engineering certainty.
No, don't say that, because he didn't show us his engineering. He just said stuff and showed us photos. He did not show us any engineering. The ARCA guys did, because you obviously don't understand what engineering actually is. Let me tell you, it's using formulas and maths and force and sensors and fucking all the shit that they measured and showed us their measurements and their methodology. That's fucking engineering. What he did was said, compare photos.
Which is a thing, believe it or not, in courts, said, yeah,
blue paint
it can definitely
engineering.
Happen. He made the mistake, a very bad mistake, of asserting that that's how it happened, and you're not allowed to do that. And to be frank, I thought that there was going to be a mistrial after that, but there wasn't.
I was hoping for a mistrial just on the basis that Judson Welcher's engineering was better than ARCA. So for those wondering what the Streamlabs is saying to you, vote 0 for Welcher, 1 for Wolfe. This guy has asked AI which one had the stronger conclusions in their testimony, and the AI is going to tell us which one it thought had the stronger conclusions. So I'm asking, see the exclamation mark vote, 0 is your option for Welcher and 1 is your option for Wolfe if you think AI came to the conclusion that Welcher had the stronger argument or Wolfe did. For those just joining us, and if someone in the chat wants to show how that's done, go for it. For the newcomers,
so
stream.
There will definitely be grounds for an appeal based on that, in my opinion, and maybe a couple other things. So his taillight damage analysis was laser recon of the 5 a.m. Garage bump. So they...
What laser recon? Does anybody remember seeing laser reconstruction of the ring cam footage where Karen Reed reversed into John's car? Does anybody remember seeing the laser reconstruction of that? I've showed you guys what a laser reconstruction looks like. Can anybody remember seeing that? What do I put down for? You'll type exclamation mark vote 0 for Welcher.
You're gonna put a space.
1 for
0. Look, I typed it up there. Look at me.
Look at me.
Look at me. Look at me.
And on Kayla's point, yes, the ME for the Commonwealth did not agree it was a car hit. You're exactly right. She didn't agree that it was anything that she could write on the certificate. She couldn't say how it happened. Only real object to the real fact or impact in court. Yes, for some outdated canine bite info, but fact in Australia and lots of the world, dental comparison, etc. Yet a dog or car did this, not hard. Yeah, well, the problem is the rest of the world, I'm not sure, USA and the rest of the world, I actually pulled up one of their experts, are actually going back to the study group table to establish a science that says that yes, it's dog or no, it's not. They're going back to the drawing board. They don't actually have a science to prove it either way. In a court of law, like I understand that you're a dog expert, so you have your own experience with dogs, but this is in a court of law. It needs to be an approved science. It needs to have test studies done. It needs to have peer review done, and then it becomes an actual fact you can present in a court of law. So it's a little bit different, but at the moment there is actually no science proving any kind of bite. So there you go, Clayton, doing the math. Thank you. Thank you for doing the math.
Sorry.
What did you say?
They used to have it for human teeth, but they've debunked it. Well, not debunked it all, but they disregarded
Right.
it.
It was based on the same thing that Canine was saying. It was based on experience and observation. It was never based on satirical studies. So, satirical? That's not the word I was after. That means comedy.
Cool.
Statistical studies. What was the word? Empirical was what I was after. It was not based on empirical studies. The closest we ever came, well, America ever came to empirical studies was the one that Dr. fucking Russell did, where they actually used the data from patients. That was the closest we came to empirical studies on dog bites. It was her study that became one of the only peer-reviewed empirical using statistic analysis studies that America's ever had. So a dog bite academic community obviously needs to be created. But the thing is, they need to go back to school and do their math. If they're going to create this community, an academic community, they have to do their math. They have to show the statistic. They have to do the type of study that Dr. Russell did. You need to have your spreadsheets, your databases. You need to record your dog bites. You need to take all your measurements. You need to take all your dog. You need to do it as an empirical study. That's what you need to do in order for it to be used in court. So, I bet you she joins the dude who is now going back to school. So the one expert that they had who probably matches the expertise that Canine has and is talking about, he decided there's no point in us just arguing it because we're good at it. He decided, I'm going back to school, I'm learning statistics, I'm learning how to do a study, a proper study, so that I can use this to develop the methodology so that we can use this shit in court. That's the proper way to do it. But we're talking about two different things between a court. You might be able to use it as probable cause. There's probable cause to believe this dog bit this person, or we've actually got prima facie as evidence, a video of the dog biting this person. You could probably get it into court that way, or you could probably just use your expertise to get the probable cause side or the indictment through the grand jury. But you couldn't present it at trial, basically, until there's this proper methodology and the proper studies. So it's a completely different sort of level if you want to use it at trial as evidence. So I have case results that the council or court took us back to. Yeah, but there's different. The bad bite is it on me. Stopped counting at 28,000 dogs. Right, but you did the counting so this is something that I tripped over at university. When I did the counting, like I did an assignment, a whole assignment on the question that was posed. This is just pre-uni, getting into university. They asked me to do essay writing, and I had to do 4 assignments in essay writing to prove I knew how to write an essay. The question that was posed in one of the assignments was that advertising increasingly uses gender stereotypes to put its message across. So I, having done statistics already in my units, we took a road trip up north. So my partner used to fix computers all the way up the coast, being the North Queensland CEO for a computer company. And I used to do a lot of the driving for him so he could sleep, get to work refreshed, do his job and not, spent because he just drove all that many hours. But anyway, I used to go with him. So on one of the trips, I actually counted road signs that show gender stereotypes. And I did it as a proper statistical study. So I had my little spreadsheet all laid out and I counted whether or not, here's a sign, does it depict any gender at all? Yes, no, or male or female. And so I did this study myself and I produced a proper statistical result from my study. And then I went through my friend's magazines, all the ads in her magazines. I think I went through like 30 magazines. And then I went through the newspaper and I did like 20 or 30 newspapers. So I did a whole fucking study, empirical study, on whether or not ads are increasingly using gender stereotyping. And my study found that it was actually on the decrease at the time that I did this at uni, because this is going back to prior to 2000. So my study actually produced a different answer. And I argued that answer based on my study. Where I failed, though, and this is what I'm trying to point out to you, because this is how I learned it, you can't state in your experience or in your own study. If somebody else has done the study and it's been peer reviewed, you can quote that study and use its findings, but you can't do it yourself. You are, and I think if I had to hazard a guess, I think that's why they didn't want Dr. Russell to testify, because it was her own study that established some of the things that she was testifying to. So that's how it works in, academia. You can't use your own study. If you do a study and then you get all the peer reviews and you get all of that shit published, people can now refer to your study to make their arguments. So that's how it works. Just so you know, that's how it works. It's kind of like, and also the level that you're talking K9 to is council. The council's only deciding whether or not they're going to put the dog down, or whether or not the dog did the damage, is vicious and should have, some other council thing applied to it. It's not really going to be used in court as evidence. So, and I'm not going to say that the Australian courts don't accept it as evidence, because I imagine there's been some where they have. But today's standard, that is today's standard. You can't use your own study or experience. You have to literally be educated academically in that field, do the study, get the peer review, and even then they might raise an eyebrow about you providing a testimony on your own study. So sometimes that's an issue as well. But you'll see with Bev, her bias, she didn't even care that Whiffen and what's her nose?
Russell.
No, Whiffen and
the turban head.
Yeah, what's her nose?
Oh shit! I don't know what the upper nose.
I can't think of a name, but anyway, because that was their own study. So if they were going to say to Russell, you can't because it was your own study, because this, principle applies in academia, then they would had to have applied that to Whiffen and whatever her fucking name is. So anyway, moving on. Let's keep going with, otherwise I'm going to keep getting sidetracked.
They reconstructed an accident within a reconstruction. They did overlays, 3D laser scans. Hopefully you remember that. And when she backed out of the garage, she displaced some snow. But they did, with 3D overlays, measure the height of the bumper, measure the height of the damage where it would have occurred on the traverse. What
3D overlays? I didn't see any of those. I saw a photo with a 3 or 4 inch tail light sticking out next to the traverse. That's it. And he said it couldn't have hit the traverse. I didn't see any. All right, we've got to prove this. Let me just show you something, okay? 3D laser accident construction. Sorry?
Jessica Hyde.
Hyde, that's who she was. Fucking hell, couldn't think of that name. I was just like, what's her nose? And everybody knew. The nose. Is this a good example? Let's have a look. It's just a few seconds, but
yeah, see, that's another thing, Clay.
Here we go. This is a good example. This is what he should have showed the jury. Let me just knock the volume down. Oh, there is no volume. Good. His 3D laser reconstruction should have showed us this. You all can see that? This is what it should have showed. So the laser pinpoints all of the locations of literally like even the tree branches and everything. And then you should be able to do a 360 on your recreation and show, you could zoom in and show where the vehicles are touching each other. You could, there's a lot of different things. You could apply forces. You could actually apply a side force or a rear force and show that in action, like frame by frame in action. See, they're zooming in here, showing you all of the 3D scanning of this collision between the two cars. So you tell me, did anybody see that? Did Welcher show us anything like that? Because I don't recall it. I saw a still photo of what he called his 3D imaging, but that didn't prove to me it was 3D imaging. It didn't show me any advanced CAD modeling. Thank you, Clayton, for filling in the gaps there. It didn't show me a 360-degree view of how that tail light doesn't match anywhere on John's car. He didn't do that. But he could have. He could have showed you something like this where you do like a swoop around the accident scene. He could have done that. But why do you think he didn't? He might have convinced a lot of people just by, yeah, right, he showed us bad graphics. Exactly. And what he showed us, we've already produced multiple YouTubers already did that. They already got the sizing of the vehicle, measured it against themselves, stood next to John's Traverse type vehicle, measured that against them. Like, YouTubers already did what he fucking did. He didn't add any value at all to what he was trying to say. He didn't back up what he was stating. He could have backed it up with this kind of, using his actual 3D software with this kind of reconstruction. This is what you can do with this software. You can go close or far away or zoom in. You can show the actual collision point. You can do all of this with the same software once you've got those 3D scans. But you didn't do any of that shit. So I don't know what the fuck this guy, Drew, is talking about, because that's not what we saw. Clearly, what he saw was enough to convince him that presumably the Blue Man Group did this. But we don't know that they actually did any of this because they didn't show it to us. So, right, they could have put the data in. Exactly. All right, let's listen to him crap on more about how wonderful Welcher is.
And they know these exact measurements. So what they were saying there was that taillight was already broken. Now, to what degree? Different story. But the taillight was already broken. In other words, that backing up did not cause the taillight to break. It was broken prior to.
He could have proved that to us with his fucking 3D recreation. That's the whole point of using laser 3D technology. Why didn't he show us that? You're convinced of a fucking still photo that didn't actually prove what he was saying.
That meaning it could have been, it definitely was possible that it was broken because she backed into John O'Keefe. Still.
I'm going to keep fucking interrupting and we're never going to get anywhere. So what I'm going to do right now is step away from the keyboard. Ozzy, calm the fuck down. Calm your britches. I'm just going to go make a coffee. So just take notes of what he said, what he says while I'm making a coffee, Shell, so that you know what, so that I know what it is that we're going to talk about next. Like, I'll pause it again once I get back, but can you do that for me?
Right.
Have a go. Write down what he says, like not in detail, just the points that I think he's just making these points that are written on the screen. So, and I'll be back.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt kind of swings both ways in this one, because there's no way you can say that that taillight wasn't broken. There's no way you could say that it definitively was broken by John O'Keefe. But that's where the jury comes in. They have to weigh the evidence. So we had an overall opinion on this one. Judge Cannoni barred him from saying the crash happened, which is a big no-no. She did allow him to say, to testify that all the measured data are consistent with Reed's Lexus, because he had the mock-up of Reed's Lexus. Contacting O'Keefe could cause fatal injuries, somebody of his stature, him specifically. And this direct exam Q&A was read right to the jury. I think it's going to give the prosecutors a science-based narrative without violating the evidentiary line that the judge set. This is what AI is telling you. It's not me. It's not my opinion. I just asked it to be unbiased and go off of his testimony. I know that there are cheerleaders for both sides. I think this is horrible how this has turned out.
I'm going to be unbiased and pick the person who said the thing that matched my bias. Is that what he just said?
Practically.
Because this poor guy's dead, and we've all clouded the issue. The issue is the guy's death, and the mom, and the niece and nephew who lost a mom, a father.
The issue is someone killed the guy, and we don't know who because of all this fucking shit. That's the issue. Someone is going to get away with murder. That's the issue here.
And now their new father, so to speak, and their like kind of new mother, because she was fastly becoming a part of their lives. So other nuggets that the jury heard: Welcher used a 141 slide PowerPoint in a full-scale driveway model. It was built from 1.8 million laser points.
He could have showed us those 8 million
his firm,
laser
Aperture
points.
LLC, spent $325,000 on the case.
Once again, the video I just showed you. Did I mute myself? No.
No,
The video I just showed you has way more fucking data points because there's a whole tree in it. And yet we still got a better image of what the accident was in that video I just showed you. Welcher, exactly. Welcher just showed us. Hang on, let me get that one on the screen. Welcher just showed us bad 3D photos. Still images, right? He didn't actually give us a 360 or any of the angles or anything that actually made his points. He didn't show us any of that. He could have, because he's got the data that right there on his system, but he didn't. Why didn't he? Listen, effing Welcher should have been kicked off the witness stand as he was updating his records and findings in real time. I totally agree. There's no way he should have been allowed to do that. He wouldn't keep his laptop closed or his Apple Watch. Exactly. He was cheating in real time. Yes. 8 million my butt. All right. He didn't use the software for the purpose that he took it for. Because the purpose that he took it for is what I just showed you in that video. I can show you like 50 of them. That's the purpose of the 3D camera, laser camera. Anyway, coffee again. The kettle's boiled. I'll be back in a sec.
Which included buying the Lexus, by the way. And they billed that to the DA's office. And a colleague's late-filled time correction report shifted his reverse path timeline by 21 to 29 seconds, but testified that the change didn't alter his core conclusions. It did alter the timeline, though. So the core conclusions were, yeah, you could still be hit by an SUV at a low speed and die. The guy's an engineer. So what I was always thinking, like, they're just going to send ARCA in there to prove him wrong, which I don't know. I mean, that's a defense strategy, obviously, but like, do you want to prove him wrong, or do you want to like prove an alternate theory. I think they had to pick a horse and they rode it. But Welcher never said that Karen Reed definitively hit John O'Keefe. The court wouldn't let him. He walked jurors through speed data, paint transfer demos, wound matching, and stress analyses that all point in the same direction, which is a low-speed clip from Reed's Lexus, and said that it's scientifically plausible, while alternative explanations for the injuries and the taillight damage are less so. So he's saying the most logical theory that he came up with is this could happen. He's not saying that it did happen. He's not saying definitively like she did it. Whether that's enough to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt is now up to the panel. But the prosecution closed its case on the strength
fly
of
off into
this
space.
reconstruction. So I took it a step further. And I said, hey, this is where I might have to jump ahead a little bit, but I said, using the highest level of biomechanical engineering and accident reconstruction methods, compare the findings.
Key words, the highest level of biomechanical engineering, not the lowest level and the least use of the 3D laser and some blue paint. That's not the highest level, dude.
Of ARCA and of Judson Welcher, and determine if they were trying to evaluate the same things, because I think that this is important, and which had the stronger conclusions. And I told it to output it in a comprehensive summary. I'm not going to read, well, I will. I'll read you the end result, because this was ARCA before Dr. Wolfe's testimony. I added in Dr. Wolfe's testimony, and you might be pleasantly surprised. Stick around. Also stick around while I wet my whistle.
Little bit of confusion here. I think the Dr. Wolfe he just referred to is the brain surgeon Wolf.
Yeah, that Wolf, not.
Yeah. So don't get too confused
Not
here.
Daniel.
So the Welcher versus Wolf with an E is the accident reconstruction guys. And then the other Wolf with no E, spelt like the actual dog, Wolf, is the brain surgeon dude.
Oh.
And he didn't even support the theory either, but you know how bias works. Anyway.
Also stick around. That's a Guinness 0, by the way. I've been sober for 17 years. I'm going to feed, or maybe I already have fed, all of this data that I derived from both ChatGPT and from Gemini, which is a large language model that Google owns that really knows deep research. And I asked AI, given all this, what do you think happened? And we'll see what it says.
So because he clicked a button that says deep research, he thinks he's going to get a better answer. But the AI is still only combing the internet for what is currently out there based on what reporters have written about the case. He hasn't fed into it the actual testimony from transcripts. He's still going to get the same answer. But it will actually do a little bit deeper dive on biomechanical engineering, like the general principles of it, because that's what AI is built to do. It does have its own little database built in, but anyway.
The bottom line on this, I'll go into detail when with the updated stuff from Wolfe. The bottom line, it said, were they evaluating the same team? Mostly yes, but under different hypotheses. The speed regime. In 2024, prosecutors pitched a 24-mile-per-hour speed reverse battering ram, and ARCA demolished that. The 2025 team pivoted to a low-speed corner brush, and Welcher tailored his work to that narrower impact.
Yes. Does this not concern you? Because if they had a theory on the case based on the data, as you keep saying, then why did they have to change the speed? You say the data tells us everything, Well, if the data said 24 miles per hour in 2024, then it still says 24 miles per hour in 2025. Why are we pivoting? It's the same fucking data. It's the same evidence.
So they demolished, they kind of wiped the slate clean and said, okay, let's not stick with this 25 mile an hour in reverse thing. Could he have been clipped to cause him to hit the ground and die? The scope of evidence. ARCA stuck to what they were handed, which were damage photos and an autopsy, and I believe Trooper Paul's reconstruction, his investigation. Welcher built a scene-wide reconstruction tying in telemetry, phone data, and that's something that ARCA never attempted. Now, here's my guess on this, and it's going to sound controversial. I don't care. ARCA probably never attempted that because ARCA wasn't being paid. If you remember, they were summoned by the Department of Justice because of an ongoing corruption allegation that this was all just a corruption scheme to frame Karen Reed, that she should have zero responsibility in all this. So the DOJ came in, they did a thorough investigation. This spawned the Farwell investigation on Sandra Birchmore. God rest her soul. That guy hopefully will face the death penalty. That
Interesting that he ties the Birchmore case into the FBI's investigation into this case, because they are tied together. Obviously, we know they're tied together because of both Morris's office. But it's interesting that he at least concedes that much, right? What does low speed mean? I don't know. Whose head are you in? It depends whose head you're in, Valerie, as to what low speed means.
former officer, that monster. But the DOJ also hired an expert witness known as ARCA. They're an accident reconstruction crew, an engineering firm, just as prominent. The NHL uses them, as we learned the other day, to talk about, biomechanics and crashes into the boards and stuff like that. So they're just as credible, and they wiped that theory off the map that she backed into him doing 24 miles an hour. But there was this new theory posited that he was clipped by the edge of it. Like, I don't know, was the back of his head clipped? That's where he got the head damage, or I don't know. So at any rate, the outcome of their test, ARCA asked, does the evidence prove the car hit him? And Welcher was asking, can the evidence be synthesized into a car hit scenario? Those are different research questions, and they're going to yield different answers. So it's whichever one the jury picks to be more likable. That's probably what this is going to come down to. I don't want to foreshadow it too much, because there were weights given here, there were scores given here, especially when it came to what happened to John. But the bottom line here was that what they said was, I asked it, I asked it for a score, and I don't see it in here, but we'll see it in a second. But at any rate, is stronger from an engineering and biomechanical standpoint. That's what I asked it for. The factor, the breadth and fidelity of raw data, like the laser scan, the telemetry, and the synchronized timeliness, point for Welcher. That's what they said. Because he had a richer data set, a far.
Are you muted, Ozzy, or am I?
Sorry, I'm blabbing away here and I'm on mute. It's a richer data set is what AI said for Welcher, but how can it be richer when we don't know where the data came from? It's based on Trooper Paul's data. Where did that data came from? How can they have a richer data set based on pie in the sky fucking data? We don't know where the data came from. If Paul showed us, here's the original data we pulled from the telematics, and here's my spreadsheet using that data, then I could understand AI saying it was a richer data set. If Welcher had used his multi-million point 3D laser scan, for example, in his demonstration, that might be a richer data set. But none of that happened. We don't know that Paul's values came from the vehicle or just out of his own head or from another vehicle entirely. We don't know that because he never showed us how this came from the vehicle. And he never used the multi-million point 3D scan at all. All he did was give us some screenshots. So I don't understand how AI came to a richer data set unless it's assuming the rules of evidence were actually followed and that the data set was actually legit, that actually came from I can see the AI assuming, because that's how it fucking works in most court cases. It didn't happen in this court case, but
a richer data set is how it describes it. The mechanical replication of alleged contact, that was a split between Welcher, who recreated geometry but at 2 miles an hour, not his own 23 mile an hour speed limit. Remember, he said he wasn't going to stand in the rear of a Lexus going 23 miles an hour.
He should.
But ARCA never hit a surrogate with a car at all in the first trial. So neither achieved a full-scale match.
Well, ARCA weren't asked to produce the actual evidence of what they tested in the first trial. They were asked to report on what they tested and the results of those tests in the first trial. So I don't know that. I don't think he actually understands the gravity of that, the difference between the two. So
yeah, well, weren't they hired to prove that John, whether or not he was actually hit by a car, his injuries were caused by a vehicle collision? Isn't that the original FBI went, we think that his injuries are sus, and they got ARCA to tell us what happened to this guy, and that's what they were.
Right, but they weren't asked to produce their testing data. They were specifically asked by the FBI not to use their specific testing data. So that was the difference between the two. How long is this guy's video? We're just about done. He's just about to make his final conclusion based on what the AI tells him. So we're just about done. I mean, it's another 2 hours, but we're not going through all of it. He's almost there, and I'm going to fast forward through it, okay? And Trooper Paul's testimony was, it just happened, yeah? Indeed, that was how Trooper Paul said it. It just did.
They just split them down the road. When it came to internal consistency, though, ChatGPT gives it to ARCA. They said that their tests line up with the 24 mile an hour promise, that it didn't happen that way. Welcher's 2 mile an hour paint dump.
I can summarize this for you, right? The factor and the edge. It goes Welcher, ARCA.
Versus his 23 mile an hour text stream reading invites criticism. And he was criticized for that. He was criticized not only in the cross examination of Alan Jackson, he was, Alessi, but it's probably going to get a lot worse come Monday.
My AI colors actually corrects me when I give it the right data. Like in this case, as I said, I'd take the transcript of each of their testimonies, copy it into a text file, upload that to the AI, and then ask it these questions. it's quite happy to correct me and tell me where I'm wrong. So it depends which one you use. I think ChatGPT is more inclined to tell you whatever you want, and it'll try and dig around to find out what you want. Whereas Claude tells me, "Are you sure you're not obsessing over this case, Ozzy? Maybe you need to put it down. You probably need a rest." And then the next time I upload some more testimony, it'll go, "Didn't I just tell you that you probably should stop obsessing about this and put it down?" Like, mine doesn't, Claude doesn't do that. I'm getting lectured all the time. Claude's going like, "You really need to put this down and take a rest, Ozzy. You're obsessing again."
Like there's probably going to be some more fireworks on Monday, I would guess. So the net take was, and then the openness about the limits. Oh, wait a minute. This is important. When it came to statistical, epidemiological precedent for like injury for databases and stuff like that, and long bone fracture rates, point to ARCA. They said that ARCA cites classic pedestrian impact literature. Welcher relied more on bespoke tests and visual overlays, meaning there is a degree of confirmation bias.
Meaning he didn't actually rely on classic pedestrian impact literature. But I'm sure you're going to tell us your bias interpretation of that.
In that, if you're just pulling studies that kind of support your theory.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base.
Dude's making a mint of us tonight.
Nefarious. It's what you're doing. Like you saw that circle of the scientific method, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
so
blah,
then
blah, blah.
The openness about limits, ARCA explicitly said that there was an unknown cause. So ARCA never said anything about it wasn't a car crash, because they can't say that. The medical examiner, somebody else in the comments attacked me over this. The medical examiner never said that it was not a car accident. What the medical examiner that did the autopsy said was that he was killed by blunt force trauma to the back of the head and hypothermia.
Yes, that's called an occipital fracture, which he totally contradicts later and says that the ME claimed there was no occipital fracture and points to his eye sockets, which is orbital, not occipital. But anyway, I'll forgive him for getting the medical technology mixed up, but we can just fast forward through this. So the net take by the AI, if you judge strength by the amount of modern reconstruction tech deployed, Welcher wins. He fused vehicle data, which we just proved. We don't even know if that's vehicle data because Trooper Paul didn't enter it into evidence correctly and show us that it was vehicle data. Scene mapping, which he didn't show us any scene mapping. AI is assuming we got shown a full 360 and how that tail light could not have touched John's SUV and cracked the tail light. We didn't see any scene mapping. We just saw some screenshots, side by sides, and live demonstrations. No, he painted his arm and pushed himself into the tail light. That was not a live demonstration. What ARCA did was a live demonstration of their methodological approach. What? Anyway, and it says if you judge it by methodological rigor relative to the claim speeds and conservative scientific language, ARCA's caution may carry more weight. What caution? They weren't cautious at all. They showed us the whole fucking lot. They stayed inside the published injury threshold. So they're talking about peer tested reviews and literature. So that's the that's what they came. That's what AI basically said. ARCA had what we call the methodological rigor down pat. And here it says ARCA. So ARCA won. But that's not what he interprets. So let me just go to our poll. And Welcher got 0 votes. Wolf got all of the votes. 100% of the votes voted for Wolfe. The AI would choose Wolfe's methodology and evidence as the stronger argument. You're all right. AI did do that, but that's not how he summarizes this. AI literally told him just a few moments ago that it comes down to how the jury perceives what each of the experts presented to them. And that was the answer. That was the correct answer. AI gave him the correct answer. This comes down to the jury. This isn't about your opinion, my opinion, or anybody's in-between opinions. No worries, Michelle. It doesn't matter. Like, it comes down to the jury's opinion. And what happened? The jury acquitted. So AI did actually tell him the correct answer. But because it wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, he had to dig further and do this last little, recap. So, oh, you're back already. Took too long to get to that message. Taco Rock says, my chat GPT says that John's Traverse was damaged by the impact with her SUV based on uploading the video, and it said that it was consistent with the height of her taillight. I think chat GPT saves things. Right. I also did a chat GPT analysis using the video as well. And as I said, a lot of people got their hands on or went and visited car lots to actually measure where the Lexus taillight juts out that couple of inches from the side of the car and where it would have impacted on John's car. I showed you demonstrations using frame differencing, how they would do it if we were measuring the shockwave from an explosion, for example, and it proved that John's Traverse was actually impacted by her SUV. So then they switched it up because last trial they were saying, no, it didn't impact the SUV. And even the judge argued, no, I didn't see the SUV, John's SUV move. Now this time they're saying, well, yes, she did impact it, but she didn't impact it in a place where it could have cracked the taillight in a low speed, less than 8 mile per hour. I don't even know where they get 8 miles from because she wasn't even doing that. She was touching her brakes all the way through. I don't even think it registered as 1 mile per hour what she was doing. But if you're going to say that I can park my car against a brick wall, for example, and without any collision happening, just put my taillight on the wall and then accelerate, that's not going to crack the plastic. That doesn't fit with actual science. There's no force or momentum behind that scenario. There's zero momentum, but the force is coming from my engine. And I happen to know that my V6 engine in the Toyota Land Cruiser is enough to push it uphill from fucking dead still. So if you're saying that I couldn't crack my own taillight by just putting it against a brick wall and applying accelerator, then that doesn't fit with what I fucking know of real world physics, right? But then again, I can't prove that. I'm just saying it because I own that type of car and I know what I can do with that type of car. It's not physics, it's not proving anything. That's just me saying it, which is my whole point with Welcher. I made mini tacos for our family. Oh, now you're just speculating, Michelle. How do you know your grandy loves them? You're just speculating now. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No, that was the very first thing she asked me this morning when I picked her up.
I had to look up bloviating. Is that an Aussie word? Did I actually say it? I don't think I actually said. Oh, someone else said it. Lieutenant Pez said it. I don't think Pez is from Australia. But that's all right. We're all getting confused now. So correct. We know this because of rumor. We don't know this because we've seen actual data that backs it up. But we do know this because of rumor, right? We know that the rumor circulated that the company who repaired John's car, for example, came out with something. I can't even remember what the story is now. But we don't actually know that as for a fact. What we've been doing here is talking about fantasy or bias or rumors versus actual fact. So that was the whole point of doing a reaction on this guy's videos, because he's not given us any facts. He's basing what he says. This is what he accused me of in that thread on X. He's basing his opinion on his bias that he accepts Welcher's word for what Welcher tested and did. But Welcher didn't show us his methodology. He didn't show us our 360 of the 3D laser scan. He didn't show us anything. He said stuff. He didn't actually show us methodology. And that's what it comes down to. If you're going to be convinced by something, you need to show us your methodology. Show us the data. Show us that the data actually came from the vehicle. Now show us the tests that you did on that data. You know why ARCA didn't do that? Because they wouldn't fucking provide the data. They gave them a blanked out fucking PDF with all zeros on it. So even ARCA couldn't do it because they were not given data that they could verify actually came from the vehicle. If ARCA used Trooper Paul's data in their tests, then all they were doing was legitimizing data that they don't know the source of. So it made more sense not to use Trooper Paul's data because nobody could verify it. I wouldn't have used Trooper Paul's data either unless they handed over the actual CDRX file, which I just showed you, the telematics downloads, unless they handed that file over, and then I can reproduce what your expert is saying his methodology is, then all you're doing is talking about shit. You're not actually proving anything. To prove it, I need to be able to reproduce it. And I can't reproduce Blue Man Group's tests because they didn't have any fucking methodology. They had, here's some paint on my arm. See, the taillight could have touched his arm. That's it. That's the only thing they proved. Okay, the taillight could have touched his arm, but what about at speed? Because your touching the arm experiment was less than 2 miles per hour. What about 24 miles per hour, which is the claim presented in Trooper Paul's data? What about that claim? To try and say Blue Man Group didn't prove that claim because they weren't asked to, that's bullshit. They were asked to. They were given Trooper Paul's data. Why isn't it flooded? Probably because I went quiet, took some time off after the trial. And I found it hard to get back into the flow because of all the drama channels doing drama shit. I just couldn't get back into my scientific flow with all the drama. That's probably why. Plus, some people came after my family members. I don't put my Facebook details out there because that's how I stay in touch with my families. I don't use Facebook. I only use it for messaging family. But some people found my Facebook, found some 10-year-old posts and decided to start going around saying that, you know, my grandchildren's father is a pedophile or something. I can't even remember what fucking shit they were going on with. And I was very upset about it. And I just couldn't get into the fucking science zone while shit like that was going on. So I had to take a break, which I recommend. When you're getting into that point, you need to take a break. Take the fucking break. So, oh, well said, Michael. Well said. It's good if you're testing. Like, I find Claude good because I will specifically say I am testing my own theories and bias. So Claude will back me up. Claude will butt heads with me to the fucking ends of the earth because that's what I asked it to do. If you instruct it, I need you to butt heads with me. I need you to be straight. It will tell you. This is something Colors just said before. She has to tell ChatGPT, be straight with me. One of my favorite things I would type to ChatGPT is don't blow smoke up my ass. knew what I meant. So, but yeah, if you give it garbage in, and it will feed garbage out. So when I ask ChatGPT to analyze something, I give it the data first. I actually just asked it to analyze the Trooper Pool spreadsheet data. I can put it up on the screen. Well, it wasn't ChatGPT, sorry. Let me just get to I've got a bunch of questions in here. So I had to upload the CSV that I just showed you because hang on, let me get this on the screen. It's very blurry. What Trooper Paul entered into evidence is very, very blurry. So I had to do that first. Hang on. I just clicked the wrong thing and cancelled it all. Give me 1 second. Right, now I get this up on the screen. Now, this should be better for you to see too, by the way. This window. Okay, so see here I've given it the text stream CSV, and that's because I went and corrected all the values that were blurry in the image that was entered into evidence. I went and corrected all the values, and so I'm giving it not the image, the blurry image out of the PDF file, but the corrected text stream CSV file that I showed to you just before. So, and I'm saying, can you tell me if this appears to be legitimate data or wholly made up data? And so it runs a whole bunch of tests, data consistency patterns, physics violations, suspicious patterns, internal contradictions, and then it looks, one of the thought processes which is missing out of here, I think it might have been up here a little further, it actually drew a sample data set from an actual Lexus SUV and drew that into compare it with. So, so I'm not just relying on the software, the AI reading the internet and what people are saying on the internet. So I'm giving it the actual data I want it to study, and I'm giving it both scenarios. So it's saying, let me check for the internal consistency. So it gives it a whole bunch of ticks in places for some columns, but then it says there are some suspicious stuff, and it lists those. The sampling interval changes around the trigger. I noticed that as well. So as I'm not a vehicle expert at all, but what I do know about the data and the software that is doing this, I can write that type of software, and you would give it a specific interval. You say record every half a second prior to the incident and after prior to the trigger and after the trigger. So you set that value. 0.5 seconds is the value in this that is shown in this spreadsheet. However, when it comes to the trigger, it flips to 0.15 seconds, not 0.5. So it's like a quarter of a second instead of half a second. No, hang on, a tenth of a second instead of half a second. So, and then after the trigger event, it flips to 0.35 seconds. The software doesn't do that. If the software is doing normal every 5 seconds recording something in the spreadsheet or the database or wherever it's keeping the data, if it's doing that every 0.5 seconds, why would it suddenly change in the middle of a trigger event? If it was going to, if you say to the software, when a trigger event occurs, reduce it to 0.15 seconds or 0.35 seconds, so you're catching more data around that trigger event, then it would stay consistent once that trigger event happens. But that's not what we see here. We see two values change, and then it goes back to 0.5. So it's all over the shop is what I'm saying. I'll show you that in a second. it says no collision signature. So obviously, you know, the sharp G force spikes, we don't see those. We see actually smooth acceleration curve. So if you was to put this into a graph, you would see it's a very smooth upwards curve. It's not a sudden deceleration at impact. There is no sudden deceleration anywhere that you would expect to see after hitting a 220-pound obstacle. What else? The throttle versus the accelerator discrepancy that I mentioned before, calls that a red flag, because you can't have your accelerator open at 74.5%, but the throttle is less than 30%. That's a way big discrepancy between throttle opening and accelerator depression. That's not normal in modern cars. That might be more normal in your old jalopy that you've probably fiddled with the cables and they're stretched over time. This is a brand new fucking car. Like, there's no way any of that shit is applicable here. And then it appears to be real vehicle data, but not from a collision. So I did describe one scenario where we thought this data might be from the tow truck driver trying to get unstuck from the snow. I asked it, is there evidence of traction, losing traction, gaining traction, all that sort of stuff. So it asked me, what is my opinion? What's your take on the changing time intervals? But obviously that's not something that can fluctuate if it's written into the software. So then I asked it, can you check the accelerator opening against throttle opening? I did say oil pressure, but I messed that up because that's brake oil, not actual engine oil. And RPM, these should align with each other. And it tells me that, yes, we should have a one-to-one correlation. We should have a one-to-one correlation between the accelerator and the opening throttle. But we don't have that. We have a massive, big gap between the correlation. And it points out the forward and braking phase is showing 300 RPM, no throttle, 300 RPM, no accelerator. So it's just coasting in idle mode. Then we see a 0.5 throttle with no acceleration and less RPM. That's not supposed to happen. If you apply some throttle, you open up the throttle a bit more, you're supposed to see more RPM. We see less. And then lines 3 to 9, it says zero acceleration, zero accelerator, depression, zero throttle opening, 600 to 800 RPM. So it says that there was braking occurring during that. But then I ask it later, if that was braking, then shouldn't we see that in the braking data? To which it agrees, no, then it obviously isn't braking. But anyway, accelerator press but no throttle. So we see that here. Should have changed the RPMs. Heavy accelerator, low throttle, tiny throttle, but still only 700 RPM. That's not supposed to happen. 38% on the accelerator. Again, tiny on the throttle, still no change in RPMs. That shit shouldn't happen. That's not how it's supposed to look. So this is an example of giving the AI the actual data you want it to study. You don't tell it, go out to the internet and find what all the reporters said about this stuff and then give me your conclusion, because that's what Drew here just did. He didn't actually give it the testimonies he was asking about. He told it to go out and dig up all the bias information that's out there. He said RPM was too low for what the throttle was. Yes. So I only know this because I've got all of these meters in my car, right? I got a taco, I've got a RPM, I got all this shit in my dashboard because I'm a 4-wheel drive as well. So it's not it probably was a luxury model for its time, but it's not now. It's all behind the times in technology, but I have all of these meters in my car, so I kind of know what they're all telling me. So It could have been donuts. That's what I said. It could have been fucking anything for all we know, including donuts. Oh yes, absolutely. I can see Karen doing donuts in the snow. Why not? I'll tell you what, the only time I ever pulled off a donut, because I'm like too terrified of cars. I'm not very good at out of control driving and bringing things into control. I'm just like, stop the fucking car. That's me. But in my old car, before I had the 4-wheel drive, it was front wheel drive. And I used to like doing reverse donuts. So there you go. Because I could control those. I knew what was going to happen with those. So that's not how internal combustion engines work exactly. Good luck. Exactly.
I can see where the donut comes into it, because when they go to put her car on the back of that tow truck, they do a half a donut trying to get it through the snow. They do.
Right. They had to chuck it in reverse and rock it loose from the snowbank to get it out of the driveway.
Yep.
But you know who it was, Colours? It's actually filmed. It was actually Trooper Paul, right? That's who it was. He hit the nail on the head. He was trying to create the trigger. So when you go back through the key cycles from the trigger event, from all the trigger events that were in, the only thing he showed us that was actually telematics from the vehicle, he goes backwards from his testing cycle. He makes the previous test the trigger event, when we already know that when he drove the car out of Sallyport to go do the testing, it was turned off. So it certainly wasn't Karen who had the vehicle from when it was parked in the Sallyport. So we already know that. And yes, he filmed himself doing it. So that's what it was.
He filmed himself going straight back. He didn't take into any account that the curb on that road, on that street.
Right.
She would have mounted the gutter, knocked the bloody letterbox over, and hit whatever cars were parked in the driveway, or hit Higgins' supposedly parked Jeep there.
Right. So even if you put all of these data discrepancies down to a problem, like an error in the telematics system, now you're saying there's separate systems on the Lexus. Now you're saying the telematics system failed, the crash data system failed, the airbag system failed, the side sensors that detect pitch and yaw, so your side lateral and your forwards and backwards longitudinal G-forces, those sensors also failed. The informatics system in the dashboard, that's really nothing to do with any of these systems at all, except collecting the vehicle time for timestamps, it's missing all the GPS data and a whole bunch of other fucking information that should have been there. That's now 10 different sensor systems that are all completely independent of each other on a vehicle. Now you've got Sallyport cameras doing weird shit, and then you've got, including one of them not recording the Lexus being parked in the SUV at all. It's just fucking static transmission, like old VCR style static transmission. And then you've got the Canton Library footage is missing gaps. And then you've got John's Ring camera. Someone got in there and deleted shit out of that. Karen's got no GPS data on her phone. Jen McCabe's phone's deleting shit and doing fucking weird shit. What have I missed? I'm sure there's shit I've missed while I'm listing it all. The chances of all that fucking shit happening all together at the same time on the same day is 1 in 10 trillion chances that all of those unconnected systems would fail at the same time on the same night. I'm going to tell you how I came to 1 in 10 trillion in the next video. But that's the statistical value that I came to. And I go through a very detailed mathematical explanation in the next video that I'm going to publish. Just waiting for edits, what I need to edit and things that I might need to change just to make sure I'm not giving the other side the heads up on too much stuff. So just be patient. That video is coming. Just waiting for the edits to happen. But I do go through the maths and how I came to 1 in 10 trillion chance that all those systems fucked up at the same time on the same night, and every single piece of that evidence is exculpatory or potentially exculpatory. You can't say it was exculpatory because you don't have it. You can't see what it says. But you can assume it was exculpatory because it puts Karen at certain places at certain times and it's gone.
So did we have like a Y2K phenomenon happen?
A Y2K bug happened, like delayed Y2K bug that happened in 2022.
Yeah. Is that it?
22 years after
Yeah.
Y2K. I don't know. There was a quantum cloud over that town. No, it's the Canton Triangle.
Yes.
I do have a lot of Canton Triangle quotes. If you just want to hammer the quote system, it'll tell you a lot of Canton Triangle quotes. Shit that goes on in Canton Triangle. Here's one for you. All of the CCTV footage prior to the incident, all right? So John leaves the Waterfall Cafe. We see the sparkle snow on the ground. We can still see asphalt. Then they drive over to 34 Fairview 10 minutes later. Clearly, it's in the same condition. There's not enough snow on the ground, right? John gets out the car and something happens, all right? Whatever you want to believe, fine, believe it. Something happens to him. He ends up laying on his back in the snow. Then all the snow starts falling and building up and building up and building up. Karen testified, or I don't think she testified, but Karen says in her interviews that she had to brush all the snow off John. I think Kerry Roberts testified to something similar, that he was buried in a bank of snow, and so on. So all the snow has fallen after John's body is found there. And then along comes the cops with their leaf blower and the blood is frozen on top of the snow. How does that happen? So I did a video recently how quickly blood would freeze once it hits sub-freezing temperatures in the snow. I did a video on that recently, and there was some experiments with wet clothes, how quickly wet clothes would freeze. His clothes were not frozen solid. They were not boards on his body. So we know that his clothes were still warm, like they weren't frozen solid, but they were wet. How does that happen? 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes in normal snow conditions in Massachusetts. Wet your clothes, put them outside, test the theory. Less than 2 minutes, they're fucking frozen solid. How does blood get on top of the snow that fell after John O'Keefe was killed, freezes there, and stays there until the leaf blower comes along to blow it off? How does that happen? It has to be, what, anti-gravity? The blood droplets moved upwards through the snow whilst it was frozen.
Where's the rest of the pool of blood?
Right, everyone says that. I can't answer that question. What I can say is there was blood on top of the snow. How the fuck did that happen?
I reckon that blood's not even his. I reckon it's probably.
Do you see the difference between the two questions? But where's the thing that's not there? I can't answer that question. It's not there.
Yeah.
But the thing that is there is not where it should be. I can answer that question because it shouldn't be on top of the snow, right? We see photos of it on top of the snow. It is there. We can see it. We know it's there. It was entered into evidence. The thing that's not there, I can't answer that. It's not there. It wasn't entered into evidence, and nobody even testified about it.
You know what gets me too, though, is how come none of them took a photo of John lying on the ground? Like, forget her taillight, well, that's the worst. That's bad as well. But no one took a photo of his body and where exactly he was lying. If
your theory is that she ran over him from the outset, then you're taking a photo of his body where it's laying. You're doing all of that preparation, and you're taking a photo of the fucking taillight.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the first thing mechanic took a photo of when he jumped out of the car in the Sally Port?
Yeah, the front of the car, a number plate or something.
Right.
Not what the was that for? No, he took a photo of the front of the car.
I don't know. Maybe they had a different theory back in the early hours.
I don't know. Maybe it was just to prove it was her car that they had. I don't know. It was in B and whatever double B and 2. I don't know his full thingo. Sorry. His last thingo shows them getting out of the car. Mechanic goes straight to the front of the car and takes a picture while Proctor's at the back of it.
I'm not sure. There could have been people asking and they didn't want to. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I thought they were going to. I thought the wife was going to testify, but then for some reason they didn't put her on.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if you're asking interviewed from a journalist side. No, if you're asking, did the defense investigator knock on their door? I'm going to hazard a guess, yes, because she was originally on the list, wasn't she? On the witness list.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know, enough snow to track a cat, but the blood lands on top of the snow that hasn't fallen yet. Yeah, you see where I'm coming from, don't you, Valerie? And this is the thing that I ask everybody, okay, if we're just doing this by speculation, then the one thing we do know is that there's blood on top of the snow, because we see that in the videos and they entered that into evidence. We can see that. We do have some evidence that the blood's on top of the snow. Then how did it get there?
Oh, thanks, Valerie. Be in trouble 31.
Oh my God, is he in the house?
I don't know. No, I think she was just correcting me because I couldn't remember his title.
I'm waiting for him to come in because I wanted to ask him about those assumptions I'm making between the throttle and the accelerator pedal. Because I'm pretty sure I'm right, but it's just good to have a mechanic go, yeah, no, that's not how it works. Yeah. You're a woman. What would you know?
And you're Australian.
Right. Cars work backwards here or upside down. Yeah. So, all right, guys, I think we're actually at the end of everything I wanted to do. I wanted to play some more games. I actually did have a bit of a bingo game lined up, and then I shut the window, and the bingo game, I had to rebuild it from scratch. I was fuck that. So I broke the bingo game.
We've been here forever.
All right, I had some bingo cards on.
Her husband.
Beg your pardon?
Colours is offering up her husband.
Oh, is he there?
Oh, he'll come on. No, well, I don't know whether he's there, but she's saying he'll come on. Awesome.
Is he there, Colours? He doesn't have to show his face, like we're not showing our faces.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
All the boys have to show their faces, the girls don't.
It's just a phone call with an animated circle, really. But if he's there, tell him, get up here.
Oh, I sleeping.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we forget. It's only, well, here it's 5:15 in the afternoon. Aussie's probably 6:15.
Yep.
And what is it there? It's What?
All right, let's coordinate it, colours. We'll have a yak with him. We'll coordinate it, and be in trouble too. I didn't actually give him much notice that I was doing this, so I only contacted him yesterday. But yeah, cool. He's not shy. Nice. Let's do it, because I do need someone who's who's mechanical savvy to help me make sense of these values, because my car's a lot older. And a lot of shit has stretched in my car, like the cable between the arse end and the handbrake, it's stretched like to the max. I need to have that replaced. And then I think the speedo cable might actually be getting a bit tired. I think it's like a little bit, maybe 1 kilometer an hour under what it's supposed to be measuring for speed. It's just a little bit under, so which is good, because I'm not speeding, obviously. When I think I'm doing 70, I'm actually doing 69. So
most cars are like that, though. Mine out on 100 is like it's. I can drive at 106, and that's 100. Tested.
Right. You need to provide him a good chart to look at. Cool. Well, we'll organize it over in Discord, colours. I will send him the CSV file, and you can open it at your end. That's the best chart that I've got. Like, it's all the blurriness is taken out of the screenshot that Trooper Paul entered into evidence. So that's the best chart I've got. I'll send him that, let him study it for a bit and make his notes. It was hard to see. Yeah, absolutely. Good night, Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully, said the actress to the bishop. Good on you, girl. Have a good night. Yeah, it was hard to see colours. That's why I turned it into a CSV. So, yeah, I'll send you the CSV, it's just a spreadsheet, the actual text, not a screenshot. And he can have some time to go over what he sees in that data. But I highlighted the 2 rows that I'm interested, the accelerator and I was going to say thermostat. Don't. The accelerator, it's a TH word, throttle. The accelerator and the throttle is the thing that I'm most concerned about, but he might notice other stuff. There's definitely left and right G-forces that I don't think are significant enough to show that a man has hit the car in a glancing blow. And there's forward and backwards G-forces. He might know more about that reading those as well. So, oh, you're not leaving. Cool.
Oh,
all right.
Well, not. Oh, I thought you said goodbye.
Looking into the future for when you do leave.
Well, you've got all my goodbyes now. I'm not doing it again. Far too
I'm
late.
on the other side of Lake Michigan from you, and it's 1:15 a.m. and it's 12:15 a.m. in wherever Pez Dispenser is. So there you go. Everyone loved him on Shorty's channel, and it was just a video of him drunk being shown it.
I read it wrong. That was me reading that thing.
Gotcha. Well, make sure he's sober this time. But yeah, I'll send you the what do you use for spreadsheets? If I can maintain the colors and the borders, I will. I use numbers on my MacBook, but I can export to Excel spreadsheet. What do you use colors at your end? We're a little bit behind, so give her time. She'll catch up. Definitely. She's still catching up. All right. So, yeah, while we're waiting for that answer. Jesus, choking on my own spit. Take it over for a second shot.
Never used a spreadsheet in your life, colours, really? Wow. I have a PC. Excel.
Excel. Sorry about that. Just had to blow my nose and get over choking.
You right, love?
Yeah.
Need a Heimlich maneuver?
I just swallowed the wrong way and choked myself. It's weird how that happens as you get older. Someone was asking that the other day. Was it on? Might have been on X. Have you ever just like randomly choked on your own spit and then rolled around the floor coughing and sneezing and farting and to recover? And I'm like, yep, I do that all the time. But it's only because as I'm older. It never happened to me when I was younger.
Yeah, you seem to inhale food and liquid. I do anyway. I do it at work a lot. Usually when I'm just about to answer the phone.
I have a PC. All right, you know what might be best is that if I copy it into a Google spreadsheet and then send you a Google spreadsheet link, and then I can keep the colors and the borders and everything so you can see what I'm highlighting and talking about. Huh? Pez Dispenser hasn't used a spreadsheet either. All right, I will copy it into a Google spreadsheet and then share the link to that spreadsheet. Then he gets the pretty pictures, the pretty look instead of just plain data. You know what? Just to add to what Pez Dispenser is saying here. Sometimes if you just see the data and you're not seeing borders and colors and highlights and things to sort of show you what you're looking at, that can often make people switch off to looking at spreadsheet data. It's one of the things I find in developing databases. My clients will be like, I'm not looking at that. You're supposed to do that. That's what I'm paying you for. But if I put it into a pretty spreadsheet and show them a graph, they're like, oh, yeah, I get that. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, it gets too confusing when it's just numbers sitting there.
Yeah.
And you can follow along the line at least and highlight stuff.
Me too, George. I love me a good spreadsheet. In fact, I love me a good database. That's the reason when I get a database, client says to me, here's our database, do blah with it. The first thing I do is go through their database and fix everything. Because, a lot of people, especially if they're just saving shit in spreadsheets, they mess up the dates, or one day they're doing, a 0 before the day number, like 01 or 02. And then the next week they don't put the 0 there. And so I go through every single row and column in the whole database and fix everything. So it's all consistent, so that when I do run queries on it, we're getting consistent results. But that's probably my favorite part of the job, is going through and fixing all their data. I love me a good database. I love myself a good inconsistent database. Oh, my colors, it's so easy. Like, really. You and me got to bump heads one day. I'll show you. You'll freak out how easy it is. Has says, when at the bar and Higlet calls out John, Sam Beningo said, John did a little tap dance. To me, it looked like he's doing the Muhammad Ali foot shuffle. Well, that's what I saw it as too. A reference to fighting. Check it out. I've seen it. I agree. I watched even Sam's show on it. Totally in agreement. Plus, I have an ex who was like that at bars, so totally get it. You can just tell it what format to use for the column. It's not that hard, exactly. All right, let me check my notes, make sure that we've got everything that I wanted to talk about all done and dusted. And then we can wrap up, I guess. So, you know what would also help colors is if you guys have a truck rather than, a little buzz box. because I got a truck, so I know what RPM I'm looking at if I'm revving the shit out of the motor. And it's different for each type of motor. So mine's a V6, and going uphill with a bit of a load on, I have to sit about 2,000 RPM to keep the air flowing under my bonnet, or else it overheats. Just shit like that. So I know how my car actually behaves in different situations. I don't know about the Toyota Lexus. So although I do have relatives with different varieties of Lexuses, two relatives with two different types of Lexus. So we have a truck and my car has an RPM tag. Right. So in the truck, that's the better measurement of what RPMs probably should be at certain doing certain things, like idling and reversing and whatever. It's probably the better measurement because the SUV is more like a truck than it is, a car. And Acura. Oh, there you go. My biggest pet peeve at one of my former jobs is that they didn't seem to understand what a spreadsheet is. What it's for. They would use a spreadsheet when they really just needed a table. Right. Well, the easy thing about a spreadsheet is already just sitting there. All the columns and rows are already sitting there. Whereas a table, you kind of got to specify. So I can see why they do that. But I also get the pet peeve as well. Toyota Acura, gotcha. Right. K9 says, I had some cool cars now. I don't care, but you're right, Ozzy. My old Corvette 78 was loads different to newer cars. The data can be manipulated, as Tucker's hubby said. That's correct. Someone gave me a lecture the other day about how you can't edit an SQL database taken from Jen's phone. I'm like, that's weird, because I could. I actually created one, edited it, saved it, tested all my theories with it. I did all sorts of shit with an SQL database. So, that doesn't work. Or at least normal, or at least different than normal data. Right, older cars. So mine has the original OBD port. We're up to OBD version 2 ports now. Actually, I think it's 3 currently, but in 2022 it was 2. And they are recording. They got a lot more sensors in them all over the body. They're recording a lot more. But I actually bought an off-road version of my car. Well, choice you get from brand new. I actually didn't buy mine from brand new. The choices you got for Toyota Land Cruiser from brand new was you could have a country pack or you could have a city pack. And in your country pack, you had a lot less like airbags and all that fucking roo-roo. But instead you got your bull bar and your side bars and your rear bumper bar and your proper tow ball, like the country pack. In the city pack, you didn't get any of that shit, but you did get your airbag behind a horn on the steering wheel and stuff like that. So there's different options that you can buy when you buy your car brand new from Toyota. So country pack's very common for four-wheel drives here in Australia. All right, guys, I think we're done. I think we're just spinning our wheels in the snow now. Pardon the pun. What are you doing, Shelley? You taking care of the kid? Looks like she's off with the kid. Say hello to the kid for us.
Okay, I'll say hello to the kid. She's getting hungry. Got to make
She's
me
hangry.
tacos.
I'm hangry, Grandma.
She's had a big day sitting on the internet all day.
All right. You guys have a good night. And thank you for joining me. And thank you to your granddaughter for loaning us to you for a couple of hours.
Okay, she's a good girl.
Loaning you to us. I did say that right, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lizzie. Oh, here she is. Say hello. Just say hello.
Hello.
Say a bit louder.
Hi.
Hi.
You're an
How are you?
star. She's on her way to being an influencer now.
Woohoo. Now you're on YouTube. Look out. It's all downhill from here, no. Is Grandma a good cook?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite thing that she cooks?
Come on. Quick. What do you want for dinner? Tell them what you want for dinner.
Mini tacos.
My grandbabies love tacos too. Yummy, yummy tacos. Your grandma actually makes the taco bread herself sometimes, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's got to be the best one. In the best taco on the planet has to be all homemade, including the shell.
Yeah, she's not getting that tonight. The mini ones you make on the round deli taco shells. So.
Did you make it on scratch?
Yes, I'll make, well, not the tacos. All right, sorry.
Not tonight, dear.
I'll make it, but not the shells.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. We're going to let you go and have your dinner now.
Yes. Thanks, Ozzy. Awesome as usual. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you for joining me and keep me company. Much appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. Let us know when we get colours. Hurry up.
Yep, I'll organise it with her in the background and get a notification out to everyone. All right, guys, boys and girls, that's it. We're wrapping up. Thank you for joining us, George. Thank you for another interesting live stream. Ozzy, you are welcome. You are most welcome. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Ozzy. You're welcome, guys. Thank you, K9. I don't know who's left in the chat. Haz, thanks for joining us. Pez, awesome chat with you tonight. Valerie, let me see who else is in
K9,
here.
did you say K9?
K9, yes, my buddy K9, fellow Aussie.
Corny was here earlier. Princey.
Was that Corny earlier?
Yeah, I think so, wasn't it?
Talking about the tail light.
I think it was.
I thought it was too, but I don't know, and I didn't know she flipped.
Oh, I don't know. Now I'm confused. But anywho, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure.
Have
Have a good night. Have a good night, everyone.
Cheers. I'll catch you in Discord.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Ciao.
Have a good night.